Good morning. This special meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Dr. Licata, are there any items to be added to the agenda?
At this time, no.
May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. All in favor of closing the agenda, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The agenda is now closed. May I have a motion and a second to approve all final orders?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Rupert, second by Fogelholly. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of approving all final orders, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. All final orders have been approved. I now declare the special school board meeting is... Mr. Alston?
Yeah, just want to make sure you heard me for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alston is online. I now declare the special school board meeting is adjourned. Good morning. This regular meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Please identify the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting while in the boardroom. Refrain from obstructing the exit doors. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed this building safe to return. We ask all attendees to maintain a respectful and professional demeanor during this meeting. Disruptive behavior, including but not limited to yelling, interrupting speakers, or engaging in personal attacks, will not be tolerated. If you engage in disruptive behavior, interfering with the orderly process of the meeting, I will issue a verbal warning to cease this disruption immediately, and failure to comply from the warning will result in your removal from the board meeting by law enforcement. Removal from the meeting by law enforcement will be for the duration of all meetings held on this day. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants, and thank you so much for your cooperation. Board Member Rupert will now introduce her school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, followed by a song. Mrs. Rupert.
Please rise and remain standing for the presentation of colors by Blanchely High School, Army ROTC Tiger Battalion, and the Pledge of Allegiance and song by Liberty Elementary School. Blanchely High School is led by Principal Tavares Williams. The JROTC Tiger Battalion program is supervised by Command Sergeant Major LaFurl Stewart. We also want to recognize cadets Annabelle Leon, Patrick Katango, Veronica Burchardo, Medina Germain, and Andy Dorr. Eljalon Roberson will perform the national anthem. We also want to thank Principal Vicki Flournoy and the team at Liberty Elementary for the video presentation. Okay, I think we're ready for Liberty.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early lights what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous flight o'er the ramparts we watched was so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the stars bursting in air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
remain standing, and we will now go to the Pledge of Allegiance by Liberty Elementary School.
We are Liberty Elementary. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This land is your land, this land is my land, from California to the New York Islands, from the redwood forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. As I was walking that
Thank you, and you all can be seated. And thank you to the Blanche Ely Band and Color Guard, as well as Liberty Elementary School this morning. This is a great day to start, and let me just say, District 7 is poppin'. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Is Mrs. Pham on the line? Okay, at this time, Board Member Pham has requested a moment of silence for a 9th grade student from Western High School. Mrs. Pham?
Thank you. It is with significant regret and sorrow that I ask you to take a moment of silence for a 14-year-old student to commemorate his passing from Western High School, who tragically passed away over the weekend. My thoughts and prayers go out to his parents, his siblings, the entire family on this excruciating loss, the students, his friends, his fellow club members that also mourn his passing. Please take a moment of silence in memorial. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Alston has requested a moment of silence for a 12th grade student from Miramar High School. Mr. Alston?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, board members. Thank you. I have requested a moment of silence for a fallen Miramar High School 12th grader, Brandon Madison. Please join me as we remember Brandon and uplift his family during this tough time. Please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Board Member Fogenholly has requested a moment of silence for the principal of Gulfstream Academy of Hallandale Beach, K through 8. Mr. Fogenholly?
Thank you very much, Chair. On Wednesday, October 25th, 2023, our district lost a great leader. The world lost a great man. This man was Principal Carlton Campbell, who was the stalwart leader of Gulfstream Academy, Hallandale Beach, K through 8. Principal Campbell was a native son and proud member of the Hallandale High School class of 1983. He was a mentor, a lover of all people. And although he was at Gulfstream for only 2 years, he was very special to the Hallandale Beach community. His kind heart, generous spirit, giving nature will be dearly missed in the Hallandale and all over our school district. Our continuous love and support will be with his wife, Dr. Campbell, who is also a District 1 principal, his sons, the entire Campbell family, Gulfstream Academy, Hallandale Beach, K through 8, and the Hallandale Beach community. Before the moment of silence, I'd like to also to open up for my colleagues if anybody would like to share any words with Dr. Campbell. Dr. Campbell.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I worked with Dr. Campbell way back at South Broward High School when he was the guidance counselor. He was a gentle, generous, loving, faithful man, and the world is a much worse place without him in it. Thank you.
Then I would also like to recognize members of the Campbell family that are here with us today as well. Don't know if they're in the room or outside. Love you guys. Thank you for being here. So please join me in this moment of silence, recognizing a great man, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comments will be accepted on all agenda items in accordance with Policy 1100A. Any person may present live comments by attending the meeting at the Casey Bright Administrative Building Boardroom at 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Members of the public who register to speak using the Voice of the Stakeholder webpage will be recognized to provide their in-person comments to the board when the respective agenda item is on the floor for consideration. In addition, individuals may submit a public comment request card for agenda items. The cards are located in the lobby outside of the boardroom, and the cards are required to be turned in to staff before the agenda item is on the floor. All published written agenda comments related to today's agenda have been shared with all school board members and placed on the district website for public view. Anonymous comments or comments that do not pertain to the scheduled agenda items will not be accepted. Therefore, each written comment must include the person's name, city, and zip code. As we prepare to begin our regular school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all of our students aspiring to become an A school district. Our purpose today and every day is to achieve this goal. In achieving this goal, we are committed to ensuring everyone counts. Moreover, our culture will be student-centered, teacher-supported, and principal-led. May the chair have a motion and second to approve the minutes for the following meeting. July 18th, 2023, regular school board meeting. July 25th, 2023, special school board meeting. July 25th, 2023, special school board meeting. July 25th, special school board meeting. August 1st, 2023, public hearing budget. August 8th, 2023, regular school board meeting. August 29th, special school board meeting. September 5th, special school board meeting. September 5th, 2023, special school board meetings. September 12th, 2023, regular school board meeting. October 17th, 2023, special expulsions. It's been moved by...
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Rupert, second by Hickson. Is there any discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes as listed, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The minutes are now approved. Dr. Licata, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, there are, and I would like for Chief of Staff, Dr. Wanza, to go ahead and read them through.
Good morning, Valerie Wanza. Recommended changes to the agenda in the minutes section, August 29, 2023, special school board meeting, September 5, 2023, special school board meeting, September 5, special school board meeting, DEFP, September 12, regular school board meeting are all added. Agenda items H3, non-instructional appointments and leaves for 2023-2024 revised. HH1, 2023-2024 Superintendent's Organizational Chart job descriptions added. CC2, proposed 22-23-24 Organizational Chart update added. 0016 ITB 24-195 Public Address Systems, Intercoms, Equipment, Parts, and Accessories added. 0017 RFP Fiscal Year 23-277 Janitorial Support Services added. Public Speakers, Ms. Laura Ashley added to the morning session. Ms. Rachel Mazur added to the morning session. Mr. Glenn Cook added to the PM session. Ms. Sandra Nunez added to the PM session. There's an attorney-client session scheduled. Pansier Prep Charter School, Inc. and Eagles Nest Community Charter Schools. And then a closed-door session at 1:15 added.
Thank you. The changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for said changes. May the chair have a motion and second to close the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. All in favor of closing the agenda, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The agenda is now closed. The school board will consider agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items, single letter items on the agenda that we pull for separate discussion, or remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider H3, followed by any other H items that were pulled from the agenda for discussion. After the H items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items, single letter items pulled for discussion for a given letter, and then consider any open items, double letter items for the same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond to this order. The next item of business is the consent agenda. This is the time that board members advise the chair of those items that wish to address. All those items not pulled for separate consideration will then be approved under the consent agenda. So, for single letter items, Mr. Alston?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In the spirit of our Soul Bowl champs and regional quarterfinals, soon to be champs, just have a question. No pull. You can put me down for C1. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Pham?
Yes, ma'am. H3, H4, 04, and I think it's 07.
Thank you. Mr. Fogenholly?
I'm good, Chair. Thank you.
Mrs. Hickson?
H5, please.
Dr. Holness?
I'm good, thank you.
Mrs. Leonardi?
I'm good, thanks.
Mrs. Rupert?
Yes, I'm at a disadvantage here because I cannot see if I received any information on my O items. So I did send them ahead, and I'm sure that they're in here. I have looked through them, and I believe I'll just speak on 05. I think that's it, yeah, 05, and A1. I did speak with staff on that, and I was very happy with their answers. However, I do want to make a small comment on A1. Nothing big, just a tiny comment.
Dr. Zeman.
Thank you very much, Chair. C1, F3, J2, I know it's held at a special order time, 04, S1, and S2.
Okay, and I have A1, Al-Hadaf. Is there any one from the audience who would like to speak to an item that has not already been requested for discussion?
Madam Chair, we have H2 being requested by the public, and H3 is automatically pulled.
Two. At this time, may the chair have a motion and second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment?
Madam Chair.
Board member comment? Ms. Broganoli?
Just want to make a quick comment, Chair, because I feel like the questions, we don't have that many of when it comes to pulled items, but I did want to commend the superintendent and staff for doing such a good job reaching out. Had multiple people reach out. What questions do you have? That's it. I believe that's how it should be done. It should be commended that it was a great job. Thank you.
Yes,
Yes.
I
Nice
agree.
job.
And then
Andre.
also, Dr. Licata, if any board member follow-ups, if they can be attached to the agenda so that the public can see what questions were asked by board members and what the response was.
I believe they are, but are they in a convenient location so everyone can see them?
They are attached online to the specific item as of Friday.
And Ms. Rupert, I know that yours have been answered. If you need access, I think maybe Andre could assist you in getting access to those answers if needed. I want to say thank you. First of all, it's long overdue. It was something I promised I would do early on to get this communication process. When you ask us questions, we want to make sure they're sent to the right places with the right information, and then they're received back through us, through our cabinet. We speak executive cabinet. We address them every Monday morning, and that is what's going to continue on. As I've said to all of you, this is a place to debate the items, not to learn about them. And that's the way it needs to run, and that's on us, and we will continue to do that. Hence the memo I sent in July about communication, like all great organizations run. It has to go through us to make sure we're getting the right information, because this board previously, not all of you, it's documented about bad information that has cost this district some negative issues over the past years, and we cannot have that. So I am obligated to give you the right, correct, and timely information, and I say thank you to my staff because they have worked hard on this, so thank you guys very much.
Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, can you put me down for C1, please?
Got in the nick of time.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, item B1, B as in boy, is a special order for 12 o'clock.
Okay. Any other single letters? Good. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The consent agenda is approved. At this time, will board members please identify the open items that will be asking questions of staff? This will better manage staff's time by letting them know which open items they will want to address. So double letter items, Mr. Alston.
I have none. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Pham.
DD2, HH1, 2, and 3.
I'm sorry, was that HH?
Yes, HH, house. JJ, which John 15 through 18. 8, 9, and 10, and 15.
Can you repeat it, Mrs. Pham?
Which one? Which letter? Was
Just
H
from the
starting
top,
with
from the
H2?
beginning.
Okay. It's DD2,
Is that boy too?
DD dog 2,
Oh, okay.
and then HH house 1 through 3.
There's no 3.
And then JJ, which is John 15 through 18. And then OO, octopus 8, 9, and 10, and 15.
We do not
There's
have.
only HH1, Mrs. Pham. You want HH1?
I have HH2 and 3. Wasn't that something that was just recently added or no?
No, HH1.
Okay, then HH1.
Okay. Mr. Pocanoli?
I'm good, Chair. Thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
I have JJ 19, please.
Dr. Holness?
None.
Mrs. Leonardi?
None.
Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you. Sorry. I'm just looking at JJ 27 and 18, so I think I'll be okay on that. JJ 7, just to put it out there in case I still need it. And I believe it's 0013, and I will let you know when I get with Andre over there if I needed more. Sorry. 13. Okay. Nope, I'm good. Thank
Okay,
you.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you, Chair. HH1, Charlie 2, JJ 3, JJ 9, JJ 19, 005.
Thank you. Any other double letter items? Okay. As we begin to take public comments for today's board meeting, the public will have the opportunity to speak on the items. I remind the public that speakers are advised to refrain from obscene or vulgar conduct, slanderous remarks, or statements that tend to incite violence or breach the peace. In addition, speakers are to demonstrate proper decorum and model the district's 8 character traits: cooperation, responsibility, citizenship, kindness, respect, honesty, self-control, and tolerance. Speakers are reminded to watch the clocks on both sides of the dais. The yellow light will come on to indicate 15 seconds remaining, and use these 15 seconds to wrap up your comments. At 5 seconds after the 3 minutes expire, the microphone will be reset for the next speaker. The next item of business on the agenda is H3, a motion to approve non-instructional appointments and leaves 2023-2024. May the chair have a motion and second on item H3.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. It is moved in second to approve H3, a motion to approve non-instructional appointments and leaves for 2023-2024. Is there any public comment?
Madam Chair, we have Ms. Jackie Luscombe. She can proceed to podium A.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Jackie Luscombe, Coral Springs, parent and chair of ESE Advisory. Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to speak to this item because I see that there are appointments in there concerning the appointment of, I think it's 4 or 5 SSOs who will come under the remit of SIU. And I think at the moment that's a little bit of a delicate subject. I would have concerns, big concerns about what training is being given by SIU to anybody at the moment, given the incident in here a couple of weeks ago. You'll know what I'm referring to. And historically, ESE Advisory has been involved in a lot of advocacy for ensuring that anybody who interacts with students, and particularly with students with disabilities who have different communication needs, different behaviors, and just one wrong move can trigger all kinds of complexities. I think there needs to be a long, hard look at what training anybody in this kind of a role is being given currently. I hope that that's part of the external review that's also going on, but I think questions need to be asked if we're sending anybody out into schools with a uniform on or in a role of authority that's trained by SIU. That's a big red warning sign at the moment, and I would like to urge that those people's training be examined before they are sent out to schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
We have no one else registered for this item.
Okay.
I'd like to speak.
Go ahead.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union. As we understand that there's always a need to increase our positions, what we have noticed that you guys put a close on was hiring more teachers. You close that gap, and I'd like the public to hear this. The class sizes have increased drastically, so they put it out there that we don't have a problem with having teachers. We have all of our classrooms covered with teachers. But what they don't tell you, when we have a class size of 22, there'll be 28. Or a class size of 35 and you have 50. Oh, pictures will be coming. I've had conversations with everyone sitting up there on the dais except for council. It's happening, it's real. But we get the runaround conversation that it's not happening because people are crafty with the pen and can put whatever they want on paper instead of actually going in and verifying. But you know who verifies that the class sizes are higher? Is the actual teacher that is teaching the course. I know we've got our students that are brilliant when they do Cambridge, they're brilliant when they do AP. It still doesn't mean that you stack it with 50, 55 students. When a teacher goes from a school capacity of their class settings of 160 to grade to 260, that should be something you guys want to look into. I also would like to talk about when you guys go out do the equity checks on moving certain salaries. Broward Teachers Union has been asking for years on certain departments in our TSP unit. That is the group that takes care of lots of operations in the Broward County Public Schools. We've been asking to do the check in industry to move their salaries to meet the needs of their salary so they can get the work done. That is one of the reasons why you don't get to have people come in hired and you can't keep the ones. They find jobs that will pay them the $25,000 to $50,000 more that they deserve when they're doing the work expectation in a department that has 3 when they should have 8. So then there's that. So they're working more accountability, they're not getting paid to industry rates, but you expect more, and then you wonder why they're leaving. So those are some of the conversations that I like you guys to have more in depth with your staff of why is it still happening. So I get you want to believe and trust, and I get it, but also verify. And when I'm telling you class sizes are extremely larger, go to schools yourself. Go walk in a school and talk to teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. And any board discussion on H3?
Yes, ma'am. I put that in.
Yeah, Mrs. Pham.
First of all, I want to thank Ms. Fusco for speaking, but I want to make it clear on the record that no one has reached out for me from her or her office, but I would welcome an email detailing her thoughts. So moving on from that, I just wanted to say in reviewing H3, I had some concerns, and this is what it is. One of the examples of hiring is a grant administration specialist. Okay, this person has a 4-year business degree. It doesn't indicate any special experience, but they're coming in at approximately $73,396. And that's significantly more than what we're paying our teachers who have 4 years degrees and the ones that have master's degrees. So I want to be mindful that we have to keep our salaries in line. So we're supporting all different departments and areas. And in addition, there's also multiple job salaries starting at $59,396. And I would say that only requires a high school diploma. So again, I think it's really a slap in the face to our teachers that we're bringing people in that have a high school diploma when we're requiring so much more of our teachers. Lastly, I just wanted clarification because the purchasing agent 2 indicates that the offer is currently $7,000 less than the current salary. I just want to get clarification if that's accurate. Thank you.
Dr. Licata.
Mr. Azarito.
Good morning, David Azarito, Chief People Officer. So the question on purchasing agent 2, could you repeat that, Mrs. Pham?
Yeah, it appears that the current offer is $7,000 less than the current salary, I think, of the person being offered the position. I just want to make sure that that's accurate.
For the purchasing agent 2, the current salary is $44,384, and the recommended is higher at $59,396.
So what is the person that's being recommended for the current salary? Are they taking a pay cut? That's my question, of $7,000?
No, from what I'm looking at, purchasing agent specialist currently, moving up to purchasing agent 2, their current salary is $44,000.
I'm looking at purchasing agent 2. Mm-hmm.
And I believe that's the only one that's coming today. Yep, she's actually, it's a $15,000 increase.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. I just had a quick question. This is conversation that we've had a number of times, and we were going to have a workshop for you to explain how all of a sudden someone's getting an $11,000 increase in pay, because I've always asked the question, how do we do this? And we don't look at equity in industry for our teachers. And I was told we were going to have a workshop where we could discuss what this looks like and why. So I just want to reiterate that I would like us to have that workshop and to be clear to the public as well as to the board members on how this happens, because it is frustrating, especially as a teacher, when I look at it and see, and I get it, we want to keep the people that are working and we want to be true to the industry, but it doesn't look right when we're talking about teachers. So I just really would like to understand this better. So I'm just requesting again publicly a workshop for us to go over how this works.
Dr. Licata.
We would be happy to provide that as we look at those salaries, and I agree we should have a good explanation about market and being competitive with everything that we do. So please, Dr. Wanza, make that part of our workshop moving forward.
Any other board member comment? Seeing none. The question is on the approval of H3. Those in favor of approving H3 say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and H3 is approved. The chair would like to take a moment to recognize newest staff appointments. If we could have all school board-based and district-based appointees please stand. We would like to congratulate each of you for your career advancement with Broward County Public Schools. We value you and your families. And Dr. Licata, can you please introduce the new leaders for a few remarks?
Dr. Wanza, would you introduce our newly appointed to the role as director and above, including our new principals, not the ones that are transfer? Give them their minute, as I said, minute, to speak to us. So thank you.
Yes. So on behalf of Dr. Hepburn, we would like to introduce the new principal of Oak Ridge Elementary School. I believe she's a Blanche Ely Tiger, Miss Tianka Pender.
I stand before you as a proud product and employee of Broward County Public Schools, having graduated from Blanche Ely High School. Go Tigers! I count it as an honor, a privilege, and a blessing to serve the community at Oak Ridge Elementary School as we continue to forge for providing a world-class education for our students. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank my village of mentors who supported me throughout this journey, including our district leadership development department, as well as district leadership, and most importantly, my village, my family and friends who unwaveringly support me throughout my career and life. Again, thank you, and have a great day.
On behalf of Mrs. Marte, Deputy Superintendent of Finance and Operations, we would like to introduce to you Ms. Denise Mincy Mills, the Officer of Economic Development and Diversity Compliance.
Yeah. Good morning, through the chair. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you so much for this opportunity. It was a little hard getting out of Miami-Dade, but I'm here. Yeah. And thanks to all those who made sure I had a smooth landing. It's no accident that I'm here. I have 3 of my former supervisors here. They know my work, they know my passion, and they know what 40 years of experience in economic development in the public, private, nonprofit, and as an entrepreneur in the Turks and Caicos Islands. So I have a lot of experience, proven track record. I bring everything that I have to the district, and I look forward to serving you, the board, you, Mr. Superintendent, senior staff, as well as all the residents of Broward. Thank you so much for this amazing opportunity.
So at this time, we will now recess this regular school board meeting for a board photo with new staff appointments.
We're going down? We're going down. We're going down.
Yes. Board members come to the dais. We need Ms. Dixon.
What's it?
This regular school board meeting is now reconvened. Dr. Licata.
So I usually don't take a lot of time to give comments, but so many great things are happening. So it's due, and I know we are trying to reduce our time. But last week I was able to attend something that really marked a significant piece for our community and a success story. I'm talking about Rickards Middle School and the groundbreaking. The teachers had an opportunity to celebrate with their principal early in the morning, and then the elected officials, as well as some of us, were able to be there with Ms. Leonardi's persistence to make sure we get that done. That school has been sitting as an empty lot for 2 years. It is now has equipment on it. It's moving forward. It's got a dynamic staff, teachers, the students. They all deserve. They certainly deserve the very best, and I appreciate everyone being there. I also appreciate the media that was there that day. They did a phenomenal job in celebrating with us, and that's so important. You know, we have to celebrate. You know, being such a big organization, we understand there's days that we aren't great, and there are days we are great. It's important. You know, we don't just write about when the Dolphins lose. We write about when they win too, and we need to write about when Broward County Public Schools wins, not just when they lose. And that's important. It's very important because news is about sharing with the community the important items. And I really appreciate it. For those that know, I have a unique relationship with the media, and it's a phenomenal relationship with the media. And I appreciate it. As a matter of fact, all of them actually have my cell phone, and I respond immediately if there's any questions they have. Ari, Hatzel, phenomenal folks. You know, Jim DeFeeti, challenging, but I've given him an interview in a heartbeat. You know, he's very challenging. And even Steve Bousquet, who's a legend in this area. And I'm going to continue to do that because I will have to face some difficult questions. I have no problem with that. However, I do have a problem with publishing hearsay, and that's not appropriate. It's not angering. It's not upsetting. It's disappointing. It's very disappointing. We have an obligation to make sure we present everything in light or in darkness. We have to do that. And I appreciate the media having such a great relationship with me. Again, they all have my cell phone, and I respond immediately, every one of them. And I want to continue that way, and I promise this board would be upfront with the media. So please, if you have any questions, please call me. Otherwise, it's sort of negligent to produce information that's not true and correct. Also want to talk about this event the other night. I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. Soul Bowl. I know I've been to the Muck Bowl many times out in Belglade and Pahokee, so I'm sorry if I offend those folks up there, but the Soul Bowl was probably one of the best, if not the best event I've ever been to. Ms. Rupert, thank you for being there. The players, the band, the cheerleaders, the community, the food under the tent was ridiculously good. Everything was perfect, and the principals had planned it out. The pageantry was phenomenal. Dr. Toomer was there with me. Phenomenal, phenomenal, phenomenal. That's a celebration. It was phenomenal to have there. Harold Pryor was there. We had a lot of folks. That's what Friday night should be for students. That's what it should be about. It was just wonderful. But I do know they play this weekend as well, or this Friday night, and I think Board Member Alston has already made a prediction, so we'll move on with that. So that's awesome. Huge, huge shout out to our food service staff. Mary Mulder, phenomenal job with your staff. They recently had a state intricate, detailed, to the letter audit, and they did not have one finding. They did not have one room for improvement. They were perfect. They were the example of what food service should be around the country. That group is unheralded. They feed our children hundreds of thousands of meals a day, and they are just there all the time for us. We forget how many people it takes to get students ready so they can walk into a classroom and a teacher can teach. Everybody in this organization is important. Bus driver doesn't show up, that child's not there. They don't eat, they're hungry. They're not healthy, they're not learning. If the building isn't clean, it's tough to learn. So we have to continue to give every group their recognition. Mary Mulder and staff, you are unsung heroes, and thank you. And I've eaten your food recently, and it's phenomenal. So I really do appreciate that. I also want to talk about what we just saw today. Mr. Azarito, I've given you compliments before, but it's your staff and it's you and your leadership. That's important because right now we have some folks coming back or coming from other districts, and we're not trying to recruit from outside, but people want to come here. We have a teacher vacancy rate, classroom vacancy rate of around 1%. That's unheard of around the country right now. That's unheard of. And we're going to continue, we're going to continue to try and recruit the very best in every department and everywhere and continue to take care of our employees as much as we can. Moving forward, I know it's important. Moving forward in budget season, we are going to look forward. We're going to look hard to make sure that we take care of our staff. We do it in an equitable way, Ms. Hickson. We present why we're doing it. But there's an excitement to come back here, and it's a great excitement. And we're going to continue that. Again, everything we do isn't perfect, but let's cover our wins as well, not just our losses. I can't say thank you enough to the principals, and I look forward to this weekend with the game. But Thursday night, a personal note, I'm going to a play over at JP Taravella with my wife for date night because I think it's important. I see all events, not just sporting events. I see everyone in their cast and their characters and such. We have a great district, and everything isn't perfect, but we're going to continue to fight and do the right things and constantly talk about the great things and be out front of the things we're not doing well. I've never shied away from the media, and I will not, because honesty and transparency, the truth is easy to tell, it's easy to defend, and it's easy to remember. Keep that in mind. And finally, it pains me that we've lost so many staff members and students. We are a large organization, and we will recognize an amazing man on Sunday or Saturday. I will be there. We've lost several students this year, and recently we've made a decision to go ahead and honor those folks in the agenda that were part of our team, part of our family. It's a great tradition that we want to continue and do because life is precious. And remember, we get one shot at this, and let's make our world better. Let's not make social media our positive or negative of the day. Let's make our life important and make sure we count our blessing every day, because every day is a gift. Tomorrow's not guaranteed. So thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder, if you haven't signed up to speak online or you haven't filled out the card, please do so, because you need to have done either one of the two to be able to speak on the item. So before the item is polled, you have to have filled out the card, and you can do so outside in the hallway. Next up is committee reports, District Advisory Council.
Chuck Harper, District Advisory, but because Dr. Lynch Walsh can read a lot faster than I, she's going to deliver what we have to say. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, District Advisory Council member. To the School Board of Broward County and Superintendent Licata, it is said that actions speak louder than words. At the October 17, 2023 regular school board meeting, the actions of multiple school board employees sent a deafening confirmation of just how little the system values those who volunteer their time to the often daunting task of making Broward County Public Schools a better place to learn and work. What began as a collaborative effort between BCPS and DAC to recommend a curriculum that was both comprehensive and statutorily compliant ended in a series of unbelievable events that subjected a long-term volunteer to substantial physical and emotional harm, a growing financial burden, and a third-degree felony charge. The excuse that no one can question, much less stop the actions of a sworn officer, even when those actions conflict with policy, procedure, or common sense, is cause for significant concern for the safety and well-being of all of us and should serve as a wake-up call to the school board that there are disturbing deficiencies in how SIU, safety and security, and meetings as a whole are managed in terms of logistics, policy, and de-escalation and conflict resolution techniques. We support an external, independent, comprehensive review of the events that occurred on 10/17 with a focus on the policies, procedures, training, and organizational culture guiding behavior that day. The purpose of the external review is not to review what Debbie Espinosa did. Nothing she did should have ever resulted in her being treated like a criminal, handcuffed, marched outside, marched back inside, ignored by key cabinet members, shoved into a closet, intimidated by an armed officer, denied her inhaler, handcuffed to a stretcher, hauled off to jail, strip search, cavity search, and spending more than 24 hours in jail before being released on her own recognizance. The purpose of the external review is to review what staff did for the purpose of identifying what could have been done better, what should have happened, and what should never happen again. On 10/17, former DAC chair and 2020 Volunteer of the Year, Debbie Casey Espinosa, came to the KCW boardroom to speak in support of the Human Reproduction and Disease Prevention curriculum. As a member of the DAC subcommittee that reviewed the proposed curriculum, Debbie actively participated in subcommittee meetings and reviewed elementary school videos for content. After Debbie spoke, a public speaker questioned whether Debbie had served on the subcommittee. The public speaker's volume level caused School Board Chair Lori Alladef to issue her a warning. As it was the public speaker who was warned, having the public speaker removed from the boardroom for the remainder of the meeting would have satisfied Policy 1100A. Instead, the meeting was recessed and security asked both the public speaker and Debbie Espinosa to leave. Debbie immediately agreed to leave. The public speaker vehemently objected at first, but ultimately left as well. You can hear Debbie objecting to being touched while being herded out of the boardroom by SIU Detective Mastriani. Policy 1100A does not require removal from the premises. Policy 1010, Article 5 only requires removal as part of a progressive remedy. Once both women were in the lobby, the situation escalated when two SIU detectives hired the same day with presumably the same training produced very different outcomes. In the lobby, the public speaker loudly demands to speak to the superintendent. Her friend appears and is allowed to pull her aside, de-escalating the situation. PIO John Sullivan comes out to tell her she will be allowed back into the boardroom to speak. In stark contrast, Debbie Espinosa is shadowed by Detective Mastriani. The critical missing 9 to 10 seconds where Debbie goes from being a free woman to being handcuffed and charged with battery on a law enforcement officer exists only on surveillance video. When the camera pans back, Debbie is handcuffed with her heavy tote bag hanging from the cuff on her wrist, while her friend and ride home, Carolyn Crone, can be heard in the boardroom supporting the curriculum. Both the PIO and Chief of Staff stop to look at Debbie sitting outside, but nothing changes. Safety and Security Chief Jamie Alberti comes along, goes into the closet, and instead of de-escalating the situation, comes out and announces that Debbie's being arrested. Witnesses attempting to provide statements were ignored. Incredibly, despite all the witnesses and video footage to the contrary, Debbie was also charged with disruption of a school board meeting. Longtime volunteers are used to staff and others steering narratives that attempt to undermine or minimize the advisory contributions you claim to value. But our resilience is no match for a system that can so easily turn a volunteer into a felon. We trust the school board will hold the superintendent accountable for making the changes necessary to avoid this ever happening again. Sincerely, DAC Steering Committee, Diversity Committee Chair, Chair of the Facilities Task Force Audit Committee, Technology Advisory Chair, and all of your areas.
Thank you. Audit Committee.
Audit Committee Chair, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh. Switching gears. Today you have an item for behavioral threat assessment audit. What you aren't probably being told is that the audit committee passed a motion at our last meeting, once we had all of the relevant facts, numbers, and that type of thing. Instead of auditing from last March, which would have been everyone's preference, because of the cost and the timing, we passed a motion to have RSM perform an audit of the threat assessment process beginning with the school year of August 2023, ending December 2023, sampling 100% of the very serious and 35 of all other categories combined. 35 total, not each, and requesting the report be delivered by February 2024. The second motion was that we move by November 16th that we have an outline for a proposal with RSM reflecting what the audit committee has expressed, quarterly reports with 100% of the high threats and 35 total of the other categories. The third motion was to have the chief auditor and the BTA director, anyway, Mr. Lozano, together provide a recommendation about reporting on the existing and new threat management plans on a quarterly basis. Such proposal will be provided to the audit committee by November 16th. Will that happen? I don't know. DD5, per usual, your chief auditor is recommending using our own audit team members to perform the work within the OCA's budget with no impact to fund balance. Let's be clear about why there's an impact to the fund balance. There was no budgeted amount for BTA audits for this year. So any cost that is external would then have to come out of the general fund because it wasn't planned for, because someone was thinking that you're going to have staff doing it. According to the DD5 item, so the cost would be about $258,000, which we think children's lives are worth at least that. But he just hired somebody. It says the BTA auditor has been hired and will start on November 14th. And the current BTA audit manager will then train him and have him start field work in January 2024 with a report in March 2024. We spent a lot of time trying to see whether RSM could train this person. The person that was most recently hired, and understand that despite what you tell your direct report, the chief auditor, he continues to hire people with no accounting background, and this one didn't even meet minimum requirements. So we're going to have to talk about that at the audit committee. We didn't have time last time. He did hire somebody that was retired with an accounting background, but he keeps hiring people that can never take his job through attrition. That's a problem, because that department, we're supposed to look at the efficiency and effectiveness of the chief auditor's office, and he keeps stocking the place with people that don't really know how to audit. So we're going to ask, this motion was passed at our last meeting. Today you're supposed to decide whether you're going to fund it. Please fund it appropriately. It's $258,000. RSM has been doing these audits since inception. And we would need to discuss and evaluate whether staff is capable of doing that internally before switching to that model. Thank you.
Thank you. Broward County Association of Student Councils and Student Advisor to the Board.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. This is Bianca, alternate student advisor here. First of all, round of applause to my fellow high school, Blanchard High School marching band, for giving us an amazing performance. Recently, we just held our second BCAC meeting on October 26th at MacArthur High School. Thank you to their amazing SJ staff for making sure that everything was in set order. We also had our very first Superintendent Student Advisory Committee meeting with Dr. Licata, asking questions regarding student engagement, safety, construction. If you have any questions, please feel free to email me at student.advisor.out@broadschools.com. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Point of privilege.
Dr. Licata.
I tell you what, that was probably the most nerve-wracking experience when high school seniors and juniors, and you know they're brilliant children, probably far smarter than me, start asking you questions, then you run out of time and they get to ask more. But they were great questions, and they were adult questions. It was about making society better. It was about making our schools better. It was very objective, and I sat in a room full of our future leaders, and as I've always said, I think the future looks pretty bright, especially with the folks I sat with, these kids. They were phenomenal, so thank you, and very proud of your school.
Thank you. Broward County Council PTAs, PTSAs, their report was received, and Dr. Licata, if you can send it to the board and also to add it to the agenda. Broward Education Foundation. Diversity Committee.
Podium A or B?
You're
B or
good. A.
All right. All right. Good morning. Again, whoever had the students come in here this morning, I appreciate that. That really made my day. Hope you guys continue to do that. All right, before I start my report, I would be remiss if I didn't concur with the rest of the board chairs with what happened last month. One of the things I would like for the board to consider, as well as Dr. Licata, is to, when and if you conduct an investigation, we would like for you to make that entity public. Please do not delete the videos surrounding the incidents. And also, if you can provide us the process and protocols for SIU and security, because it seemed like it was just pandemonium, and no one knew what the right hand or the left hand was doing. So, if that information could be provided and to the community, that would be great. That way, we'll know coming in what we need to prepare for: bail money or being escorted out just for the remainder of the day. All right, we've had behavioral threat assessment presentation, we've had advanced academic presentations, we have had intervention prevention presentation. We asked those departments for further data district-wide for comparative perspective on equity. We are awaiting responses. Mr. Superintendent, Dr. Licata, if you could please get with staff. It's an arduous process to get information. It's like pulling teeth, so if you can talk to staff and see if we can get that information. I'm not asking it to be 24 hours, but I'm at least giving 72 hours so I can have a return time. That's the way the advisory committee can do their job. All right, the site visits has had a consistent theme. We've seen 2 schools so far. Huge facility issues, both construction and overall appearance. Work order backlogs, for example, one of the schools had work orders, they were canceled, they don't know who they were canceled with, they had to redo the work orders, unacceptable. Security issues as far as students and the district-wide ID displaying. We went to 2 schools, and I can tell you when classes were moving from one class to the next, those students did not have any IDs on, or if they did, it was invisible. And I can count out of the 30, this is so low, out of the 30 maybe kids that we saw, maybe 1 had an ID that was displayed. So I know that Chair Al-Hadaf, it's a real issue and it's a personal thing for her, as well as Ms. Hickson, about the IDs and making sure that the kids are able to be identified. And I think that we need to send out another message to those schools to make sure that these kids are displaying those items. Textbooks were visible but are not being used, and the humongous lack of communication between the district and the bond contractor that you all have. When we go for these site visits, we're accompanied by a manager of construction, a PPO manager for the specific zones. What I did not do a good job of last year was emphasizing the bond people having no clue what the district's vision is for the betterment of implementation, to do a better job of implementing what you guys are thinking or what you would like to see. We have a lot of overlapping work. An example of that is that one of the schools we went to, the gymnasium, was being repainted by the district from top to bottom. However, the manager that was there stated, well, we don't know that. So if that's in part of our scope of work, then we have to turn around and ask the district back for our money. So that is unacceptable. I don't know what the disconnect is, but you guys need to work that out. Because the schools are the ones that are suffering when there's no communication. The district will, Dr. Honus, we went to the schools you visited were in your district, which you've been to, one of the schools you've been to twice. And I was very disappointed on how the school's condition looked. So you may want to have to go back, and I can send you something in reference to what that school was, but it's atrocious. I can't function going into a building that looks like trash, and you want kids to function to go into a building that looks like trash? It's awful. Garbage everywhere, the place is dirty, unacceptable. There's way too much waste in this district, and the district needs to do a better job being fiscally responsible. We have up and coming site visits from a week from today, and we'll keep the board abreast. I also want to stress the importance of safety and security for all students and staff during our trying times. But I just want to emphasize that Children should go into an environment where they feel comfortable and they're able to learn. If the place looks like garbage, you can't expect them to do anything. It's unacceptable. All right, until next month.
Thank you. Dr. Licata.
Would you be able to provide a copy of that so I can talk about it at Executive Cabinet on Monday morning? Because I think everything you said in there is vital to our operations, and from an eye from outside the public, I appreciate that. Dr. Holness has been on us about fixing his schools consistently, actually every day. So I need that so we can review it and go over the areas of where we need to improve. So thank you for that. Very constructive. I appreciate it.
Employee unions groups.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi. Good morning, Superintendent, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Lisa Yurkin. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Federation of Public Employees. We really appreciate you giving the accolades to the employees. That appreciation is very, very much valued. We remain concerned as well for our employees. As we know, the cost of living in South Florida is astronomical. The referendum money was not supposed to be used to replace existing salary increases. That's not the intent. As I go out and I speak with members and people within the school system and the employees, most of them have the same thing to say. They can't afford their rent. They can't afford their mortgage. They're trying to find a grocery store where they can afford to shop. They can't afford childcare. There was a fellow I was talking to, he has 4 kids, $900 a month in childcare. They can't afford to stay here. They can't afford to maintain an appropriate lifestyle with what they're earning. These are hardworking employees. They're dedicated and committed to our children and to our school system. And we should value them and want to retain them. They are overworked. Any existing openings need to be filled so that they're not double and tripling up on their positions, overworking them. When we talk about mental and emotional health, that has a major impact. Have we filled all the positions for the custodials, the clerical? I know we're hurting to get people to come here, and we want to work with you. And I think one way to assist is to provide economic incentive for people to come in salaries and salary increases. It's so heartbreaking to hear that a parent has to choose what they can buy, what they can't buy, where they can live and where they can't live. They're taking care of their parents, their siblings, other members of their family who are also hurting. So please, don't pass on the insurance costs as well. We're hearing that as well. They can't afford that. They really can't. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Mr. Silvernail.
Good morning. Jim Silvernail, Business Representative, Federation of Public Employees. Yes, our phones have been blowing up regarding the rumors out for 2025 that the employees will be paying for their own insurance. The word is out there. I hope that's not true, but we're just bringing it to your attention today that we're totally against that, but also it's subject to collective bargaining. I will be glad to meet with you, Superintendent Licata. The time is now. If you want to know where there's some problems is in the district, especially in the bond issue and especially in the maintenance department, we'll be glad to sit down with you. We've been waiting for this moment, but I had to wait for you to get your feet wet, okay? So we'll be glad to sit down and speak with you, and I will call you next week, I promise you, okay? So I'm going to turn this over to Willie because Willie has a couple things to add.
Greetings, Dr. Licata and board members. Willie Bailey with the Federation of Public Employees. My concern, I represent facilities, and my concern is the contracting. I know that we're in a position where we need positions, but before we contract, I think we need to hire. And maybe we can get those schools that were mentioned earlier cleaned when we have bodies in those positions. And as my coworkers just said, we need to make sure that they're getting a decent salary. that supports them, an actual living wage, and increases to come with those wages. So before we look at contracting our positions, let's hire people in those positions. Let's give people some jobs. There are a lot of people who have applied with the school board where I'm hearing that they own 2 and 3 months waiting for background. We need to speed up the process. We need to get these positions filled. We have too many empty positions in our schools, in facilities, in security, and in different areas that we need to find a way to fill them. Let's not contract. Let's fill. Let's give people jobs. That's what I ask. I'll be glad to speak with you at any time, whenever you're available. All right, thank you all.
Thank you so much. Any other groups, employee union groups?
But of course. Hey, good morning. Anna Fusco, Broward Teacher Union President, representing our educators, our support staff, and our technical support staff. So I'm going to start off to piggyback off of our brothers and sisters of FOPI. We know that it's a constant conversation that I hope that you guys are taking it with seriousness and not like, oh God, here they are again. We need you to take this with open minds and also open hearts, that there's a real need to move salaries to where people can afford to stay here in Broward, because as it might be easy to live in Palm Beach and travel to Broward, people really want to live in Broward and work in Broward, or live in Dade, certain parts. They might have lived there forever, but people want to get off the roads. We see a lot of things happening, and anything that can bring down the stress to make it better for the educator and the support staff that work hand in hand, first and foremost with our student, but also work hand in hand to do the everyday operations. Less stress, knowing that they can succeed financially will only be better when they walk into a school and are taking care of the needs of our students. I would also like to encourage that when you get into closed door today sometime, that those that are sitting up on the dais, and that's what I meant last time when I spoke in H3, I spoke to everyone on the dais. Those that tend to be on the phone are out because they're on medication. I don't get a chance to speak to you. So I try to reach out and speak to everybody and have a real conversation, whether I'm having fun or I'm serious and might be known as negative. But bringing real situations is important. And we are on our 4th superintendent to get the job done for a reason. Not because everything is great and positive, but we are great and positive. And that's why teachers show up every day, to make sure that what happens in their little bubble classroom is what matters for the student. But when they get outside of it, they need people to hear them, that there's real issues going on. When we hear one of our other committees talk about visiting schools and they're deplorable. And I don't want it to be that our working force isn't getting it done. They're not getting it done because they're understaffed. When you have a school that needs 8 custodians and you're working on 2, how's it getting done? We know that the process to be cleared cannot be deviated from. That's an understanding. But I don't believe that's the only rationale why people don't get cleared. When we have a job fair for our teachers and they're hired in July and they can start in August, that's not 3 months. So it's not about security or clearance, it's about something else. So that is your job to check into it. So I'm encouraging that we talk strongly about moving real salaries. A 1.7 allocated funding from the government is what was brought, and a 0 from the district. Every year you make it to find the money, but put us through the back and forths. Can we get through the back and forths? Let's get, before the holiday, a settlement of a real increase. Palm Beach got 7, Dade got 3.5, but they all had healthy other incentives to move their salaries. We didn't go in gouging. We went in realistic. We're in one of the largest counties and the highest financial piece to live into. So we're asking, I think, fairness. Not that we want to look like we're griping, we're complaining, and doing something that wants to aggravate and not seeing the good in everything. Broward Teachers Union has been around for decades. We are always promoting the greatness of Broward County Public Schools. That is a given. But people are working overtime by any means necessary to make certain particular pieces look fun and wonderful while they're ragged out and beat down and not being able to afford. And I am going to puddle jump about Debbie Espinoza. As an employee of Broward Schools, Anna Fusco, and coming into this boardroom and into this building, I was always attacked by certain people that you allowed to attack me. In my face, spit on, threatened, touched, pushed, and not one of your security ever stopped them. And then we have a pillar of our community get arrested for a nudge, possible. I implore you, which we've been asking for months and years, to go into a training on how to handle it and to make known who are the arresting police and who are not. And I have a great relationship with SIU. But sitting in suits today does not separate them that they are actual police.
Thank you so much. Next, any other employee union groups? ESC Advisory Council? Beacon, there's a noise coming from the speaker?
Shall I just wait for that to stop?
Thank you.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Go ahead,
Jackie Luscombe, ESC Advisory Chair, good morning. Our Autism Committee meets this Thursday, 10 a.m., Coral Park Elementary. We have a presentation on how to start a peer buddy program. We had been hoping that maybe staff could go to. We know that parents will be along to learn about how these groups can enable more inclusive environments in our schools and provide learning and socializing opportunities between students with disabilities and their peers. We need more, as pledged by the chief of OSPA in writing to us in 2016, that there would be work done by the district to encourage schools and even maybe require schools to adopt peer buddy programs so there's consistency in all. We have some great programs running. This presentation is going to be is a model of a good one, and we're grateful to the autism coach Carol Panzarella at Coral Park Elementary who's going to be demonstrating that. Our Meaningful Inclusion Subcommittee met, I think it was last week online, did a presentation on assistive technology for students with disabilities. And our Emotional Behavioral Disabilities Committee, later this month, their meeting will be providing a presentation on the Mobile Crisis Unit and how to access mental health and behavioral supports. The school board members for District 1 and 2, so grateful to you for having a town hall about inequities and disparities in education. However, it clashes with our committee meeting, and I would like to ask once again, as all of us have on committees, that the calendar, the online public events and meetings calendar, be properly updated, not just month by month, but months ahead. For the rest of the year, we have all our meetings set. And I have 2 meetings coming up for ESE Advisory that we have big clashes with, and it would be lovely to be having all of these events happening and moving around each other. That's a really important town hall, and none of us can be at it that want to be at ESE Advisory too. On the deaf and hard of hearing saga, I'm very happy that a permit has now been granted from the building department for work to go ahead at South Plantation High. This is to install an emergency system that will give visual alerts for folks who are deaf, students and staff in an emergency. We do need a new timeline and date, please. We keep giving, year after year after year, this saga has gone on and on. We had hoped it would end in April when we were told it would be completed. Then we were told it would be completed by the first day of school this year. Then it wasn't. Then we were told November. Hello, we're now in November. So we do need a new timeline and date and proper communication out to all staff and the parents of those students that this affects. On the subject of communication, I think there is a misunderstanding at this end of how much communication there has actually been with the very staff this affects, and I don't think there's been outreach to the parents of students at all. Deaf students. but making decisions about what they're going to be given as interim safety measures, as opposed to going out to schools and asking them what they need, is a big difference. That latter part has not happened, no matter what you're told, and that's really disappointing. There is some awesome work going on around this, and I'm really grateful to the folks who are pulling out all stops, working day and night, literally. I know Lynn Moscoso and IT security have been doing really, really sterling work, and I'm grateful to them. Our last ESE advisory meeting, we had Dr. Licata along. I'm glad that you came. Thank you very much, and had some interaction with our community. We have great turnouts at our meetings, and we have 1,000,000,001 themes and problems and concerns that come up. I deal with all of those outside of meetings as well. Every single day I am inundated and swamped by parents that I'm trying to help, and some, obviously, I refer to the ESE department, but some, that is not how their issues are going to be resolved. There's a lot of compliance issues. There are, particularly at the moment, I'm handling, I think, 3 or 4 cases in which students were allegedly assaulted by staff members. 3 cases. And communication shuts down. There are no protocols, procedures, there's no communication pathways between the parent and BCPS. It's a huge aberration. It's leaving people floundering. I'll just mention Ed Plan again because I know because I have to, but you're trying to fit a square peg in a round hole, please don't. And finally, my name was on that letter that was read out by DAC, for DAC as well. What happened in here the last meeting was egregious. We have to be growing volunteerism in Broward, and we can't with that kind of thing going on. I need to know that when I come here or come to any meeting, and I do positive work, and all of us do with this district, we're not going to be hauled off in handcuffs, strip searched, cavity searched, and not go home to our kids for 28 hours. Thank you.
East Hall Leadership Council. Facilities Task Force.
Back again, Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Chair of the Facilities Task Force. I feel the need to repeat this every time I come up here. The Facilities Task Force was resurrected after the 1997 grand jury report to help the board have people that would advise them, because in the past, they could not rely on facilities staff to advise them accurately and appropriately. That was 1997. Then came the 2002 grand jury report, the 2011 grand jury report, and the most recent grand jury report, all of which focused on facilities. There is no past to stop dwelling on when it comes to facilities, because people fail to learn from the past. So we keep repeating it. To shed some light on what the Diversity Committee Chair mentioned about work orders, we have been spending a lot of time, after years of wondering just what in the world was going on with that Maximo implementation. We finally learned that, you know what? Nothing has been going on, really. And anything that's been going on has been going on all wrong. Years of investment, millions of dollars, tons of labor hours. A facilities person at a school can't see the status of a work order. They cannot generate a work order. We had one of our members attacked by a staff person, and I had to tell them that just like a board meeting, unless you're recognized by the chair, you don't get to spontaneously erupt, and you certainly don't start attacking FTF members. That did seem to quiet them down, but you know what we don't have? We don't have law enforcement officers to remove people when they're out of order at our meetings. So there is a huge problem. PPO, we learned, does not generate monthly reports. How can you manage without monthly reports? I say this as someone that came from the business community, but even here, one should expect to generate reports to monitor. And one of our functions is to monitor, which we cannot do if we don't know what people are doing. We deciphered that one of the problems, and the reason that we keep waiting for all the open work orders, is that they don't have categories. There's a list of categories. I was told by the new facilities chief that I'd have them. I haven't heard boo from her since Thursday night when she said I would have them. What we did hear from her, and the reason I started out with history repeating itself, is we are all in the same boat. What happened before, what happened 10 years ago, let's forget about that. Let's work together. The Facilities Task Force has been through its share of facilities chiefs and executive directors. We had one that led to a gag order where staff was threatened with progressive disciplinary action for talking to us, especially me. Is that in the past? Apparently, probably not. We had another one that thought that the Facilities Task Force and the media were the two biggest threats to the SMART program. Or could it be that there was no plan? There is no vision. There's supposed to be a long-range planning steering committee meeting that we haven't met as a group since June. So how could there be, the board has not developed a vision and a structure in which people should operate. So there is overlap because nobody manages to disaggregate PPO work from SMART work. That's how you ended up with the deaf and hard of hearing taking longer, because they did work in the media center at Peters only to find out they had to rip it all out. Work order, the Council of Great City Schools made recommendations and elevated the position of director to create an executive director of PPO. That was in 2019. If the person that was put into that executive director position didn't accomplish what that position was meant to accomplish, please don't recycle that person. Just because you can manage and get things done does not mean you can lead PPO into the 21st century. You need a reliability engineer that knows the technical side of Maximo. So we passed a motion after hearing about PPO. We moved to have PPO provide a work order aging report for the district by schools from inception to current in an electronic format to be provided 7 days before the next meeting. We're well into November. Let's hope that happens. We also talked about OIG. Is there an update? Deerfield Beach Elementary School Building 6 HVAC, looking for a response there. And finally, the status of the Pompano community meeting to discuss Markham Elementary. You guys passed a motion to have a community meeting. Have you guys had a meeting? Okay, no meeting scheduled yet.
Thank you so much. Gifted Advisory Council. Human Relations Committee.
Good. I get an intro song. That's great. Good morning, school board members, Superintendent Licata, and district staff. My name is Nancy Fry, and I'm the interim chair of the Human Relations Committee. As a refresher, our committee supports the work of the district as it pertains to policies regarding diversity, educational and vocational equity, non-discrimination, inclusion, and character education. I would like to highlight that I introduced myself as the interim chair. We have been unable to elect a chair to our committee because we have not had quorum for the past 2 months. I would like to request that the board members remind your appointees the importance of attending meetings. Now that policy 1.5 has been modified to comply with 1070, after 3 absences, your appointee will be removed and you will need to select another one. At our last meeting, we received a briefing about CESAR and the discipline management system. We have heard concerns about the accuracy of the data we are receiving regarding incidences of violence and especially bullying, so we are getting more information to find out if there are any particular areas in which we need to advocate. What I'm most proud to share with you is the resurgence of our human relations councils in our middle and high schools. We currently have 46 schools with HRCs. These pro-social clubs serve as an opportunity for students to be advocates for themselves, their schools, and their communities. Our committee serves as the megaphone, so to speak, for these students and the issues they want to promote, and our job is to make sure the councils are sustainable. I must recognize the Equity, Diversity, and School Climate Department for all the work they have done to help get these clubs up and running, and especially for the HRC summits they put on the past 2 Fridays, where I got this shirt. We held one summit in the North and Central Region schools and one for the South. In total, 14 high schools participated from across the county, with representation from our traditional schools, along with some of our alternative programs, such as Dave Thomas, the College Academy, Sheridan Technical, and Henry D. Perry. The students saw presentations from the ADL, Hanley Foundation, and Bringing the Globe, and had group discussions with staff as facilitators. My job is to relay back to you what we have heard from the students, and I really have to thank them for being so candid with us. We have so many bright leaders and communicators in our student population, and it is a disservice to them, the conditions in which they go to school, which I did not realize was going to be the theme for today with the other speakers as well. Most of the issues focused on facilities problems and a lack of staff. South Broward High reported black mold in their band room, and Coconut Creek High has rampant mold as well. Northeast High doesn't even have a computer lab. Overall, students said there was a lack of presence of administration, guidance counselors, and mental health staff. Our students don't have anyone to go to when they are in need because our schools are essentially working on a triage system where the immediate discipline problems must be handled, and those with a mental health or guidance issue are constantly being blown off if they can even get to an adult that can help. We heard requests for more visibility from administrators and principals so that they can really see what is happening with the students. The biggest issue raised by far was the reprehensible state of the bathrooms in so many of our schools. We heard about bathrooms consistently with no toilet paper or soap. We heard about missing stall doors and locks not being replaced. We heard about students requiring a security escort to go to the bathrooms who sometimes doesn't arrive until a half hour after they were called. We heard about menstrual products on floors because there was nowhere left to dispose of them and bathrooms not being cleaned at all from one day to the next. Students are sacrificing their health and waiting the entire school day until they get home to use a bathroom, or they have to travel from one end of campus to another to access the only working bathroom and risk a punishment for being late for class. How do we expect students to behave when they're treated this way? Do we think students feel valued showing up to these conditions? And do we think students will have any respect for themselves, each other, or anyone around them when they aren't even shown the basic human dignity of a functional bathroom? I'm a graduate of Broward County Schools, and my alma mater was one of the schools raising this issue. And I can tell you, it was not like that when I attended 20 years ago. Something needs to be fixed immediately. Our students deserve that much. We tasked the students with filling out forms that help them identify the problems at their schools, as well as what kind of solutions they want to see and what they need within reason to achieve those goals. We will be presenting more of that feedback in the coming months as those sheets are returned to us. I truly hope you will take note of everything we bring to you. These students feel as if no one is listening, and I would love nothing more than to prove them wrong. One last item I would like to raise came up during our last meeting. Since it was an informational meeting due to lack of quorum, we weren't able to pass a motion, but there was consensus from all in attendance that with what's going on between Israel and Palestine, as well as all of the other conflicts worldwide, we want to encourage the board to provide tools and resources to all of our faculty and staff to know how to handle their students during these times. And additionally, we see a need for a crisis management plan for whenever current events lead to division within our student body. Safety should be of utmost importance for our students. With that, I would like to take a moment of personal privilege and thank Vice Chair Hickson for appointing me as a representative on the committee again this year, and I look forward to working with all of you as we focus on our students and build bridges through diversity, equity, and inclusion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dr. Licata.
So I'm going to apologize because I've only met with the same committees 3 or 4 times so far, and 3 or 4 of this, or 2 of the union groups multiple times, but I've missed some of them. And I obviously missed this group here that I need to schedule, as well as some of these others that have spoken today. So I apologize. I'm asking staff to make sure it's on my calendar next week. I know it's a short week, but we will fill in and we will find time for you, because I need to hear these things. And it's lovely that I hear from the same groups over and over, but I haven't heard from groups like you. So it's time that I meet with the other groups and committees. So I appreciate you.
And we definitely have room on the agenda next week, Wednesday, 4 p.m., so we hope to see you there.
All right. All right. Or meet individually with me and some of my staff as well. So I appreciate staff if we could. This is what I'm supposed to do. Amen. I'm supposed to hear from people from the community, everybody, not just a few.
Amen.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Poganali?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And to speak on that point, Superintendent, I feel to hear from the same people over and over is still helpful, right? I feel like the community, and I think the more people we speak to, nothing is being done about it. That's what's frustrating. It's not the fact that we're not being heard, it's just being spoken about and we're talking to people and we're not doing anything. Dr. Holness, in his defense, I understand what we're going through. It's not that the board members allow this or staff allows our schools to be in this condition. It's upsetting for us too. To pull in and to see the conditions that we have to have our kids go to, it's upsetting. But the question is, when are we going to do something about it? When is it going to be done? Because it's not only, some people may think it's frustrating to keep hearing it, it's frustrating to keep coming week in and week out saying the same thing. People are coming in saying the same thing. So there's a couple things said today, and I think it's important for us to address them. And how we are going to address them, right? We talk about the inequities in our schools. We talk about our schools being in there, and I'm glad that we're having the conversation. That's what I think is important, but we need to start doing things about it. We talk about right now a lot of people in the community, and I know we've gotten the same emails all week, all 2 weeks we've been getting a lot of them. We have different curriculum that we have in place. When it comes to hatred in our community, when it comes to divisiveness, people feeling divided, feeling marginalized or targeted, we need to do something about it. It's a tough conversation to have, but when we have principal and staff scared to speak about something because they're going to be in trouble, scared to speaking about something because they're going to be out of line or offend people. So I believe as a staff, we need to hear what we're going to do about this. I believe in Hollywood, we have people in the Jewish community that are feeling targeted, feeling hated, and if we just throw it out there and saying, hey, we don't want to allow anti-Semitism, you can't just say it in a blanket statement. So I would like to know, what are we doing? Can we have an assembly that's going to be happening in our schools when we talk about hatred on every side? Nobody should feel targeted. Nobody should feel hated. What are we doing? So I believe that we should address it head on and have that conversation. Of course, schools is a different conversation when we talk about cleaning, staffing. It goes a long way. I know that. But I'd like to hear from the superintendent how we're going to address this specifically. The Jewish community, every community, how is nobody feeling targeted? Everybody. No place for hate goes for everybody. Not only a certain group or a couple people, everyone. Every child should feel safe. Every staff member should feel safe in our schools. So I would like to address that and see how we're going to address it. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Mr. Fogenholy. And we talked yesterday about this, and I know that Dr. Hepburn and I met about this, and we are going to put those assemblies in high school. We know that instructional time is so important, but we also have a bigger job to teach about students becoming adults and making the world better. So, Dr. Hepburn, I know you have a couple things that are already in the works and moving down. We talked to the regional soups and the regional directors about creating this to talk about the No Place for Hate, or talk about assemblies about social behaviors and such. So it's in the works, but I want to let Dr. Hepburn, because he's been charging this as of the last week or two.
Yep. Thank you, Dr. Licata. Yes, we've been talking about this as of the several days this week with Mrs. Hudge's team, also some folks in curriculum and on the academics team about expanding student assemblies, talking to different organizations. Even Megan Tereski's been in the office with us to figure out who can we leverage as far as outside organizations to assist us in this work, because we're not experts when it comes to this. We're experts at doing things in the classroom, curriculum, and instruction, but when it comes to talking about sensitive topics to ensure that students, faculty, and staff understand there is no place for hate. So we've been leveraging some things that we're going to start implementing next week. We've also had a couple of cities that also reached out who are dedicated some additional funds to help us in this effort with specific schools in their communities also. So you'll see a lot of things start happening next week with more assemblies, talking to organizations to come out, even reaching out to some Holocaust survivors, leveraging some opportunities with some conversations with the African American History Museum. So whatever partners that we have in Broward County, we're trying to leverage those relationships to get them in our schools to assist us in this effort. So it'll be ongoing starting next week.
Thank you. Board, I know everybody wants to speak on it. It's extremely important. We are in committee reports, and then we do have a lot of speakers waiting to speak. I would ask Dr. Licata to come back to the board this week with a plan and what that looks like. Okay, is that covered?
Perfect. Madam Chair, my hand was up first.
Go ahead, Dr.
Fogenholy spoke before me. My hand was up before Fogenholy. I believe it's important that my voice is heard to represent my district as well. I've put my hand up way before.
Go ahead. Talk.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'd like to comment on a couple of things. Regarding the appointees for the committees, it is important that they attend the meetings, the people we appoint. And so I am glad that that's brought forth, because when the committees don't have quorum, it affects how they function. So I think it's imperative that all of us encourage our appointees to attend these meetings as well. Now, I'd also like to comment on the issue that Ms. Grant mentioned within the schools. I appreciate that she did bring that forth. It's the first time I've heard that Ms. Grant had this issue, but I do appreciate it coming to us. And I can assure you that I will be speaking with the superintendent to make sure that that issue that Ms. Grant has is addressed. And I would encourage Ms. Grant as well, if you could put that in writing and send to my office, that would be greatly appreciated. And I encourage anyone who has any concerns to let me know. You know, I have an open line of communication. You can email me at jeffholness@browardschools.com. You can call my office at 754-321-2005. But I have visited 95% of our schools in District 5, and it will be 100% next month. And when I visit the schools, I meet with the superintendent, and I also meet with the deputy superintendent every month to go over the concerns of these schools and to also provide me with updates as to the prior concerns that were shared. And we do this righteously each and every month. The superintendent has a folder of concerns for me regarding the schools that I have visited, and some of these issues are ongoing, and some of them he has completed. For example, the fencing at Horizon has been completed. The SROs at Lauderhill 6 through 12 and Parkway at the Community Express has been attained. The soil removal at Peters has been completed, and so on. And there are still pending concerns that he's working on, but I can assure you, every week I visited at least 2 schools, take these concerns back to the superintendent. I call him all the time. He's probably sick of my calls sometimes, and to make sure that the issues are being addressed. So anyone in the public, if you have an issue, please call me. I am open. Please send me an email, and we'll be glad to address it expeditiously. Thank you.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to Dr. Hepburn and Mr. Fogenholy for bringing up the anti-hate assemblies. It's a conversation probably we've all been having with the superintendent, and it's really important when we do those assemblies that there are examples. I think some of the problem is students repeat things that they hear and they don't always understand the context of it. So when we're doing those assemblies, to give examples of what is a hate speech, how does this particular thing that you say, how does that affect someone in this category as opposed to someone in that one, in a variety of situations, because they just repeat what they see sometimes. So I think that's important. And also I just would like to ask the superintendent, I was speaking with Mary Ferdig, who will be up in a minute, I think, to speak on her committee, that there used to be a steering committee that every month the superintendent would meet together with all of the chairs of the different committees to have that discussion. So I'd like to ask you to consider doing that, so that you don't have to meet with everyone individually all the time. They come together as a group because they have a lot of similar concerns. So that would be something I would ask that maybe you could look into doing. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Parent Community Involvement Task Force.
Here's Mary. It's a segue.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Good morning, Mary Ferdig and Natalie Moffett here on behalf of the Parent and Community Involvement Task Force. I want to start my report by thanking you for supporting parent and community involvement and for appointing such dedicated volunteers to sit on our task force. As you know, there is a strong correlation between parent and community involvement and student success. At our meeting Monday evening, a concern was expressed regarding the recent arrest of the 2021 Volunteer of the Year, Ms. Espinoza, and the task force members requested I convey this to you today. Our task force is charged with energizing and increasing parent and community involvement. One of our strategies in accomplishing this is to determine why people are not involved. We have many methods for doing this, such as surveys, interviews, forums, town hall meetings, and so forth. Over the years, we've learned there are many reasons why members of our community don't participate. Some don't feel welcome in schools. Some worry that they will not fit in. Some fear if they speak out on a topic, their children will face retribution. What occurred in this room on October 17th is not something that encourages people to get involved. The initial concerns expressed over this turned into a larger conversation. Individual members came up with a list of ideas and concerns they asked me to bring to you. And I have to tell you, the first thing I was going to say today, I walked in the room and it was done. This room is back to what it used to look like for as long as I can remember, and I started going to school board member meetings when they were held at Sailboat Bend, and then when this building opened. So I think that, thank you. I'm glad that's back to normal. I won't waste any more time on that. There is a request to hold at least one nighttime meeting a quarter so that working parents can attend, participate, and hear your ideas. Ms. Hickson just brought up the idea that district advisory always, and I will tell you we have several past chairs, including myself, who sit on the Parent and Community Involvement Task Force. The superintendent always met when I was chair with me ahead of time, then the steering committee, and so there was always this communication. Don't know when that stopped. I first heard it in a joint meeting with Dr. Cartwright and from Ms. Espinoza, and so I would request that you maybe even expand that to all chairs. Okay, advisory and task force chairs are often working parents who cannot attend daytime meetings, so they submit written reports. While the written reports are accepted, they are not read into the record for those in this room as well as those listening or watching and meeting. And so a lot of important information does not get out to the public. People take their time to volunteer, take the time to read the report into the record. From the first days of our task force, customer service has been a huge topic. Many parents simply do not feel welcome in our schools. Community organizations who want to offer services often do not feel welcome. 10 years ago, a member of our task force visited every traditional and charter public school. The findings of the secret shopper led to the task force recommendation that the district provide customer service training throughout our school and administrative offices. This happened for a while, and then somehow it disappeared. It is time to bring it back. More than ever, parents have a choice of where to send their children to school, and we want that choice to be Broward County Public Schools. Every member of the public, regardless of their personal or political beliefs, should be welcome in this room and in schools. Require customer service. Training for every staff member who interacts with the public in these meetings. Also require de-escalation strategy training. What happened in this building October 17th should never have happened. And finally, something that I am sure is just an oversight on your part, parent and community involvement is no longer included in your strategic goals. When I first started attending meetings in this room, there was a chart that used to sit up there. And on that chart, the base of all decision-making was the community. I don't know whatever happened to that diagram. I don't know where it went, but I just think it's time to put the public back in schools. If you believe that parent and community involvement are critical to the success of our students in our district, and judging from the quality of your appointments to the Parent Community Involvement Task Force, I believe you do, bring it back as a strategic goal. I'm out of time. I'm going to conclude by going back to where I began. As a group, we're very concerned with the events of October 17th and the impact they have on parent and community involvement. We remain committed to ensuring that all parents and community members feel welcome and valued in our schools. Sometimes events occur which remind us of the work we need to do to make that happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Small Business Advisory Committee. Technology Advisory Committee.
Good morning, Linda Ferrara, Technology Advisory Committee Chair. TAC met on October 9th and discussed the following topics. Final site. TAC is not permitted to review the contract before it goes to the board. By excluding TAC from the procurement process, we will be unable to provide any input. Regarding focus, we still have questions that are unanswered. Staff is not able to provide TAC with any update to the SSS module. We did pass a motion. We moved that each advisory be given a web page and a timeline as to when advisories can transition to the district's platform. When the motion was sent to be processed on October 12th, we said we would receive a response by November 23rd, Thanksgiving Day. I'm looking forward to that day. The advisory was more proactive. We met with the governance website team and discussed our needs for a website, as there are quite a few advisories that do have a website. TAC also passed a motion in reference to the controlled access card. I'm not sure when the board will be getting its quarterly update on all the motions passed and the status of those motions. But the response was, according to Policy 5306.1, TAC's main role centers on technology procurement and alignment with the school board's mission. However, this motion touches primarily on physical security. We value your input and will consider it as we assess the broader implications of the district's physical security. First, I thought safety and security was everyone's main role when it came to our children. It's my impression, sorry. Second, the Emergency Preparedness Manual has a section called Reverse Evacuation Protocol, which states, this protocol is used to move students and staff rapidly in a systematic fashion from an outdoor area to an indoor area where they can be protected from a threat from the outside. The protocol does not identify when a class does not have access to get back into the building. Are our children considered collateral damage, or has the district used casualty estimation formula in not funding this safety security measure? Having no access to rapidly move from an outdoor area to an indoor area leaves our students and staff vulnerable and unprotected. A priority must be made by the district to ensure the safety of our children. When the response uses the term "will consider it," means it's not a priority. We are also monitoring the training and utilization of Maximo. You spent over $7 million on a system that they're using as something from the 1980s. When you hire an executive director for PPO, please make sure that they have a vision for maximizing the district's technology that is supposed to maximize cost savings. Our past PPO directors were unable to accomplish this for the district, even though we brought it up from Facilities Task Force and from TAC quite a few times. Also, please, Dr. Wanza, add the TAC and facilities to Dr. Licata's agendas items. And yes, the meetings with superintendent were asked when he attended a DAC meeting, and he said he would be glad for him or a designee to meet with us. It's November. Thank you all.
Thank you. This is the time of the agenda where we have split the general public speakers to incorporate a morning session. Each listed speaker will be allowed 3 minutes, and speakers are reminded to address matters of relevance to public education and demonstrate proper decorum. No heckling, shouting, comments from the audience, verbal outbursts, or any other disruptive behavior shall be permitted. Also remember that if you'd like to speak on the agenda items coming up, that you have filled out the card. Please see staff to fill out the card to be able to speak on the agenda item. Otherwise, you will not be able to. So fill out the card. First up to speak is Laura Ashley. Please go to podium A.
Oh, gosh. Podium A.
Oh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am a concerned grandparent. I have a grandson going to Sunrise Middle School. He is 1.88 miles from the school, so he cannot get bused. We put him on the waiting list for an empty seat. That is not available. It's becoming where we have to pay Uber to get him home. That's my concern. Is there anything else we can do to get him on a bus? This is a walking hazard. In elementary schools, if they have to cross a major highway, like Sunrise Boulevard, they're bused. So my question is, what else can we do?
Are you done speaking?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, we don't go back and forth with public speakers, but Dr. Licata.
I will have Dr. Hepburn meet with you because there are circumstances where unsafe conditions exist for under 2 miles, and that's the state rule for that, for funding. So he will meet with you right now and get your information so we can get the Director of Transportation to work with you.
Thank you.
So thank you for being here. I'm sorry for the long walk across the way.
Rachel Mazer.
Hi. I wanted to first say that Dr. Licata's opening comments were very moving for us. And I wanted to thank Mrs. Hickson and Mr. Fogenholy, who've actually already addressed why we are here today to speak. I came today, thank you for your time. I came today to ask you to start holding annually at every school an anti-hate speech assembly. You've now said that you will be doing that and you're working on the content, and I thank you so much. I am a Jewish woman. I'm a mother of students from Broward County Public School, and I want to make sure that as you're working on the content, that you please do make sure to include Jewish people in anti-Semitism. I think probably a lot of students don't even know what the word anti-Semitism means. I do agree and very much want you to include several different groups in the anti-hate assembly, and I'm here to help. We are both offering our help if there's any way that we can help you. So thank you so much for making this happen.
Thank you. Doug Green.
Good morning. My name is Douglas Green, one of your middle school teachers, whose largest class size is a shocking 36 students, asked me to share the following. To Superintendent Licata and school board members, it is reprehensible that you continue to insult us, the teachers, year after year, as if you feel we are worthless, and yet you continue to pile on mandate after mandate of near impossible tasks that we somehow manage to follow through with year after year. We are the ones who continue to keep this district afloat. Do you not understand that we are the ones who save this district day after day, that we are the boots on the ground, that we are the district? Decisions are made daily in classrooms by teachers and school administrators that have a greater impact on Broward County students than anything done in the district offices. Empty your departments of fiscal waste and allocate those cost savings to us. And for God's sake, stop telling us there is no money. There certainly is money for what you value, and it's quite clear that you do not value us, the teachers. For myself, I offer the following. The district cannot continue to put students first if you continue to put teachers last. As the country's 6th largest school district, you need to do a better job, a much better job paying your teachers. Case in point, a 30-year veteran teacher earns a base salary of roughly $68,000. Only $68,000 for a 30-year veteran teacher. Sad, pathetic, shameful. Shame on the district and shame on the board to allow this to continue to happen. How is that you expect so much from your teachers, yet you provide them with so little in return? You need to treat your teachers with greater respect by paying them higher salaries by way of significant salary increases. Increases that align with Tri-County Consumer Price Index that increased by a whopping 8% over the last 12 months. I understand that Palm Beach County recently approved 7% increases for teachers. You absolutely need to do the same for your teachers. This is your opportunity to show that you value your teachers by paying them livable wages. If you decide not to, then expect to see lower teacher morale, higher teacher attrition, and worsening teacher shortages. So do the humane and ethical thing. Pay your teachers higher salaries already. Negotiate pay raises in good faith with the teachers union. Come to the negotiations table with a legitimate proposal so that actual collective bargaining can occur. No more posturing, no more deception, no more delays, and no more excuses. Enough already. It's disingenuous and disrespectful to your teachers, to your constituents, and to the community at large. Let your conscience guide you to do the right thing. Find the money to give your teachers the raises that they deserve and desperately need. Anything less will cause more shame, mistrust, animosity directed towards the district and the board. So do the right thing since you know it's the right thing to do. Negotiate and approve decent salary raises for your teachers. Thank you.
Alan Wagner. Michael Rayner.
Good morning, Superintendent, Madam Chair, and board members. A few things. One, I did hear the discussion of wanting to have assemblies on hate, and it was specifically mentioned by some board members about all populations. And I certainly hope that the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community is included in that, because quite often on a board member's social media and other things, we constantly hear hate being spilled out or divisiveness against LGBT people continually, even from this dais. And so I can't imagine how an LGBT child or staff member of this district must feel when some of that is spewed, even sometimes from the microphones in the audience. And so I really do hope that that can be addressed. I'm glad that you're looking at some of the security issues as a result of the recent arrest of the volunteer. I thought it was deplorable what transpired. And I have to say, from years of coming to school board meetings, I have not felt safe in this boardroom. I think security has failed to do their job time and time again. You have some who are dedicated, but I think there needs to be a complete retraining and maybe even a change in leadership to make sure that you have the right person heading that up, at least when people are coming to these meetings. Because over the time, I remember one time having to protect a short Venezuelan woman about this tall who was being pushed into the corner outside during COVID. She came to speak in support of masks, and there was somebody who was a lot fatter than I and a lot taller than I who bullied the woman into the corner of a cement wall. And I had to step in between to protect her because she felt threatened and scared and didn't know what to do. And when school district staff came out of the door, I told them they needed to send security and help, and they said, sorry, we don't get involved in that. But that's a location where the district was sending people to wait. You have a liability to protect people within that area, and the school district neglected to fulfill its responsibility to keeping people safe. I saw recently there's a virtual town hall meeting on November 15th on disparities and inequities. I'm surprised at the cast of panelists. One who is, when you talk about disparities and inequities, there are those against LGBTQ students and families as well as they work toward academic success. Heather Moritas has been anti-gay. You have Pastor Anthony Sanders, who's resigned his Hollandale Commission seat for basically embezzling or misappropriating almost $1 million without disclosure to his wife, himself, his church, and his friends. So I thank God you guys are wanting the Inspector General, but I think that panel is way
Thank you very much.
misguided.
Next speaker, Chris Nelson.
Hello, Chris Nelson, Fort Lauderdale. I love the way you have this room now. And you want to talk about hate? Let's talk about Isabella, who went to school without a mask after the governor signed an order saying they didn't have to wear a mask, and how she was bullied by a mob of people that was led by the student advisor at the time. So let's talk about getting kicked out of these meetings because we wouldn't wear a mask and all those things. And then also we can talk about some anti-Christian hate as well, going on about Christians and their beliefs. And, it really should start in the classroom with hate. We have a teacher who was bullying a student, a Christian student, saying that she could die and go to her fake God. That is on here, and he gets to keep his job. That needs to be looked at. I know it went to a council, and that made a decision. But if this guy with his level of rage is in the classroom and exhibiting this for the kids, there needs to be some apology or something. This individual was also caught looking at inappropriate material on a Zoom call during COVID. I think you know who I'm talking about. So let's talk about that for a minute. And I was very distressed to see that over the weekend, a healthy 14-year-old student fell over dead while running a 5K. Guys, this is not normal. I see a list of people who have died. It's on the agenda within Broward schools. Our state surgeon general put out warning about the COVID vaccines. The state surgeon general now recommends against the COVID mRNA vaccine for males ages 18
Mr. Nelson,
to 30 years old.
Please stay focused on educational things.
You guys promoted this vaccine and you gave it out at the schools. I think this needs to be addressed. that this was done. I know you don't want to talk. All you wanted to talk about back then was the vaccine, but now we don't want to talk about it now that we know
Mr. Nelson, it's your
the
second
damage
warning.
it has done.
Please stay focused on educational matters.
The vaccine was given
Thank
out in
you.
schools. So, yes, it was. It was given out in the schools to the kids. They had vaccine
Mr. Nelson,
centers.
you have two
So,
warnings.
Okay. So we're here today, and we're talking. Oh yeah, one more thing I wanted to get, and I love the way this new room is set up, it's great to see more public participation, and also my heart is broken by that student who died. It's very sad, but. With hate, especially anti-Jewish hate, it's important to point out that this board pointed somebody to the Racial Equity Task Force with a history of extreme anti-Semitism, and I think possibly because of her religion, it was overlooked. I point you to Avi Goldwasser of the Jewish Leadership Project. He has a great presentation on anti-Jewish hate that I think you should look into. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Terry Lopez Price. Pruis. It's Pruis. Sorry. I knew
It's
that.
Preuss, like
I know.
Rolls Royce.
I knew that.
Dr. Blackburn used to love when I say that. That's my name. I've been in Broward for many years as a businesswoman, as a teacher, everywhere in the community. It was many, many years ago, about 15, I think, when Anne Murray put me on the District Advisory Council, where I really felt like the voice of the parents were being heard. So I've been friendly and friends and allies with many people on the District Advisory Council. And I wanted to go ahead and start with that because my friend and ally in supporting students, Debbie Espinosa, was poorly treated. And I've seen my president, Anna Fusco, who I not only support but admire, being poorly treated also when she's being attacked, but she's the one that's getting held back. And it's happened to me as well. It's actually happened to all of us. So this is something that really can't happen. There's another thing that can't happen, and that is, Superintendent Licata, we cannot be told not to speak to our board members. We cannot be told that we are insubordinate as teachers if we try to speak to those who are elected to represent us. We are the constituents. We must speak to them. We vote for them. Sometimes we campaign for them, and some of them I know personally. And because I know some of you personally, and I would like to get to know all of you more personally, something happened, I guess, in closed door. I would wish that this would start happening not in closed door, is that somebody had the great idea to come and offer 0 to the Broward Teachers Union, 1.7, and then offering nothing. I remember when the school board had a lot of extra money from the insurance. Where did that money go? Because we didn't ask you to take over insurance. It keeps being a thing. There were tens of millions of dollars. Where did it go? It didn't come into our pockets. I'm asking you to make it come into our pockets. Those of you who were in the room when you decided to send a 0 to us, I'm not okay with that, and I'm not okay with you. And I don't know who you are, but I'm telling you right now, stop it. Teachers have to come first. Educational has to come first. People have to come first. People over products. I hear a lot of things. You know, my friend over there who talks about things that aren't true. I understand. Oh, by the way, I identify as Christian. And this is a Judeo-Christian country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, one nation under God. Okay, God, as we see him, as we all see him, and we should all want to love rather than hate. It is hateful to come and lie about what teachers are doing in classrooms. It is hateful to come and say that teachers are sexualizing or doing things that we're not doing. I hear a lot of things about public school hate, teacher hate, sexualizing education, anti-public ed groups. You know who likes that? Billionaires.
Thank you so much. Dr. Licata, can you please address one of the issues that was just brought up?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Price. I am 1 for 1 for enunciating your name correctly, Ms. Price. Somehow that information has escalated out that is absolutely untrue. My purpose for communication, as I said earlier this morning, is making sure that we're really defined, and when we have board requests and board questions, it's warehouse, and it comes through to the right executive cabinet member, and then it's executed out to the departments, and then it comes back that way. I actually believe strongly that this board has done a great job in being on our campuses. I'm not used to so many folks being on campus, and that is the opportunity for teachers to speak in cafeteria and drivers and everyone. That is their role, to hear from you. I'm referring to the information that comes through our computers of questions that are officially designated to the executive cabinet and myself, so I can spread that information out to the correct department. And that's a chain of command to make sure it gets back through to them and to me so we can deliver it to the board members. I encourage you to speak to the board members. These are folks that spend more time in campuses than I've ever seen. I've traveled with them out of county to go see football games. I've traveled to schools and done workshops and town halls with them. That makes us better. So I'm saddened and I'm disappointed that bad information of someone that I have never met or talked about or talked to, much less that we didn't verify some factual information. And I apologize that you folks did receive that, because that's completely incorrect. And anyone who knows me, as I said earlier today, anyone who knows me, most of the district has my personal cell number. We don't get better unless we hear from everyone. So I apologize if bad information was received via whether it's social media or someone was talking. But no, I encourage teachers to, and all staff, to talk to board members. I was referring mostly to the information that comes through for questions. So our supervisors in this room and our executive cabinet members all have the proper, correct information. So this board is not put at a disadvantage like a few years ago when they weren't receiving proper information. And it is documented by the state and through a report about misinformation and leaving facts out. So it is my job to make sure they are the most informed and moving forward. So I'm sorry that someone received or sent that out. That's just not correct in any way, shape, or form. And you and I have had many conversations. That's just not how we're going to operate. We're going to operate transparently and in the open. And these folks, my 9 bosses, I enjoy being out with them, because usually it's all about great things. So I appreciate you bringing that up. Ms. Hickson has asked me to say that, and I have no problem. Like I said, it's easy to speak the truth, it's easy to remember the truth, and it's definitely easy to defend the truth. So thank you, Ms. Preuss.
Thank you. I just also wanted to add to that because some of the concerns were about the constituents or the public being able to reach out to us. Nothing has changed. I don't know how that conversation got started, but it's important for everyone to understand that the memo that went out in July was about staff issues. It wasn't about the general public or teachers being able to reach out to us. So thank you.
Okay. Was there any other public speakers signed up?
Yes.
Liliana Rudio.
Thank you.
Ruido.
I know. Good morning, everyone. My name is Liliana Ruido, a teacher of 23 years, Spanish speaker and other languages. And I'm here today not begging, just demanding from every one of you a good salary raise for the teachers. And I'm going to tell you what. We visit schools, we see and watch the struggle of the teachers in their classroom on daily basis in every single level. And one of the levels is behavior. The violence in every single corner has increased immensely. That's one part. The other part is the demands from the Department of Education, and of course the demand that comes from your side. So teachers are not whining. We are here standing up very strong. I am very strong today and asking you and telling you the teachers' salary raise should not be so complicated. When you say to us that you're giving us 1.7% of the salary raise with the cost of living, that makes no sense at all. And then all of a sudden you have nothing to give us. Out there are hundreds of teachers. Out there are hundreds of employees who are struggling, living check by check on daily basis. As you know, the cost of living has been extremely high at this point. Also, I'm here asking the process that you're putting in place every time for public speakers to come and speak here, you make it very complicated, like at this point. So I believe that people should have the right to come and speak here without having so many steps to follow before we get to this point. Again, as a teacher, I want to ask you and say, give us a well-deserved salary raise, and beside of that, help and hire people who are most needed in some of the schools, okay? And you know, teachers, there is not a line of teachers waiting out there, waiting or, you know, to get a job as a teacher anymore, because sometimes they don't feel appreciated, you know? And also at this point, for you to show that you really care. You, superintendent, you are new into our county, and we're looking forward, you know, to your positive attitude, to a way for you to show that to us is that you give us what we earn. And we earn, there is a lot, the majority of the teachers have more than one degree, and I am one of those teachers, and they do deserve to be remunerated for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, public speaking time is over now. May I have a motion and second on J2, reciprocal use agreement with the City of Weston?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment, do we have any cards? Dr. Wanzo, if you can just call them out.
Mr. Henry Mead, if you can proceed to podium A, and Mr. Donald Decker, if you can proceed to podium B. Those are the two registered speakers.
Good morning, Superintendent Licata, school board members, and importantly, school board staff. Schools are an integral part of the community. They become more than a place to learn. They extend into the community and become part and parcel of the city structure. Schools provide social settings through clubs and after-school activities. Their sports terms and teams and intramural activities provide opportunity to engage with other students and with other schools. The settings used in these interactions range from the home to the school building to the athletic field. In the past, Weston has been pleased to make their parks, sports fields, playgrounds, and recreation facilities available, along with a municipal structure that accommodates extended hours. Schools as well have resources that can be put to the city's disposal. Weston has taken many steps to bind community and schools. The city has invested in school safety officers so that everything possible has been done to ensure that students are protected and that they can go through their school day with a feeling of safety and confidence. Weston assigned one school resource officer for every 1,000 students in all Weston schools. Much of that fell directly on Weston residents to pay, but it was the right thing to do. When COVID shut down schools, it robbed students of one of the most important and significant events in their lives, their high school graduation. Rather than let a day of such importance glide by, Weston set up parades through the city for all graduating seniors. Parents, grandparents, and neighbors lined streets as decorated convertibles, pickups, and any other truck with a flatbed drove waving and cheering seniors along the parade route. Every year, Weston holds a principal's reception to thank those school leaders for taking Weston children to the next level in their educational journey and teaching everything from letter sounds to advanced calculus, and to let them know they have resources in the city they can depend on if a need arises. Weston works very hard to ensure that schools are part of the community. The city has devoted and will continue to devote resources to ensure that students are in an environment that promotes learning, socialization, and safety. We think a mutually beneficent RUA is in the best interest of the city, the school system, and the students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us this afternoon, this morning. I'm Don Decker. I'm the city manager for the city of Weston, and I joined Mayor Brown and the rest of our city commission in requesting the approval of this reciprocal use agreement, which will provide community access to the new facilities at Sequester Trace Middle School. The reciprocal use agreement will be yet another example of the strong partnership between the City of Weston and our Broward County Public Schools. The relationship started in 2001 with the signing of the master lease agreement that allows 7 Weston public schools to utilize adjacent city parks for daily activities. In the early 2000s, the city and our partners contributed $400,000 for the installation of the sports field lighting and the stadium bleachers at Cypress Bay when the construction budget for the new school did not accommodate those amenities. In 2016, the relationship was strengthened with the signing of a maintenance and use agreement for the Cypress Bay sports fields. In the last 4 years alone, the city spent nearly $475,000 maintaining those fields to our high standards. Commissioner Meade explained some of the other support that we provided to the city, to the schools over the years, but I also want to mention one of the greatest displays of community unity, which is the partnership we have with the Rotary Club of Weston on the annual Commission Cup 1 Mile Fun Run, proceeds of which are shared with all of our school PTAs. These partnerships have allowed the city to support the needs of our local public schools for over 20 years. Today, we are asking the school board to help fulfill a community need by granting access to the newly refurbished sports facilities at Tequesta Trace Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wanza?
That concludes the registered speakers.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you very much, Chair. This item by itself is something that passes a lot of scrutiny. It's an opportunity for a generous city to have access to facilities that otherwise would be denied the residents. I believe that what often is referred to as school property is actually public property owned by the people. And what's also often referred to as city property with parks is also owned by the public. And so while Weston and Coral Springs and Fort Lauderdale and Hollywood and many cities have been very generous in their support of their citizens' use to these things, I've come to realize that individual agreements like this are just inefficient. I support this item, and I would encourage Weston and all other of the 31 municipalities in Broward County to either update or to create a reciprocal use agreement with Broward County Schools. That gives us the opportunity to look at many schools at once and look at many parks at once, and to make sure that we're thinking hard about how we can support the whole community. Not your land or my land, but our land, right? Because that's what it really is. I'm mindful of a citywide reciprocal use agreement that this body looked at 2 years ago, where the city allocated $12 million of their resources to build parks and recreation facilities on schools. As a board, we've had a tough time finding money to pay for those things, and here's the city stepping up and doing $12 million. As a result of that, 27 schools opened up football fields, tracks, pools, basketball courts, pickleball courts, and the like. It's remarkable. There's a middle school in that city that's going to get a synthetic turf field, paid for by the city, Mr. Foganoli. Not just paid for by us, but by that. Why? Because they're our kids. That is our land. It is not your land because it's a school, or the city's because it's a park, or the federal government's because it's a post office. It really is public land. I'm very excited as we think about repurposing schools, about hiring somebody that can really help drive that initiative, that we're taking that approach, Mr. Superintendent, that it is our land. You know, all of us need to think about how do we create a great community. I sit on the Broward Planning Commission. Almost every time we meet, there's an issue before us about affordable housing or workforce housing, which directly affects our teachers, our educators, our plumbers, our painters, and the like. And we need massive change to get to a higher level of affordable housing. It turns out Broward County Schools is the largest landowner, but we're really second. Because if you put the 31 municipalities together, they own more land than we do. So if you think about it, only because we disaggregate into 31 municipalities do we look like the largest landowner, but we are on par with the 31 cities when you put them together. So I do support this, Chair. I've spent a lot of time researching this one specific item, but what we can get to by looking at that 2001 master use agreement, coming up with a new agreement for all of Weston and for all 31 municipalities, it turns out to be a better community. And it takes a little bit of work to put this together, but other cities have updated theirs, and it's been to the benefit of the community, which is, I think, our charge as board members. So thank you very much for your time, Chair.
Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I did have quite a few questions that I had sent out on this, and thank you, Dr. Licata, for the process, because your staff answered most of my questions regarding this. But I just want to mention one of the questions I had asked is regarding the principal at Tequesta Trace, because I know this is for the pickleball court over there. And it was stated here that the Director of Planning and Real Estate contacted and briefed the Tequesta Trace principal. The question I have is, did the principal have any objection to this or any concerns at all with regards to the pickleball court? I know pickleball is becoming a really popular thing now, especially those over 40.
Dr. Licata.
Sir, would you please speak about that, Mr. Akabuso?
Good morning, board members. My name is Chris Akabusu, Facility Planning and Real Estate. Sorry about that. Yes, School Board Member Holness, I spoke to the principal several times. That is part of our due diligence when we do stuff that pertains to schools. The school principal did not have any objections. The only thing was the school principal was concerned about the process, and then the process entails Exhibit C. Whenever the city wants to utilize, they got to fill out a form. So the school principal was fine.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to also mention, because I've been to a school before, even recently, and I appreciate the city of Weston coming out to talk about this. But I've been to a school where we had a similar agreement in terms of the reciprocal use agreement, and the city had used the school property, and there were some, trash all over the playground. So I would encourage the city of Weston, and I know we have an agreement here that if we pass this to clean up, but I strongly encourage the cities to really take the responsibility to do that when they do use the fields as well.
Any other board member comment?
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right, this is Brenda Pham, District 6. I want to thank Mayor Peggy Brown and the commissioners of Weston for putting this deal together to partner with the Broward County Schools. In the past, they've always been very supportive of the district and providing additional security, actually at no cost at times, in order to help when we have a need, and also to step up to the plate to always lend a helping hand, and I want their efforts not to go unnoticed. So thank you again for your cooperation and always wanting to help the Broward County School District. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Pham. Any other board member comment? Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to make a motion to change the start date of the agreement to today, since it was postponed.
Been moved by Ms. Hickson, second by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Back to the item as whole. Any other board member comments? J2, we're going to vote on J2 as amended. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it and the motion passes. We have a motion and second on H2.
So moved.
Moved by Rupert, second by Fogenholly. Public comment
Madam Chair.
on H2. Yes.
Madam Chair, we have Dr. Trudy Germanovich. If she can proceed to podium B.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Trudy Germanovich. The amount of teachers who are retiring on this list is stark proof that we are not retaining experienced teachers. I believe strongly that the closed session scheduled for early afternoon, considering what to offer teachers, should be changed to after the 5 p.m. speaker time today. Since teachers have to be in the classroom during the time that you hold these meetings, the only time teachers' voices can be heard is at the 5 p.m. speaker time. Do not discuss the money available to give teachers the well-earned 7% raise until after everyone who wishes to can speak to you about their needs. For item H2, I will talk about the proposal which was to give every employee $1,000 toward further training, much like what is available to teachers as a TDIF. The last board meeting had many chaotic moments, but one did not escape my notice because I heard it as an item which is directly related to everyone's salary. During the discussion, a new way to micromanage salaries was slipped into the mix. Mr. Alston made a proposal which would change the money available for salaries. He was shocked that every employee didn't have the opportunity, like teachers, to continue their education. Every employee needs that recurring money so they can decide how they spend it. Also, just like insurance and other items, this $1,000 for additional training must go through the negotiation process. This will cost at least over $17 million in my estimate. Put that money into the pockets of teachers and other employees. I've heard teachers and others are being told, we don't have the money this year. I can't believe that that's what I've heard when meeting after meeting, you all say, we care about teachers.
Please stop the clock a second. This is your warning. The item is on instructional separation of employment or discipline for 2023-2024.
Yes, I'm talking about the retirees. That's one of the major reasons that you have 44 teachers with much institutional retiring from the district today. I believe the old adage, watch what they do, not what they say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Or any other speakers, Dr. Wanza? No. Board member comment, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I just want to, as I do every month, congratulate all of the retirees. We thank you for your service, and we wish you luck on your new journey. Thank you.
Any other board member comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Pham.
Okay, on H2, I had done an inquiry about some of the discipline being rendered because the facts are omitted initially from the summary, and there are no details as to rationale. The response that I initially received was very terse, and had a citizen or a parent been inquiring, I found it was very objectionable. And essentially what the response said was they were on the probationary period. We don't need a reason. So they didn't give one. I subsequently obtained one because I pushed the issue, but I don't think anyone should be receiving any kind of responses like that. Especially if their student is involved or goes to that school and they want to know what happened, they should at least be given the courtesy of why this dismissal has come about. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Okay, any other board member comment? Seeing none, all in favor of H2, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no.
Aye.
Item passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on H4?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment? Dr. Wanza?
No public comment.
Okay, Ms. Pham. H4.
Yes, that would just be the same comment I just made, that we should be very careful how we respond when inquiries are made about discipline, so parents get accurate information and they're not denied information, because again, we are holding ourselves out as being very transparent, and I find that's not what's occurring. Thank you.
Okay, and Dr. Licata, if staff can speak to FERPA.
Yes. Dr. Wanza or Mr. Ezerito, if you'd like to choose, and I'll start. There are specific procedures we've gone through, especially within probationary period employees. It's been very traditional. It's been moving through, and we also have to be very careful about disclosing children, and if they're relatives or any spouse or whatever is within the school, whether it be husband and wife and so forth. So we have to be very careful on that. But I think, Dr. Wanza, could you add on to that, please?
Sure, Dr. Licata, thank you. And Mrs. Batista, you can correct anything that may not be accurate. There are certain statutes that we must follow, particularly as it relates to an employer's right to release employees within a probationary period, and the distinction between cause and no cause, and the procedures that follow depending on which avenue is taken. Additionally, we do have information, as Dr. Licata said, that is statutorily protected, that we cannot just release names or information, particularly if students are involved or if there are other issues that are protected under the statute. So, Mrs. Batista, if I missed anything?
Ms. Batista, do you have anything to add?
No, I think that's accurate. When this district releases an employee on a probationary basis or non-renews an employee, there is no reason that is given, because that could raise then the ability of the employee to challenge that reason.
Thank you. Any other board member comments? Seeing
I
none.
just wanted to say, I think in this particular case it was attendance, so it's not specific. There wasn't any details, which is fine. Just to know the rationale. Why is this person just getting let go? Why are they just disappearing?
Thank you. Seeing none, all in favor of H4, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. H4 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on H5?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Dr. Wanza?
No registered speakers.
Okay. Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. I asked this question and I did get an answer, so I want to say thank you for that. But there are questions about a particular supplement that have been going around in the public, and the answer you provided to me made me realize what this was, but I'd like to explain it in public. So on the supplement list, there's a large number of people that are getting supplements for recognition program, and my question was, why does that seem to fluctuate so much? Because it goes from 1,000 to some people almost 5,000. So if Dr. Licata, you could have staff explain what the recognition program is and why those supplements are so different.
Staff, would you address that, please, at this time?
Yes, Sue Rockelman, Director of Talent Acquisition and Operations Instructional. Thank you, Ms. Rockelman.
At podium A.
Thank you. Good morning, Board Chair, Dr. Licata, Superintendent. Yes, Ms. Hickson, the recognition program is, years ago, the state of Florida had a national board certification for teachers, and Florida statute did provide funds to the districts to pay teachers who went and received their national board. Because the requirements for that were to hold a Florida Department of Education certificate, it left out our district teachers, our Broward teachers that have a CTASE or vocational certificate. So what happened when those funds sunsetted, we then wanted to make sure that we were still recognizing both groups of teachers and paying them for achieving this national board certification. So this is the district funding, this is the district paying those supplements for those teachers in both of those groups. And it fluctuates because it is a percentage based on their salary.
Okay, thank you. So teachers have to go through a process and be nationally board certified in some context in order to, so the recognition is based on something that they did.
That they have achieved their national board certification and or the equivalent to the Broward certification for those that do not hold a Department of Education certificate.
Thank you so much for that. Very good
You're welcome.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of H5, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. H5 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on A1?
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Dr. Wanza, public comment?
No registered speakers.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Hickson. Or, I'm sorry, Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you. I want to thank staff for speaking to me, and I'm only asking, I'm only making this one comment, and I told you that I would. While looking through the list, especially of some of the medical conditions that these students have, as a person who suffers with severe asthma, it's important to me when I actually see the number of kids in our Head Start, early Head Start program that do have asthma, and they are in our classrooms that have, by no fault of their own, of course, issues with leaks and mold. And there's a lot of these schools are in the east and are slated for roofs and HVAC later. So my conversation with staff was, you kind of don't know what you don't know, and I always pull this and I talk about how great the program is, and really, really it is, and how we can't seem to continue along the upward motion of them when they get to the kindergarten, because we're looking at different criteria, but I'm a huge fan of this program. But with the eyes of a person who does struggle daily with asthma, wow, I think the sun has just come out and blessed me for this.
You're looking so much smarter right now. It's amazing.
Okay, so, yeah, no levity here, sorry. The issues when it comes to their breathing. So I don't know, well, certainly it would be through the superintendent, but may we have a conversation, when you have a conversation with your staff and when it comes to the facilities? Because I don't know why I never made that connection before. I guess because I hadn't seen the part about asthma, and I believe the second most was diabetes, but truly the very long timeline that we have been with our bond program, I think, has exacerbated the situation. So with that lens, I would really want to call attention to this.
Yes, I know that we're everything is in a bad place that we're working through, but it's exacerbated with students that walk in with health conditions, and are we doing something to make it worse? I have my amazing staff member out there, and we know it's a phenomenal program. So during your reports back to us, could you please consider making sure that the rooms and such are amenable for all students, to make sure that we're not adding to their already issues, because we want them to be healthy or provide the healthy environment. So I thank you, and you are awesome. Thank you, Ms. Rubert.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I had a comment. I guess my concern is that I want to make sure that the teachers are being trained on how to do lockdown drills with their students, and that they're also downloading Alyssa's alert on their cell phones so that they can push that button in an emergency situation. And then I also wanted to just say that there needs to be a stronger connection of retaining our students in the early Head Start and then starting that school in kindergarten, or if it can't be that school, it needs to be a Broward County Public Schools. So we do need to do a much better job of that transition from the early Head Start to a Broward County Public School, and I think we need to definitely be more aggressive about that.
I expect my plan moving forward, this is the second half of the year, is going to, the strategic plan is going to be focused on just that. We provide great services for our children at a young age. It'll be taxing them. In other words, we'll be pushing phonemic awareness at the very early ages, and we will also be continuing to do the recruiting part, and that has to come through because we do lose students, and we want to keep them and retain them, just as the chair said. So that'll be part of next year's marketing and moving forward, because we want to keep them, and it'll be a push, heavy push. It's like your first credit card. If you get it and they're good, you stay with it. If our students are happy with Head Start and they're moving forward with these programs, we got them for life, and that's what we want.
Thank you, Dr. Licata. Any other board member comments? Seeing none, all in favor of A1, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. A1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on C1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Dr. Wanza?
No registered speakers.
Okay. Mr. Alston? Mr. Alston? Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a couple of concerns. If you look under performance factors, under professional responsibilities, the second item that starts with when faced with ethical decisions, I don't think that reads properly. It says when faced with ethical decisions and adheres to all school board policies and procedures. It doesn't flow smoothly, so I would suggest that we change this to when faced with ethical decisions, will adhere to all school board policies and procedures, because the way it's currently written, it's a bit vague. I'm making a motion to change that wording to when faced with ethical decision. Hmm?
I said Gesundheit. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Dr. Holness, are you, because we just got handed this piece of paper and
Well,
this-
that's my second item. Yeah,
Okay,
this is
gotcha.
different from that one.
But can you say what page you're on?
I'm on the performance factors on page 7, professional responsibilities, the second item that starts with when faced with ethical decisions. So if you look on page 7, performance factors under professional responsibilities. Looks like this.
Yep. Okay, I'm sorry, repeat the motion. Wait, is there a backside?
The motion is to change the wording where it starts with when faced with ethical decisions to read when faced with ethical decisions will adhere to all school board policies and procedures, because the way it's currently written, it's vague and not quite clear.
Is there a second? Second. Been moved by Holness, second by Hickson. Public comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion? Ms. Hickson?
Thank you for that, Dr. Holness, because it says "and" in here, so I think when they were originally fixing it, they didn't tweak the wording. So thank you for catching that, and appreciate that this will read smoother.
Okay. Any other comments? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion passes. Dr. Holness?
Chair?
Okay, so.
Oh, wait, Mr. Olson?
Sorry, my apologies. And I'm on, I just got back online, switching phones. Can we tell me the motion that's on the floor, or did the motion already pass?
That just passed, but we, Ms. James, can you just repeat the motion that passed?
Could the maker of the motion repeat?
Okay, so the motion, let me go back to the page. The motion is to change the wording on the professional factors on page 7, professional responsibilities, from what it currently reads to, when faced with ethical decisions, will adhere to all school board policies and procedures.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Holness, continue.
Okay. Okay, so regarding my next.
I need to record my vote.
We already.
Okay, I'm not, okay, Mr. Olson, how did you vote?
No.
Okay, Mr. Olson voted no, for the record.
I can go to the next one. Thank you. Okay, so regarding the section on the objectives for the superintendent evaluation, while I understand when I look at objective 3 reads decrease the number of students flagged for every student succeeds act by 2% for the 23-24 school year. And while I understand that this includes the different subgroups and so on, I don't believe it went far enough to target our D's and F schools, and that is very concerning for me, especially in District 5. So I'd like to make a motion to create another objective that's before the board. And that motion, sorry. Andre, did you give out all my copies?
What page are you on, Dr. Holness?
I'm on page 12 on the objectives. So on page 12, Madam Chair, it indicates that one of the objective is to decrease the number of schools flagged for every student succeeds act by 2%. I agree with this objective, but I don't believe it went far enough to address our D's and F schools, so I would like to add a fourth objective to what we have here, and that would be a motion to add an objective to reduce the number of D's and F schools in Broward County Public Schools. And then I have a table whereby 1 D or F school would be a rating of 4, 2 to 3 D's or F schools would be a rating of 3, 4 to 5 D's or F schools would be a rating of 2, and if we have more than 5 D's or F schools, it's a rating of 1.
Is there a second? Second. Moved by Holness, second by Fogenholly. Public comment on the motion. Dr. Licata, I think you have someone on staff that wants to speak.
Staff, is someone wanting to speak? No.
Ms. Parente, did you want to speak?
So before you speak, Dr. Holness, I appreciate this. You're absolutely correct. This is something important. The only reason I believe we discussed this Ms. Parente and I is we are starting with a new format for grading schools. And we don't know what it looks like because they've actually increased 2 to 3 percentage points for attainment of that level. And I certainly don't want any DRF schools, but our concern in this conversation is, let's say we keep the amount of Ds and Fs that we have, hopefully no Fs, but everyone around us increases their Ds and gets Fs, and we actually were really good by maintaining because of the new standards. It would look as though we did a really good job of maintaining when others were just falling off the chart. It's a different perception on it. We don't know what we don't know with this new one. I do agree with that part. We talked about that, Ms. Parente and I, over and over again, and not knowing what these new 2 to 3 points are going to mean and what they're going to mean around us also. So I'm okay. I just know that we might be able to maintain, and it would probably be the greatest thing in the state when everyone else has dropped. So that would be a concern as well. So if we go with this, that's great. I would just consider that we look at the other surrounding districts and how they've dropped or how we performed according to the rest of the state, not knowing what the new soup that they're making up there is going to be. But I agree with what you're thinking, but I want to make sure that all things are being equal.
And I appreciate, Madam Chair, can I speak on it? Mm-hmm. I appreciate that, Superintendent Licata, and I appreciate your feedback. District 5 has 5 out of our 7 D schools, and District 5 has 2 F schools in the entire county. And while I appreciate what you just said, I want an objective to focus primarily on these schools that are not performing well, so there can be intentional approach to improving these schools. And I don't see that in the evaluation at all.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much, Chair. I really like this motion. I feel like Objective 3 is also meaningful. I appreciate that. But this is different. And one of the things I hear all the time as a countywide member is, tell me how many DNF schools you have. And it's always, well, we got 9, but the 7 and 2, and we're working, and we're doing, out of 238, that's not that, and they don't care, right? They don't hear that. What they'd love to hear is that all of our schools are C or better. To the superintendent's point, the standards for testing in Florida got harder. And you need to sit with that a little bit. The grades that we've had in the past will not align to the grades we have this year or going forward. And they've gotten significantly harder. 2 to 3 percentage points is a big deal. We have schools that are C schools because they were half a percentage point from being a B school, and now those same schools are going to be 2.5 to 3.5 percentage points behind more solidly in another level. I'm disappointed by that, to be honest. I wish that the state had allowed us another year of transition at the same standard before we decided to make things harder. But we all need to recognize that. I believe, though, that we're often measured by how we treat our worst schools, not how we can double down or triple down on our best schools. Those schools are great. They're far exceed. Some of our A schools are not at 62% of grade level. They're significantly higher than that. We need an A+ or an A++ category for some of our schools in Broward County because they're truly remarkable what they do. And many of them are ethnically and racially diverse, which is, to me, gets rid of that old myth that if you have ethnically or racially diverse populations, you cannot do learning well. There's tons of good policy thinking behind this. I do believe going from 9 to 1 when the standard's getting harder is maybe harder than what we thought it would be. We're already several months into the year. I'd ask, I don't want to propose something different, but I would just ask you to think a little bit about that, because going from 9 to 1 is heroic. I hate to set up standards for our CEO that are heroic instead of just darn hard. I'm fine with darn hard. Heroic seems like a lot. Maybe getting down to 4 or so this year and then go back to a 1 the next year or something like that might make more sense. But I really think it's important because the community judges us based on how many of the schools are just by state standards.
Yes.
On average. Again, there is no failing schools in Broward County. There are none. There are no D schools in Broward County. That's not the right way to think about it. But when you add up all the scores, there are average student proficiencies that are being graded in that way. And I really like this as a fifth objective, but I'd ask if we can change some of the numbers so that we make it a reasonable goal rather than a heroic one.
Thank you. Madam Chair, can I respond? Okay, so I appreciate that, Dr. Zeman, and this is really important to me because this is significantly impactful for District 5. And all of District 5 residents, they are concerned about these being inundated with D schools and F schools. So I do appreciate what Dr. Zeman said, and I am open for the board to have a discussion on what would be considered a fair rating, but I do believe this objective to reduce the number of D's and F schools in Broward County should be included here, and we can have a discussion on what the rating should be, whether it's 3 schools that would be considered a rating of 4 or whatever it may be, but that's a discussion that I would like to have.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just had a quick question, because are we able to add a 4th objective? I don't, Ms. Parente.
Ms. Parente?
I think we were focused on 3.
Heather Parente, Director of Employee Evaluation. So right now we have 4 objectives that are before you today. So if you added this one, it would become objective 5.
Sorry. So adding the objectives, I just, based on everyone else's objectives, we don't have that high number. We have 3, don't we?
Typically in our other evaluation systems, yes, the highest number we have are 3.
So I'm just wondering if it's a way to combine them or if we want to change something, but to just keep adding, I just, I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to say.
Madam Chair, can I speak?
Yep. Dr. Holmes?
Okay. What I can tell you is this. District 5 residents are very concerned about their D's and F schools. And having an intentional approach to improving those D's and F schools is important to residents of District 5. So if we water this down and sort of put it with something else, I think it takes away from having this intentional focus on those D's and F schools in District 5. I don't think adding another objective would in any form or way reduce the significance of this evaluation. I think it would add a very directive to the superintendent to focus on those schools, and District 5 residents having most of these D's and F schools are concerned, and I think it's imperative that the board consider the residents of District 5 when it comes to our D's and F schools in the district. So it is important to me that this is isolated and that we focus on it because it's a major concern for District 5 residents.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. And as a sister to that district as well, because my district is right there, and I, of course, want to support every student in every zone. But I will just give you a teeny bit of information. When we had, what do you call it? We changed cities, and I actually got the heart of Pompano, which is the Blanchili community. When I got the Blanchili community in 2014-ish, there were many D's and F schools in District 7 at that point. I was not working with a very cooperative group, let's just say that, at all. So I did not have the opportunity to have money put my way for my schools or programs in my schools for money. None of that was allowed. I had to, I'm not going to say steal, but I had to really be out in the community, and I started something called the Community of Caring. And what that was, I told every single person, and I still do. We do not want to have D's and F schools for our children, because that's what the parents, of course, nobody wants to send their kid to D's and F schools.
Right.
The problem is, we can't keep throwing money at those situations. What we need to do is strategically have those conversations. Just like we had that conversation when it came to boundaries for the Coral Springs zone. We are talking the zone areas. And I'm very happy that in my years as a school board member, and the one little complaint that I have here is when you have cooperative relationships with your community and your principals and your school leaders and our volunteers, magical things happen. And they really did. So when schools raised up, principals got swiped and they went to I'm not going to say it, that I lost many of my high-performing principals, and still, we rose. So I understand, and I totally want the best for District 5, as I do for every district up here. I just say, I don't know if this is the right time to have this conversation on this particular item, because I believe it's more of a zone item, and let's get back to that conversation, because it's not just 5, it's 7, it's 6, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 8, 9. So it's all of our zones. Will I support what you need to do? Absolutely. I don't know if I could support the motion as it stands right now, but I am 100% with you for those zone conversations, and quite honestly, it's overdue for District 5. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, and I must mention, this motion is not just in reference to District 5. The only reason I referred District 5 because we have most of the D schools and we have the only 2 F schools. But we also have 2 D schools in other districts, right? So this motion is for the entire county. What I would like to hear, and I'm willing to, because I would love to see us get somewhere with the motion, what I'd like to hear is what the board members feel would be considered a rating of 1, 2, 3, and 4 as it pertains to the number of Ds and F schools, and then I can make a change to the motion. But I think that in terms of the table itself, but I do believe that it's important for the superintendent to have an intentional focus on reducing Ds and F schools, and if this means that we have to adjust this table, I'm fine with that. So if any of the board members could weigh in on what you think would be a reasonable number, starting with this first year, and maybe the second year we can move further along until we get this thing down to 0. So I'd love for the board members to give their input so we can have an intentional approach to reducing the Ds and F schools. Madam Chair, is that possible?
Dr. Licata.
So, Dr. Holness, I can't say thank you enough, because what you're saying is why we're here.
Right.
I don't live in a D neighborhood, and those parents deserve my attention and our attention on it. I get what I said also earlier, which might be our balancing act, but keep in mind that these are schools that I look at with the team consistently. As a matter of fact, I met with directors and regionals yesterday and talked about what schools are concerns and what the informational score is, and I just asked about that. We move these up, we're an A. We move these schools up, we're an A. So it's important that these are the schools that are focused. I believe, and I'm just going to put information out there because my job is to definitely get everyone off the D and F range. Everyone should be an A. We know that. So it is the basic of the role here. But if we could put in there maybe some logic about if we do maintain while others around us comparatively drop, something of that sort. So we are still trying to attain that. We don't drop. But if we are doing really well when everyone else around us has fallen considerably, that might be an answer as well. I'm just trying to put some wording out there because I don't ever want to be in a place where I say I'm settling with only a few schools coming back and not being a D or F. Everyone should never be a D or F. So it's really a conundrum, and I appreciate, because that's, your community deserves non-D or F schools, period. So I just think maybe adding some logic and some measurable or comparative data might be helpful in that sense.
Okay, so, Madam Chair, can I adjust the motion?
Yep.
Okay, so the motion, I'd like to adjust the motion as far as the table. So for a rating of 4, I'd like to change that to 3 Ds or F schools. For a rating of 3, I'd like to change that to 4 to 5 Ds or F schools. For a rating of 2, I'd like to change that to 6 to 7 Ds or F schools. And for a rating of 1, 8 or more Ds or F schools.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Holness, second by Zeman. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. Mr. Foganoli.
Thank you very much, Chair. And, for me personally as a board member, I like the original motion, right? We said it earlier before, when people come here and they share their thoughts. There's no worse feeling than feeling ignored or not seen, right? Being District 5 in the past, that feeling of being left behind is terrible. So, in other words, what we're saying is, I don't care how you get there, but set the target and start heading there. Like, let us be seen and know that this is a problem, and not saying that because it's District 5 or a certain district, specific district, it's okay. That district it's been a little rough in that area. Well, it's always an excuse to say that's okay. And again, I'm going to use the same words that the Lauderhill City Commission said when I first got appointed. And it said, this would never fly in your neighborhood. This would never be okay in Coral Springs. This would never be okay in Hollywood. If you're telling me in the entire district, our city, our county is going to have the F schools or D schools. So as a board, we have to really make a statement and say, hey, when are we going to step up to say it's not good enough? It's not okay. We're not going to say we're just going to let it slide because it's that district that struggled for a while. No. We should be the board that's going to step up and say we're going to fix the issue. No kid left behind. No neighborhood left behind. No school left behind. And the people that are there put their hearts into it. The teachers, the staff, the principals, they put so much work into it. We know that. I know the staff puts in work. It's not dismissing anyone. But we have to make that statement. We have to put this on here. So, Dr. Holmes, I appreciate this. Because if not, what are we doing? We're just saying it's okay. So I believe making a statement is important, and I like the original, because it should be 0 D and F schools in the entire Broward County. We're looking for greatness. And I don't want to compare to Palm Beach or Miami. I don't care what they're doing. We are Broward. Broward standards, no kid left behind. That's where we should be. So I appreciate the motion. I want to stick to the original one personally. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness?
Okay, so Board Member Fogan-Holy, I appreciate your comments, and I stand with you on that. I personally would prefer the original motion, but I'll tell you this. At this point, this would be a starting point for us, and we're trying to reach an attainable goal, and we're trying to improve as the years go by. Right. So in order to have some confidence that the motion will pass, at least it's better for us to get somewhere than nowhere. And so this is a starting, but I don't think this is where we stop. And so that's the reason I did that. And I also would want to say that when with a motion like this, we're saying to the district-wide, and we're saying to struggling districts like District 5 that we hear you, we see you, right, and we're going to do something about it.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Just a quick question. If we adjust it for this year, next year, we could adjust it again, yes, right? So yes, we're kind of giving that, let's see where the state scores fall and what we look like, and then we'll adjust it as, okay. I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Okay.
It's my hope there will be no adjustment next year.
That's right.
All right. All in favor of Dr. Holness's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion passes.
No.
Oh, with one dissenting vote. Mr. Alston. Sorry. Okay, back to the item. I have a comment on page 11. So the legislative session starts January 9th, and this speaks to on February 29th of 2024 to develop and present a school police force implementation plan. What I'm concerned about is that's too late, and then the session goes so quickly. I would like to see that date moved before, so before the session starts, that we have a plan of action to move forward, to go up to the state to ask for funding for our own school police force. So based on that, Dr. Licata, do you feel by March 15th you could have a plan?
It says...
December.
You're going the wrong way.
Sorry.
December. Must be the bright lights. I was going to answer you, too. I believe our consultant is near finish. He's done an amazing amount of work out there. I would like to say that, yeah, that's possible. I believe it would be a skeleton of whether we can afford it, how we can afford it, what we can do, and how we can provide training and get our staff enforced the way we want it, the way the public has asked us, the way the public has indicated today as well. But I don't, if you're asking me before the break, can I get the first week in January? When do we go up?
So the session starts January 9th, and what I'm concerned about is we told our delegation that we were going to come back with them with the plan, with the numbers, and I think it's important to give them, enough time to be able to go to bat for us.
I want to confirm with Chief Kelly, but I think he's near finish, and what he has will probably be enough for me to present a preliminary plan. I'm getting information from staff right now. Chief Alberti?
Thank you, Dr. Licata. Yes, as a matter of fact, I just reached out, Ms. Alhadeff, to Mr. Kelly to see if we can meet sometime early next week to talk about the finer details of what he's going to bring to the table, and so we can be able to prepare to answer some questions that the board will have.
Okay, perfect.
How's this? I'll bring everything I can, if I have all the information, to make sure we have a plan that's not rock solid, that's able to be amended and adjusted if we need to, but I'll bring you everything I have and what we can do up to that point with the information I have. How's that? I think that's fair.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion on page 11, by December 15th, 2023, develop and present a school police force implementation plan.
Second.
Moved by Alda, second by Rupert. Public comment? Board member comment? Dr. Seaman?
I just want Chair to share that a legislative plan isn't the full-out plan to the last, radio on a holster belt plan, but knowing enough by mid-December is essential to carry that legislative idea up there and see how far we get for generating new funds. So my sense is that this is entirely feasible because what we need is the legislative plan, not the Judy Marte 7 levels of function and line items of the budget. We need to get there eventually so that they can add the money if they choose to do so. But just to go up there and have those conversations, I think that's the level of plan that the chair is asking for.
Right, and I've already talked with Dr. Licata about working with our lobbyists that this school board district pays a lot of money. We hire them to help us implement this plan, and so I know he will be working collaboratively with them. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion carries. Any other board member comment
On this item?
on this item?
Yeah, I asked to speak on this.
Dr. Zeman?
Oh, thank you very much. I have 4 issues. One is significant and the other less so. On page 4, in the bottom half of the page, under the strategic leadership performance factor, there's a box, the second box, where we say in the current version, demonstrate a clear vision for, and I'll let you all read the rest of that. In my view, for assessing an executive director, a CEO, a superintendent in our world, I don't prefer to assess a superintendent or CEO on their vision. In fact, I think we all have a vision of what learning looks like. It's usually a schoolhouse and a teacher and a student and great things happening over the course of an academic year. I also think that visions without action are just hallucinations. And I think we overemphasize, something like vision when we can't really assess the overall value of a vision. I do believe, however, though, in strategic plans. And I think that there are 3 strategic plans that this board has talked to a number of times, and I'd like to codify those things in this objective. So what I'm suggesting is instead of demonstrate a clear vision.
Hold on, Dr. Zeman. We need to recess the meeting. Dr. Zeman.
Thank you, Chair. So what I'd like to suggest is that we ask the superintendent, in some sense motivated by School Board Member Fogelholy's point earlier, that what we really get is something that can lead us to action. Not more words, not more promises, not more thoughts, not more discussions and workshops and all that, but action. And the way that we know how to vote on things is to see how pieces fit into an overall strategic direction. And this board has talked about 3 strategic plans. One, obviously, for academic excellence, which is the point already written to here on page 4. You know, we asked for a vision of academic excellence, and I would prefer to have a strategic plan. Second, safety and security, because all the learning and teaching in the world isn't going to happen if we can't guarantee a greatest degree of safety and security. And then finally, a rising issue where we've talked many times about 20% of high school students have actively considered how they would take their own lives. It's an alarming number. I'm very excited about the work that we want to do on mental health, but I think we need a strategic plan on that as well. And so let me just read a motion that I'd like to discuss, an idea I'd like to discuss, and then to, if I can preserve the floor, to come back with a motion at the end after the discussion. Creates district strategic plans, and it already says, for academic excellence, safety and security, and mental health. But I'd like that to replace what we have right now, demonstrate a clear vision for academic excellence, and projects a positive image for the district.
I'm sorry, Dr. Zeman, can you just repeat that again?
Sure, absolutely.
Creates district strategic.
And in the future, I'm going to follow my colleague and write these things down and print them out so that it's even easier. Dr. Holness, thank you for setting a higher standard. Creates district strategic plans for academic excellence, safety and security, and mental health.
Any board member comments?
This is not a motion, it's
No,
just a discussion?
he just wants to talk about it. Eat it. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I think that makes sense when you say clear, this is concrete. When you say clear vision, it really, how do you evaluate whether that's true or not? So I like your suggestion and look forward to hearing what my colleagues say.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Dr. Zeman. I think this is clear and it has an objective here. I do also agree that the prior line that says demonstrate a clear vision for academic excellence, for one, when I look at it, I believe it's redundant, because if you look at the one that follows, it says lead a collaborative process with the board to implement the district's mission and vision. So I think this is a good replacement of this. I don't think there's anything measurable in the prior information that's there regarding demonstrate a clear vision. So I appreciate that, Dr. Zeman, and I think I agree with that.
Thank you.
Mr. Woganelli?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Zeman. I agree with this. At least to see the changes. We see on multiple occasions, I remember Ms. Hickson saying that she did a student assembly, or actually different listening sessions with students, and that was a big thing. That was a big thing of mental health, right? Why don't you all want to take care of our mental health? Why don't you care? And it almost feels like to not feel cared for. Again, if you see a repeating factor here, when I keep saying things that people feel ignored, our staff feel ignored, kids, what are we doing to fix it? When we talk about students saying access to mental health, oh, it's hard. I hardly ever see our counselor. Why? Because it goes back to what we were talking about, doing 90 other things. Paperwork, sitting there in the office, doing different things, other jobs, right? Instead of what they're really there to do. So I think that access is very important, and for us to rethink how we're addressing the issue here in Broward County. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So I just want to bring something up because, like, I remember we previously, before Dr. Licata, we worked diligently on this strategic plan. My question is, where did it go? Is that in the black hole? And now we're developing something, new? Dr. Licata?
I addressed this when I entered. The strategic plan is relatively new. It's not old. It does lack some specific data points that I felt was not. It's sort of generic. It leaves a lot of room for latitude. It doesn't. If you don't know where the finish line is, how do you know how fast to run? And I don't believe we have it. It's very good. There's a lot of great words. It has the goals. but I don't know if it has specific enough numbers. So if that's what you're asking me to do, and that's really something that would be forward-thinking, to create a new strategic plan with new numbers, that would be great. I would prefer that, but it's not that old, and maybe retool the old one a little bit with some markers and such. But that would require some significant shopping with the community, shopping with our schools, our staff, our teachers, and making sure their input is, because the strategic plan is always something that is everyone's plan, much like everyone's property, everyone's. And doing 4 strategic plans in my history, you have to make sure you hit every group, make sure everyone has a voice, and changing that core goal, the core mission and vision of the district has to be everyone. So it's not a quick process. So I don't know how to move you from here because I didn't create it, but it does need some measurable goals. And I think I even said it when I sat right there under 849 there. It said, there's increases of 2%, and the community is going to celebrate that, and that's just embarrassing. A 2% increase is not something to celebrate. So I think if we're going to look at that strategic, or use that strategic plan, there's not measurable goals. But I would love to be able to start that process.
Chair, I wonder if we, as a board, want to think a little bit about the language we're using, because it's really critical. If, in fact, we're going to have a district strategic plan, and I know we have one now, but if we're going to talk about that as a thing, and we have one, and we might consider asking for an update of that either now or start of next school year, whatever makes sense, maybe these are implementation plans and not strategic plans. I don't want to confuse people by saying, oh, we have a district strategic plan, and then have strategic plans for mental health, teaching and learning, and safety and security. So these may be action plans or implementation plans. I just know that without seeing all of the pieces at once, it's really difficult to make decisions about policies and about resources and about other decisions that we have. And this stuff is so critically important. Another just quick point about mental health. A long time ago, we had a huge problem when I was director of training for the Navy on SEALs. Our most elite force were taking their own lives in significant numbers, and we were floored. I mean, the leadership of the Navy just didn't know what to do. We designed a new program called Check-Up from the Neck Up, and required every SEAL to go to get mandatory training, mandatory counseling every quarter. The result was a 90% reduction in suicides. These are solvable things. We're throwing a significant amount of resources at it. Dr. Licata, I got to just tell you how bold and wonderful it was to hear you talk to the principals this week about moving out. You've got some mental health resources. Use them for mental health. I know the board gave you that direction anyway, but thank you for doing it so quickly. That's a real testimony to your leadership. But I feel like we need plans for these 3 things. And if we want to call them action plans or implementation plans so we don't confuse the system, I'm fine with that. I just need to know kind of what language we'd like to use so that these 3 things can be part of the superintendent's appraisal system.
Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I think just based on conversations we've had today, and wording action is really the word I think we'd all like to hear, because we're asking for action. So I would suggest not strategic plan, but action plan.
Thank you, ma'am. And if I could, continue with the 4, and to give credit to my general counsel for our Robert's Rules of Order. See how we did today? We had a discussion. We're about to make a motion, and now we're being, I think, a little bit more efficient. I would like to make a motion that for page 4, under strategic leadership, second box, that wording be struck and replaced by create district action plans for academic excellence, safety and security, and mental health.
Second.
Been moved by Zeman, second by Holness. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment.
Glad to see forward momentum.
Say it again.
I said glad to see such forward momentum. Yes, I'm in support of the motion.
Okay, great. Any other board member comment? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. Motion carries. Dr. Zeman.
Thank you. 3 other changes, significant, smaller maybe in significance, but I think very important. On page 5, under communication, We have 3 boxes, and in case people get confused about the superintendent working for the board, 3 of the 4 for communications are about talking to us. And I think 9 of us have real responsibilities, and that's awesome. But there's a lot of communication that goes on beyond that. One of the things that's missing, which is notable in my mind, is communicating with staff. 34,000 of them. And so I'd like to just go ahead and kind of move forward because this is relatively short. I'll make a motion. On the third box, right now we say keeps board, again, that's the third time, informed on issues, needs, and operation of school systems in a timely manner. I'm just suggesting that we make sure that the communication to the staff is also part of his appraisal. Keeps board and all staff informed on issues. So I'm just asking to add 3 words, and all staff.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Siemens, second by Fogelholy. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment. Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed, say no. Motion carries. Dr. Zeman.
Thank you, ma'am. Page 6, under employee management, I'd ask us to just look at the 4th box. Most CEOs and superintendents don't directly oversee the development of leaders. They recognize that there's tens of thousands of hours of mentoring, of guiding, of going back and getting advanced degrees, of going through intern and leads training and things like that, far more than any CEO could really oversee the development of. But what they do is critically important, and I just want to try and be very specific about what a CEO or a superintendent of a school system does. They create and they certify the leader development system as the system that will generate the leaders that we need in our schools and otherwise. They write competencies, often summed up in a document called a promotion precept. This is what I need leaders to do, is written in that. And they also make sure that our selection process is fair and completely merit-based, so that the people know as they're working in schools what it takes to get promoted or otherwhere, working anywhere, to do that. And so, whereas I don't think a superintendent designs and oversees the development of leaders, there's just way too many people that participate in that in an organization our size, I do think they create and oversee the leader development system, they publish promotion precepts, and they set annual professional development standards for all leaders, and those leaders being principal positions and all positions with higher pay bands. So I'm just going to make a motion, then we can discuss it, because I don't. So I'd like to move that way. I move that the 4th box be struck and replaced with create and oversee the leader development system, period. Publish promotion precepts and annual professional development standards for all leaders, in parens, principal positions and all positions at higher pay bands, close paren.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Holness. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness.
I thank you, Dr. Zeman, for this motion, but I would also, if you don't mind, to have Dr. Licata weigh in on on this particular motion and whether or not you see this as something attainable or feasible or reasonable, that kind of a thing.
Dr. Licata.
Dr. Zeman, you're spot on. It's a good piece, though. We'd have to continue developing leaders, but I believe this makes sense. I mean, I obviously see the new wording of it. 10,000 feet. This could be the most comprehensive superintendent evaluation tool in the entire country. Yes.
Thank you. My reason for this motion, Chair, is that I am overwhelmed with the value of leaders. Some of them are sitting here in front of us. Some of them exist out in schools as school leaders or assistant school leaders called assistant principals. We have directors, leaders of organizations, and the impact that they have on the function they oversee or the schools they oversee is many times overwhelming. They set the culture, they set the standards, and they are our critical element of production. And I just believe that adding a few more words will make this clear. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman, the second sentence, can you repeat that? Publish? You said
Yes, ma'am. Second sentence, publish promotion precepts and annual professional development standards for all leaders, principal positions and all positions with higher pay bands. And the standards are, many organizations say, look, at least 40 hours or 80 hours a year. You've got to stop leading and go sharpen your skill set so that you can come back and lead better. And so that's the objective. I didn't really talk about that earlier, but that's something the CEO sets a standard for, is how much are you going to reinvest in yourself so that you can come back and even be better next year.
So the question I would have for this would be the word publish and the standards, but you're not measuring the standards, you're measuring me just creating or publishing what they are. So based on that, and then we'd have to start getting into a plethora of performance factors on, is that enough? Is that through how much money does it cost to train? The bargaining units on how much time I'm allowed to have them train. So you're really, I understand the objective, but it turns us into a significant, not just, I can publish all I want, but when you start talking about getting into the nitty-gritty of how many hours each group has to get, and that's going to cost money, and where do you get that money, and got to bargain through the groups on how much training they're allowed to have or be above and beyond. Now we're talking about a whole other set of matrices that have a lot more complexity than just publishing a couple sentences saying this group will do this group will do that. So there is some tentacles that get pretty convoluted as you go down, and it's not something that you can simply just write down. I mean, I understand what you're saying too. I shouldn't be teaching, effective leadership to the assistant principal pool, which I will be doing. It's part of it. So it does entangle itself into a lot more complex issues as moving forward, if that makes sense.
Dr. Licata, through the chair, are any positions principal and above represented by collective bargaining units?
They're represented by a city.
I meant that literally. Are there any principals or above who are represented by collective bargaining units?
They're only represented by meet and confer.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm just suggesting that the complexity of doing this doesn't involve negotiating with them, but it would be a meet and confer meeting.
But if they're teachers, then we do have that issue.
This is specific to principals and above.
But we're talking about development of leaders and our leaders, right? Are we still talking about developing leaders?
The professional development standards are specific in the motion for principals and above. And this is always a challenge, for an organization to say that leadership is so important, but we also need you to stop and get better as leaders every year is hard. And I appreciate that. But it also is a standard kind of best practice of organizations that believe leadership really matters. You need time to get even better, and that's why I'm proposing this.
There are some TSP departments and folks that are represented by the union, and that would be part of the bargaining unit. So there are some.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Rupert?
Dr. Zeman, I love your ideas. Definitely a shot of coffee just hit right here, and I appreciate that. Stretching our minds. I will not be able to support this particular part of your motions. I would like to see, as we pull in the new talent development chief, that I had the, right? Aren't we getting the talent development
yes.
chief? Okay, everybody looked like confused. Okay, back. As one of very few people that are still here, we had the best, Elise Calabrese, and one of the very first people to leave us in 2011. She is the kind of person that you really want to have developing leaders and having a plan to do that. So for me, like I said, I won't be this particular motion. The other ones I'm up on. But just this one, I want to see with our talent development in place, what that looks like, and if we need to fix it or add other things to it, then I would be more than happy to have you bring a motion to do that. Does So, thank you.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness?
Okay, so Dr. Zeman, I appreciate the motion as well, and I wanted to hear discussion on it, so I second it as well. But I appreciate the input from Dr. Licata, and it seems there are some concerns with doable and cost, and also I appreciate Board Member Rupert's response as well. So I do understand what you're trying to do. This seems to lend itself to a much greater discussion, and so because of that, I am a bit reluctant to support it as it is. But thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Okay. Roll call on the motion.
Roll call on the motion. Mrs. Alhadeff?
No.
Mr. Alston?
Yes.
Mrs. Pham?
No.
Mr. Fogelholing?
Yes.
Mrs. Hickson?
No.
Dr. Holness?
No.
Mrs. Leonardi? Mrs. Rupert?
No.
Dr. Zeman?
Yes.
So the motion fails, 5 votes to 3.
Thank you very much, Chair. And the last one that I propose is more of a technical correction. I'm looking at page 10 on the capital and smart project completion rate. In our previous discussions, we've made a decision to end the smart bond by October 2025. We all recognize that we've already spent far more money than we collected from the smart bond, and it's perfectly reasonable to move on and execute every year a capital project. I also, so I'm going to propose deleting and/or smart. Second, I'm also going to give a scope definition of 30 projects. As it's currently written, completing 30 projects with no scope indicated isn't, in my mind, a clear objective. So what I'm going to propose is language that says that objective number 1, complete the financial closeout of at least 30 capital projects over $1 million in scope by September 30, 2024. I'll just go ahead and make that a motion so we can be more efficient. I move that we strike and/or smart and insert after projects over $1 million in scope. The whole objective would read, complete the financial closeout of at least 30 capital projects over $1 million in scope by September 30, 2024.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Moved by Zeman, second by Alston. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment. Dr. Holness.
Dr. Zeman, I just wanted to clarify, so you're also removing the part that says and/or smart projects? Okay.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Dr. Holness?
If he's removing the portion that says and/or smart projects, he's just stating 30 capital projects, and he's removing the and/or smart projects.
Okay. Mrs. Hickson?
Dr. Zeman, could you explain why you're removing the smart part?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You didn't mean to.
There are, I think, confusing messages going out from this board and sometimes from this group about the funds that we collected from the community called the SMART funds. Those have long been expended. And the funds that we're spending now are money we've collected from the state for capital projects that we added to what we called the SMART bucket. We've agreed that anything designated SMART that can be completed by October 30th is fine. You can continue to use that label. But after that, these are just going to be capital projects. So we get into the routine of executing $300 to $500 million a year of capital improvements with the government staff and a contractor staff that just keeps going on and on. We've ended spending the SMART money, and so that's why we did that. In terms of an appraisal category, it's really just to allow us as a board with our superintendent to look at capital projects over $1 million and say, we'd like you to finish 30 of those this year, whether they're funded with drips and drabs of SMART money or whether it's 100% capital. I think that's an issue for accountants to worry about. But these are just capital projects, and more, I think we need to use those language.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarification. I do like that you have a scope with $1 million, but I think if we just say capital, that our community is wondering, what about the SMART project? So I would agree to make it only capital when we have completed the SMART program in October of 2025. Sure. But I think taking it out now makes it it still makes it confusing, because they're going to say, what happened to the SMART program? Where did our projects go? And that's a discussion we're going to have in October of 2025. So I would suggest to leave it for at least till we've done that, and then we can just move. I see what you're saying, and I understand the background, but I think it will add more confusion.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree with Mrs. Hickson. I think that we have to be abundantly clear and transparent that the Smart Bond projects will be completed and delivered, and then speaking to capital projects will be different. But we can't like change SMART projects at all.
I agree.
To become morph into something differently. So I won't be supporting the motion.
So I'll make a different motion and just say to change that, complete the final closeout of at least 30 capital and/or SMART projects over $1 million in scope by September 30th of 2024.
Second.
Been moved by Hickson, second by Zeman. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment, Dr. Licata?
So I thank you for that, but I know what you're saying. We're not using smart money anyway, but we still have to designate it as that and make sure that we understand. But you and I have talked. We know it's capital. One of the great things about hiring an amazing chief of facilities is she's already caught up on so many things. But she came to me yesterday with some concerns about the language that Ms. Parente and I decided to put together that legally binds us up in this wording. So please humor me, because we couldn't change it at that point. So please humor me and inform the board of some things that we may have to work through with some wording.
Deborah Chapkowski, Chief Facilities Officer. In reviewing some language in the architectural engineering contract, it came to my attention from staff that there's a paragraph that states, or that is the practice here, that we keep the architect's contract open until we reach the 1-year warranty period, at which time is when we actually finalize their invoices. So if that is the case, there's no way we can finish any projects, financially finish any projects within a 12-month period. However, we can reach substantial completion.
Thank you. I'm so glad I hired the best. But yesterday was not the moment. I was excited by you being so good. But thank you. And that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to find things so we can be better, all of us do better in that communication, getting to the board so they have the facts.
Any other comment on the motion?
Yeah.
Dr. Zeman.
I'm not exactly sure on the best way to do this, but trying to set a standard of financial closeout when we can't get to financial closeout is not feasible. And so I wouldn't view that as a positive one. Ms. Hickson has proposed just changing over $1 million in scope. I think we got wise counsel from Ms. Chapkowski to call it substantial completion rather than financial closeout. I would just ask Ms. Hickson, who owns the motion on the floor, if she'd be willing to make that change.
Sure. So I will update my motion to say complete to substantial completion, that there will be substantial completion for at least 30 capital and or SMART projects over $1 million in scope by September 30th, 2024. 2024.
Second.
Been moved by Hickson, second by Zeman. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion carries. Dr. Zeman.
Thank you very much. And I'm done with suggested changes. I'm looking forward to moving past this, Chair, to the superintendent, because these things are reflective of what the community wants from us. And therefore, it makes great sense for us to ask it of you and to set these standards. I really believe that everything here is feasible, and I'm looking forward to next fall reviewing your accomplishments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Licata. It was a pleasure working with you on completing this, and Ms. Parente with your expertise and guidance. Okay, all in favor of C1 as amended, say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. C1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on B1?
So move.
Second. Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Dr. Wanza.
We have 3 registered speakers, Madam Chair. Will Ms. Mia Ahmed please proceed to podium A? Mr. Drew Rosenthal, please proceed to podium B. And then we also have Ms. Rochelle Solomon.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. This is regarding a proclamation which Debbie Hickson has put, I believe, out for a vote. So thank you, Debbie, for putting that out there. I am here representing the Be Smart for Kids organization. We are a 501c3 nonprofit. We are under the Moms Demand for Action for Gun Sense in America. And we are here in support of this proclamation. Be Smart is a campaign. It was launched in 2015. We promote responsible gun storage. And although the proclamation wasn't just read out loud a moment ago, the second and third points are incredibly disturbing when they quote the statistics on firearm deaths, specifically with children. It is now the national leading cause of death of children, and that is by firearm. And then the third point does point to the disturbing trends and statistics that are happening within the state of Florida. So we are here to support this proclamation, and if it does in fact pass, we are here to assist and provide any materials, guidance that we can provide to the parents and guardians in letting them know that they must lock up their firearms, keep them away from children, and we're here to support you in that endeavor. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Rachel. I am the Injury Prevention Coordinator for Memorial Regional and Joe DiMaggio Children's Hospital's Trauma Center, and also the Safe Kids Broward Coordinator. So injury and violence are the leading cause of death and hospitalization in the United States for people from 1 to 44 years old. In 2021, over 220,000 people were killed by unintentional injury, an additional 48,000 by suicide, and 26,000 by homicide in the U.S., while non-fatal injuries impact millions of Americans per year. In 2019, the estimated cost of injury was $4.2 trillion. Though substantial, the true human impact further highlights the importance of injury and violence prevention programs. We encourage the community and vested stakeholders to raise awareness on the importance of injury and violence prevention by participating in National Injury Prevention Day on November 18th, 2023. Interested partners can shine a green light, wear green, or provide injury prevention education on the community to empower communities to change. You can register your event at injuryfree.org and promote on #BeInjuryFree. Promote safety and encourage the use of effective countermeasures like swimming lessons, bicycle helmets, stop the bleed education and kits, also gun locks. If anybody would like a gun lock mailed to their home, please email gloria.lewis@va.gov. We also brought gun locks with us for anybody interested. Locking guns saves lives. As the lead agency for Safe Kids Broward, Memorial Regional and Joe DiMaggio Children's Hospital are proud to collaborate with you on injury prevention initiatives. If you are interested in learning more about ways to keep your community safe, please email traumaeducation@mhs.net. Most injuries are preventable. With your help, we can make a bigger difference. Thank you for your time and support. And I'll pass it to Dr. Rosenthal.
Thank you. My name is Drew Rosenthal. I'm the Division Chief for Trauma Services at Memorial Regional Hospital and Joe DiMaggio. I just will take the last moment or two of our time here to say a few words about this. only because I feel like maybe I can represent the spirit of what this proclamation is intended to do. It's made to make us aware of the staggering statistics, and you don't have to have all of these statistics at your beck and call to understand that thousands of children are dying on the road or at the hands of handguns or anything else. What you have to do is see one funeral or one child's coffin, or just understand that you're going to be staggered by the simple act of violence that was totally preventable. So we have all of these statistics at our hand. They really tell us a really clear story. Most of the trauma is preventable. Most of the things that we can do to teach our kids how to wear a helmet, how to buckle up their seatbelt, how to cross the street, all of these things will prevent a lot of injury and a lot of death. And the same things that we teach our kids, we're teaching them at our schools, of course, at our churches and synagogues and mosques, everywhere. Our children can learn to do these simple things that will save their lives and I think maybe save our own lives. So the point is that trauma is a disease that can be studied. All of these statistics lead us to change our outcomes based on the interventions that we've designed. These designed interventions will show us how to decrease the number of deaths, and we're really commending the board, the county, the national momentum that there is out there to try to decrease these number of deaths and injuries. So thank you very much for your attention. We're really grateful to really the school board and to Debbie in particular. Thank you for inviting us here. And we're happy to entertain any comments or questions. Please let us know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Hickson.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for coming today to speak about this proclamation. The proclamation is supporting National Injury Prevention Day, which is November 18th. Although it does include lots of different injuries, as we mentioned, riding your bike, maybe crossing the streets, swimming is a huge issue. It also includes gun violence. And as was mentioned, firearm injuries are the leading cause of death of children ages 1 to 17. So it's incumbent on us. We are here for the safety of children, and it's important for us to just make these things aware, our communities aware that there are things available like the gun locks, like helmets, like swim lessons, all of those things, so that we work in partnership to make sure that our students are safe both at school and at home. So thank you all so much for coming, for sharing your statistics and bringing some of those safety items that can be shared with the public if they are interested in it. So I hope that my colleagues will join me in supporting the proclamation and making sure that we are working in partnership with our community to keep our students safe.
Thank you. Any other board member comments?
I think you had another public comment.
Oh, Ms. Dr. Wanza, do we have another public speaker?
No.
We do not have another registered speaker.
Okay, I'll let you speak, but our process is now to fill out the card. So if anybody needs to speak on an item before it's pulled, please see staff to fill out the card to speak. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to thank the board for supporting the proclamation. I did meet with Mrs. Hickson and Jessica a while back, and we came up with the proclamation. I was invited today. I'm sorry it wasn't on the agenda. I want to say that the gun violence prevention is so important, and it is so important for people to lock up their guns. 74% of school shooters get their guns from somebody unsecured, their home or an uncle or whatever, but they're not secured. And all it takes, we have biometric locks now where you just touch with your thumb, your finger, whatever you set it for, and the lock springs off. So your gun is automatically, safes are like that. Car locks are like that, car safes, and it's no longer time for us to say our children aren't going to go find our guns because they're so interested in things, they're so curious, and they feel mortal. So it's a bad mix, and they want to play with guns, and if it's in your shoebox, something bad's going to happen. So I wanted to just say thank you again for doing this. I'm from Florida, Giffords. Gun owners for safety, and It's started by Gabby Giffords. There's a national Giffords and a national Gun Owners for Safety organization across the United States. We have our chapter here in Florida. We're able to come and talk to any group, give you more statistics and more hints on how to get the gun violence stopped in our Florida. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member comments? Thank you, Debbie, for bringing this forward, and I think it's so vitally important that they make sure that our parents are responsible firearm owners. They lock up their guns. We need help, parents looking inside their kids' backpacks, making sure that they're not bringing guns or weapons, knives to schools. We need help. And my daughter, Alyssa, should be here today. But she was shot 8 times when they are 15 in school. And it hit home for us. And it's so abundantly important that we are responsible and so that we do not have another school shooting. But we need your help. All in favor of B1, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on F3?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment on F3? Dr. Wanza? Board member comment? Dr. Zeman.
Thank you. This may be the first time in the history of Broward County Schools we pull a financial report in the middle of a meeting, but Chair, I'm curious what the fund balance is right now compared to what the fund balance was last year.
Dr. Licata?
So given that question, and we have some phenomenal staff members that would be able to provide that, I'm thinking between Jennifer, who's been here for a little bit, and I think we have another person, as Ms. Marte is not in. So go ahead, Jennifer.
Through the chair, we have Oleg Gorohowski, who's going to address that question. Thank you.
Louder and closer.
Eat the mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Oleg Gorohowski, Director of Accounting and Financial Reporting Department. So, Dr. Zeman, to respond to your question, if you look at the page 5 of August financial reports, you can see the fund balance as of August 31st is at 4.24%. Assigned and unassigned fund balance is $96.8 million.
Thank you. And just to complete the answer, if you don't mind, could you also tell us the fund balance of August of last year?
So August last year was 5.83%, and the assigned and unassigned fund balance was $122.6 million.
Thank you very much. And it's really just a reminder that we burned through money last year. It's appropriate and smart to do that for critical things, but we're now at 4.24%. That's why this board, I think, who knows why we do anything, but I think one of the reasons we may have had a, if you need more money, you got to show us where to get it policy for this year, is that we're at a very low rate, 4.24. When we get to 3%, we have to start doing mandatory reporting to the state. We get involvement of them and their auditors, and it's just not a place that we really want to go. But I just want to point out, as we think about more money, we're at a pretty low level in fund balance, 4.24. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other board member comments? Seeing none, all in favor of F3, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, say no. F3 passes unanimously. So we are now going to go into our attorney-client session and then into our closed-door meeting, which will take us to about probably 2:15. So, Ms. Batista, do you have something to say?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you. I would like to request the school board convene for an attorney-client session in order to discuss the following litigation: Panacea Prep Charter School, Inc. and Eagles Nest Community Charter Schools versus the School Board of Broward County, Florida, case number CACE 23-019815. pending before the Circuit Court of the 17th Judicial Circuit in and for Broward County, Florida. The following persons will attend this attorney-client session. School board members, Lori Alhadeff, Chair, Deborah Hickson, Vice Chair, Tori Alston, Daniel Fogan-Holy, Dr. Jeff Holness, Nora Rupert, Dr. Alan Seaman, Dr. Peter B. Licata, Superintendent of Schools, and Marilyn Batista, Esquire, BCS. In anticipation of this request, the attorney-client session was properly advertised for today, November 8th, 2023, at 12:45 p.m. in accordance with Section 286.011, Section 8 of the Florida statutes. The purpose of the attorney-client session is to discuss settlement negotiations and/or litigation strategy relative to the pending litigation. A certified court reporter will record the session. Only those persons noted in the advertisement will be permitted to attend.
You good? Okay, welcome back. May I have a motion and second on 04?
So moved.
Moved by Elston, second by Rupert. Public comment on 04.
Yes, Madam Chair, we do have 3 community members registered for item 04. If Mr. Thomas Rhodes could proceed to podium A. Mr. W. Jason Phelps, you could go to podium B. And then we also have Mr. Jim Howland. He'll go to podium A once Mr. Rhodes is finished.
04.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board. Good to see you again. Dr. Licata, my name is Thomas Rhodes. I am the representative of Jostens here in South Florida. I've got my team with me today. We appreciate the opportunity to have this contract renewed. Because some of you are new or not familiar with this contract, I want to cover a couple brief points about Jostens, who we are, and what we do. Jostens was founded in 1897. We do business in all 50 states. We're the largest class ring company in the United States. My family is the largest Jostens dealer, and we've been doing that since 1975. We have a local team led by a 40-year industry professional that you'll meet here in a second. Our rings are manufactured in Dallas, Texas. We invented the Super Bowl ring. It's a fun fact, and we've done lots and lots since. We are renewing, asking for renewal of this contract with a 0% price increase. So we are holding the price that we had in the past. We're excited to get a full year under our belt and to work with your schools and the students in the school communities. Jostens also has a program that we're encouraged by and we look forward to expanding here in Broward called the Renaissance Program that aims to address teacher morale, academic achievement, and character development. This is a free program. It's something we don't charge for, and I really would appreciate your help in getting that expanded to all high schools and middle schools here in Broward County. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for your service to this district.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, good afternoon, Board, Dr. Licata, everyone. It's great to see you all. I'm Jason Phelps, of course, work with Jostens. It's great to be in front of you all today. Just a comment, I've had the opportunity to serve families and students and celebrating the biggest milestones for 25 years. Last year, and having the opportunity to get to know your communities, to get to know your schools, and to help develop programs that extend and the traditions that you have, we greatly appreciate it. Because our mission is to, of course, support and build those traditions and to elevate the experience for students and families and support what the overall mission is. Thank you for the opportunity that we've had. We look forward to, of course, being able to continue our services and executing them as you all have charged. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Finally, last but not least, my name is Jim Allen. I'm very excited to be here at Broward to work with you. I was able to help out a little bit last year with the graduations, and Thomas came to me and asked if I'd like to work full-time with him. I've been working with Jostens a week out of college, so for 45 years. And I love this industry. I love working with schools. I love working with students. And I'm very, very excited to help you guys and make sure we come through with all the promises, make sure all the families and students and teachers and administrators are really thrilled to be working with Jostens. We're very honored to have the opportunity to work for you. Thank you much.
Thank you. Board member comment, Mrs. Pham.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say that I'm so glad that there is no increase in pricing and that.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Zeman. Any other board member comment? Seeing none, all in favor of 04, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. 04 passes unanimously. I have a motion and a second on 05.
So moved.
Moved by Rupert, second by Fogelholy. Dr. Wanza, public comment?
No one's registered, ma'am.
Board member comment, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. I just really need to wrap my brain around this, how this actually can happen. Right, and when employees get to sign in and be their first employee and do all our paperwork, do they have the conversation where there's a non-compete aspect of it, that you really can't do business with the organization that's paying you as an employee? Is that, Dr. Licata, I guess that would be in your area?
Dr. Licata.
Yes, I'd refer to staff on this as well, since it's been discussed.
Through the chair, Ms. Rupert, so when a vendor registers, they do fill out paperwork. It's now online. It used to be paper, pencil, and there is a box there where you have to make the claim, basically, if you are an employee. This employee did do that, and it was an oversight by a staff member who's no longer with us. They just did not see the check mark that the person indicated that they are an employee. And when it was brought to the purchasing agent's attention, this is how they rectified it, by making sure they contacted the employee/vendor and canceling the contract.
Well, thank you for that. So for all the, and I'm sorry, I had the information, and with closed door and everything, I've been throwing stuff all over here. So I think I have it here. Sorry. Okay. I guess, does this belong? Yeah, thank you. I got it. Yeah, if you have it. Thank you. Sharing. Okay.
Another reminder to go paperless, everyone.
No, I'm lost about that, because this could get, in Canada, forget it. Okay. Right. Okay, so this is September 29, 2023. But I do know from the backup that there were other years, and that he put all his stuff in, and it was not any of his fault. However, didn't staff have to sign off on everything?
Staff?
Through the chair, yes, they
Yeah.
did.
Okay.
They signed off on everything, and they just did not realize that the vendor was an employee.
Ms. Andrew, could you give us the date of when that was signed off?
There were multiple years. The vendor initiated this contract, but most recently is when they went out for the renewal. The vendor, it was picked up by the new purchasing agent, and they realized it. But this has been going on for multiple years.
Right, that was where my questions were, is the multiple years. So am I to believe that this particular purchasing agent was the same one multiple years?
Through the chair, it was the same purchasing agent, and it's not an excuse, but at the time, the purchasing agent was reviewing them. The office was short-staffed, and so this particular agent had a very large volume, and they missed the check mark.
So can you just double-check with me those exact years? I want to say easily to 2019, but I thought perhaps there was a 2016 as well.
We can come back with that information if necessary, unless you need it right now.
Well, I think it's important to have it in the public because it's a question as to our transparency that this board and our superintendent, as well as our staff, holds ourselves to. And something that's repetitive does not look well on any of us. So I want to make sure, saying that the person is gone, and that, that's very sad. I'm sorry that you're gone. And when did this person leave us? Just the year.
While she's pulling that information, I have asked that department go through and see if there's any of the other issues like that, so we can catch up on that. I don't believe there is, but we'll find out, because we're going to go backwards and make sure that we're not just singling out one vendor that doesn't qualify. So we want to make sure that everything is clear on this.
Thank you, but it wasn't just this one vendor. It was different vendors, different purchasing. This is involving employees, let me just say. This is not oh wow, this is the first time this is happening. So otherwise I would be, oh, it's a one-off or whatever. So I would definitely need to have that information, because we can only prevent when we've opened all the doors and can see what's inside. Otherwise, we have no idea what's there. And we have a new, shiny, excited, very well respected staff now. And our anticipation and expectation is up here, because I see the caliber of people that are there. I don't want this to give any of us a black eye again in any procurement vendor situation. So, Mr. Superintendent, Dr. Superintendent, I appreciate the fact that you're looking through that, but sadly, I've been told that by other superintendents, and yet this still came forward. So I know that you're a man of your word, and that you will make sure that that gets done, but that we're having this conversation right here, right now, is only proof that when I asked year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, it wasn't done. So, and a lot of that is making sure the right people are in the right jobs, and also the right people are leading those people by example. Trustworthiness, transparency. So that's where, oh, am I on the wrong item?
No, you're good.
I'm sorry,
Oh, I
Alan's
think-
going like this.
Ms. Andrew, you do have the answer?
Yes, Board Member Rupert. So the initial contract was awarded in 2016.
Okay.
And that was from 16 to 19. And then another contract was awarded in 2022. And then this one was being renewed in 23, and that's when the error was recognized.
And that is when our employee left us.
I would have to check with staffing to see, with Human Resources, to see when the employee left. I do not have that date specifically. I believe it was last year, but I don't have that date.
The employee in the department or the employee that was a vendor? Are you asking, Ms. Rupert?
No. The employee that's a vendor, I know,
Okay.
is with us. I'm talking about the employee whose job was to make sure that everything was aligned. As I'm sure our chief auditor could understand, that that is something that should be just automatic. When you get rolling with transparency and accountability, it's a beautiful engine that just keeps moving forward, and that's what I expect.
Dr. Wands is going to get that information while we're working with Ms. Andrew, and we'll get that information.
Okay, I move that we table this toward the latter part of the afternoon. Let's say, Madam Chair, what time?
4:30?
4:30.
Second.
Or sooner.
You have a motion and a second?
Been moved and seconded. Any public comment?
Second.
Board member comment? All in favor of tabling it? Say aye.
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 Item is tabled.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to bring back 04 to reconsider. I have a motion and second to bring back 04 to reconsider.
Second?
Moved by
Zeman.
Dixon, second by Rupert. Public comment? Board member comment, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you so much, and I apologize for missing this. To me, this is another, I don't want to get 1,000 emails kind of item. I understand that when we went out on the solicitation for this, that there was explicit language in the solicitation that said that we could invite other vendors because this is important. In my history, going back the last 8 years, paying attention to school matters in Broward County, it's always been exciting to see vendors go to high schools and compete to get class ring business, to get yearbook business, to get cap and gown. And I know that the principals value having choice. But if we move forward with this, Chair, am I right that we will have no choice regarding class rings?
Dr. Licata?
That is correct.
And I'm all about choice. I really believe we need to have choice. It drives down price, it increases options, it's just good for schools. And so I'd like to make a motion on this item Well, let me think about that. I'd like to end up with choice. And so I guess what would make sense to me is to make a motion to ensure that this school year that our high schools have choice on which means multiple vendors for class rings, for yearbooks, and for cap and gown.
Is there a second? Second. Been moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment? Board member comment? Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. So I actually asked this question, so I'm going to tell you what the response was, because my concern also was that we didn't go to bid to get another vendor. And the answer was the agreement ends on December 31st, 2023. There was not enough time for bids to go out to allow for class ring orders to be fulfilled for this school year. Since the bidding process takes approximately 6 to 8 months, our recommendation is to put it out for bid in the spring.
May I continue, Chair? I don't believe that that is accurate. In fact, I know it's not accurate. In fact, our solicitation said that we go out and get more vendors without a solicitation. So it doesn't take 6 or 8 months. The people that are in this business write proposals all day long. They can write a proposal in a week if we ask them to. We might ask them to do it in 2 or 3 weeks. We might ask them to review it here for 2 weeks and make it well before that. So it may cause some additional work and some additional pressure on our staff to do so, but it is not a 6 to 8 month process. And should we solicit staff about that particular question, or I'm just trying to figure out why somebody I mean, 6 to 8 months, if it was not a rapid acquisition, may be true, but denying people a choice on who they buy rings, cap and gown, and yearbooks from is inescapable. I mean, we're going to get the emails, and we deserve the emails, because they want more choice and they want lower prices. So I'm still going to stick with the motion, and I think it is something that is feasible, unless somebody has evidence that that's not.
Any other board member comment? Dr. Holness?
So I need to know if we should approve this motion, how will this impact students getting their class rings and all of these things occurring? Because there seems, obviously, it's going to take some time to get additional vendors and all of this. So how will this impact students receiving their class rings and yearbook, that kind of stuff? What impact will this have?
I'm going to defer that to Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you, Dr. Licata. It would take at the least probably 2 to 3 months. But the concern would be that students, most seniors, would start shopping early to start purchasing class rings and whatnot for the end of their senior year. So it would have an impact on the ability for students to purchase what they need to for their senior year. So I did look at this contract. I did ask the same questions that many of the board members asked. And due to the length of the procurement process, we thought we'd be better off to bring this forward to get approved. So we've already initiated the process of putting out a bid to create more choice for class rings for the upcoming school year for class of 2025. For class of 2024, the concern would be the procurement process will take about 2 to 3 months at minimum, and still probably interfere with their ability to purchase their class rings. If they want.
So it would have some impact on students' ability to get their class rings.
Correct.
So the other question I have is, why did we not do this earlier for this school year?
I can't speak to that. I just found out about all the issues from the past with Jostens and Herff Jones upon my arrival. So at that time, we would probably still be in the same predicament right now if we would have started our process in September.
Okay, because we were aware we only had one vendor for quite some time, right? So I'm just a bit taken back why we wait last minute and we have only one choice, and at the same time I don't want children to be impacted by this at all. So I do understand, Dr. Zeman, But I have to look at both sides. I have to look at staff may not have done this in a timely fashion, so we can have options. But at the same time, I don't want to impact children. So it's, yeah.
Chair, what I'm proposing, just to be clear, is to pass this and say, yes, let's keep this one firm going.
Okay.
And subject to the fastest solicitation we can possibly do to give children a second choice for class rings, students, pardon me, I'm borrowing your terms, Dr. Holmes, students, the choice for class rings, cap and gown, and yearbook. So if it gets done on my time frame, and it might, if it gets done on someone else's time frame, I get it too. But all that would do is open choice. So we'd keep the current contract, so it can't disadvantage anybody. But we would say subject to the most rapid acquisition of giving choice for class ring, cap and gown, and yearbook. And if they can get it done by January 1st, great. If it's January 15th, okay, some people may have already selected the first vendor. If it's January 31st, maybe they're out, whatever. But I would ask the staff to do it as fast as possible once we approve this vendor, so that we have one, but we move as fast as we can. That way we're dealing with your concerns. Nobody could be disadvantaged because we still have a contract in place.
So have you made a motion?
You did.
Okay, so.
Did I? May I amend it, Chair?
Okay.
The motion is to, actually, I'm not, yes, to add a condition on this contract, on this item, that Broward County School Board move as rapidly as possible to add choice for class rings, cap and gown, and yearbook.
Understand.
Any other board member comments?
Is there a second to the motion?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, Ms. Hickson seconded. Mr. Alston?
I just have now a question on the motion. So I know this is on, the motion relates to class rings, right?
Not caps and gown.
No?
Right.
Am I off?
The item does.
Yeah.
Right, the item does, right. But there was, the motion on the floor gave direction for more than class rings. So, council, we've had this conversation before, and I don't have one way or the other. If we're talking class rings, we can have action on anything related to class rings. I get that. We've now added in 2 other elements. Is there an issue with the motion on the floor?
Well, I would need to get some answers from staff, because the item that is before you is not being, the contract before you is not being amended. The contract is only about rings.
Right.
So all that is being asked is that there would be a procedure in addition to whatever is before you here to extend to the other items as well. I don't necessarily see an issue with that, but
well, I'm asking more, so separate from the staff, I know what's before us. I'm asking, is the motion germane because we're only talking class rings? Is it out of bounds to have another conversation on something other than class rings on the item that's before us? That's really the question.
okay, so
Does that make
if,
sense?
right, yes. So if your question is the motion germane because these vendors usually do all of those other things as well, if I'm not mistaken, the same vendor does rings and caps and gowns,
Right.
and is that correct?
Yes.
So I would
Right.
say yes, it is germane.
Okay, so anytime there is a vendor on our agenda, depending if they do 20 different things, anything can come up.
No.
That's what you just told me.
No.
No?
No, let
Okay,
me
go
explain
ahead.
it again.
Tell me, okay.
Okay, so I said that because the vendor, because this particular vendor here is only does, the item before you is only has 2 rings. The vendors normally that do rings also do other things as well that are related to the graduating class of every school. So not if they did like, lunches or, you know what I'm saying, something completely unrelated to the item.
But wouldn't so through the Madam Chair, wouldn't the procurement vehicle depend on if it was just for rings and something else? Right? We're just talking right now class rings.
And that's why
So I'm asking very targeted questions for a reason. And if your answer is anytime we're having a vendor conversation and vendors select 20 different things that they can do, okay, on their vendor registration application, So if you're telling me that as a board, anytime vendor A comes before me, I can now make any action related to that vendor, not just related to this topic, I don't know if that's correct. So I just want to push back and ask that question again. I apologize. It's on the table. It's on the floor. And I'm not picking up, the motion's on the floor. I understand it. But this is going to set a precedent. And we have some other items coming up, and I will probably do something similar if this is now allowed. So that's why I'm asking the question.
I would not extend it to the extent that you are describing. I would just only extend it to how I have framed it. So I don't know how else to answer the question unless I get another example.
Let me try it, Madam Chair.
I can try to answer.
Let me keep going. And I apologize with your motion, Dr. Zeman, that is causing the back and forth. So there is an amendment before us that deals with class rings. I think we're all fully aware that Jostens and other firms do more than class rings, okay? But what's before us is an item solely related to class rings and a procurement that was done, I'm assuming, and we're asked to do something about the original procurement solely on class rings. That's the first part. The motion on the floor is now giving direction on something beyond the topic of class rings. This board has had the conversation before, and I think I've been given direction before, that if a topic is before me expressly, anything on that topic can be discussed, okay? Anything beyond that topic is out of bounds, okay? So that's that's one component. But there's a procurement vehicle that we're talking about only for one topic, not for more than one topic. So I know I'm blending a little bit of procurement, but I'm also blending
Robert's rules.
Right? So I just need help on this because there's another item that may come up, and if your answer to me says that anytime you talk about a vendor, and I can put anything on the table about what that vendor could do or offer the district, then I'm ready to open that door. And I don't think that's what you're telling me.
No.
Okay. So if you're not telling me that, then I think the motion that's on the floor, although it's on the floor, Dr. Zeman, and I'm not the chair and I'm not the parliamentarian, I don't know if that motion is germane for us at this point because we're only talking about class rings.
Well, since you've been so persuasive,
I'm just asking.
General counsel.
I would say that certainly it is safe to say that it is germane if it's under Robert's rules, if it's regarding rings. It's certainly germane as to that topic. As to the other topics under Robert's rules, it's an interesting question. Because it wasn't going to affect this item per se. In other words, you could still approve this item, adding those pieces. I would have said, which I did say, that it was germane. I think maybe the safer answer so that it doesn't apply across the board to other things that I cannot possibly imagine what they are right now, but could be coming up later, then the safest route would be to amend the motion to just the rings, so that it is 100% sure that it is germane to the item.
Okay. Dr. Licata?
There's some information that may help this discussion. Some of these other items have already been or still are under contract that were bid and rewarded and awarded throughout that, and I would hate to see us cross over into elements that would put us in a really precarious situation that are still extended yearbooks and so forth and so on. So I don't know if that adds anything to your answer or helps, but I think we'd be leaning into some folks that have already been awarded and have a contract on some things.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Board Member Alston was being extremely nice, but my question is, how is it not a sunshine violation? If we're going to make a decision that was not shown, something that shows that the item says class rings, and we're going to make a decision to something else. Example, if we're talking about apple juice and milk later, and the same vendor works on food or whatever the case is, I can make a motion to open it up for them too if we're at it. Like, we can do that. It's going to be a very slippery slope in that situation. We are discussing class rings, and you are now opening up Pandora's box to other things and for us to open up different bids. So I think that's just very strange. It doesn't make sense to me. And I feel like we're skating around the answer. I just feel like that's uncalled for. It's out of order.
Dr. Holmes, may I?
Okay,
No, okay.
I agree with the fact that we're dealing with class rings, and so I will ask Dr. Zeman if he wished to amend his motion so we can move beyond this.
I will, and we'll deal with the other two things in open session at the end of this meeting. I will remind people that the motion was to have choice. So if we have more than one vendor for the other two products, then there's obviously no action required, right? But if we don't, I believe deeply in choice, and I think we need to move out smartly. I understand the staff maybe should have thought about this a long time ago and provided choice in regular order, but I don't want to sit around anymore and say that students are going to be harmed at our 28 high schools because of something we did. We have the ability to remedy it, and I'm going to argue for that. But I will amend my motion to restrict it to having choice for class rings, and then I'll ask the chair to be prepared to deal with the other two during open session.
And Madam Chair, if I may, and just want to clarify that this would not have been a violation of sunshine. This has nothing to do with sunshine.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion?
Does it need a second?
It's to add a condition on this item for BCPS. Actually, no, to add choice for class rings.
It's a little bit more complicated than that, but can I just restate?
Yep.
Thank you. The motion is to, for this item to pass, subject to Broward County Public Schools acquisition team to as rapidly as possible, expand choice for class rings.
Ms. Rupert?
Can we possibly make that a little bit more succinct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll do my best, ma'am.
You know.
I'm still trying to figure out all the other stuff, so thank you. The motion would subject passing this to the staff providing choice as rapidly as possible.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. No. I think there was 2 aye votes, so the motion fails. Back to the item as a whole. Any other board member comment on 04? Seeing
I was
none?
a no too. I don't know if you caught me.
Who was that?
Brenda?
Brenda Sam.
Okay. Okay, all in favor of 04, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say no.
No.
Item passes with 1 dissenting vote. We have a motion and second on 07.
So moved.
Moved by Rupert, second by Fogelholy. Public comment? Dr. Wanza?
No public comment.
Ms. Pham, 07.
Okay. Oh, okay. Hold on. Can right now.
School reviews.
Yes. Yeah, I just wanted to say that I support this motion to reject the bids at this point in time. And I've spoken with Beacon people, and I'm behind them in reference to getting on board. Okay?
Any other board member comment? Ms. Rupert?
I do. I also am going to approve the motion to reject, but because it's going to go back out there, heads up, instead of just site hits, please include enrollment being up or not. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, so the requested action is to approve the reject of all bids received for invitation to bid. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on S1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Rupert, second by Zeman. Public comment.
We have no one registered.
Dr. Zeman.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to take a minute because we don't do this enough and talk about a great thing going on in Broward County Schools. These two items together, S1 and S2, represent a program through two medical institutions that last year provided amazing internship opportunities and jobs for 671 people. It's going to expand this year to 750 people going through this program. It's at no cost to Broward County Schools, but it fully qualifies people through health science programs to do an internship in a place where there's hands-on experience and walk out of that and their education experiences into jobs that they can have for summers or for life thereafter. So congratulations to all the people on the staff that organize this and make sure that we sustain it every year. More great news about what we're doing in Broward County Schools.
Thank you. Any other comments? All in favor of S1, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. S1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on S2?
Second.
Moved by Hickson, second by Rupert. Public comment. Dr. Wanza?
No public comment, ma'am.
Okay, Dr. Zeman.
I apologize, Chair. What issue are we on?
Agreement with South Broward Hospital District.
I apologize. I had my comments for S1 and S2 combined.
Together.
Thank you. All in favor of S2, say aye. Aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, say no. S2 passes unanimously. We have a motion second on HH1.
So moved.
Moved by Rupert, second by Hickson. Public comment.
We have one registered speaker. I'm not sure if the person is still here, but it's Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
She's not here. Mrs. Pham, HH1.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to compliment staff on getting this accomplished, and I noticed that we did some cost savings on changes that are going to save us some money on administrative staff, and we appreciate their efforts to try to do some cutbacks so we have more money to give towards our teachers.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
This is HH1, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I have a couple questions. And this is the Chief Strategy Innovation Officer, right, Chair? HH1? Thank you.
It's to approve the organizational chart.
I think we're on HH1, which is the job description.
Yes.
It is.
I'm sorry.
I just have a few questions. Chair, I'm curious whether this person will be a member of the cabinet or the executive cabinet?
Dr. Licata?
Absolutely.
Is there a difference between the cabinet and the executive cabinet?
It's executive cabinet.
Just executive cabinet only. Thank you very much. Would this person be able to talk directly to school board members?
As part of the executive cabinet, we certainly would hope so because it's a vital position for us right now.
Thank you very much. I wonder then if we don't want to be clear. In the first bullet under essential performance responsibilities, we say it works directly with the superintendent, community, elected officials, municipalities, parents, students. It may be inferred from the way it's written right now that the elected officials are municipal, state, other organizations that might, but I'd prefer that to say including school board members so that we are very specific that as representatives of our community, as people who spend a lot of time with municipal leaders in general matters related to education, that this person feel free and clear to to work directly with school board members as well.
Much like my current executive cabinet, you're able to work with and meet with as well, and I believe it says the same in their job description. If I'm not mistaken, but yeah, they would be working with school board members directly, as the rest of the executive cabinet does.
Terrific. That's the only motion that I have, Chair. I'd motion that after elected officials on the first bullet, we add 4 words, including school board members.
There's second. Second. Moved by Zeman, second by Alston. Public comment. Board member comment. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously.
That's all I have, Chair.
Okay. All in favor of HH1, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say no.
No. Alston?
HH1 passes with 1 dissenting vote. Alston. As amended. We have a motion and second on AA1, BB1, BB2, BB3, BB4, BB5, CC1, CC,
CC one out of that one.
how will they, we're going to take CC1, yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Take CC1 out of that. DD1, DD3, DD4, and JJ1.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment?
So we have registered for BB1, we have Ingrid Ford. You called CC1, correct?
No.
Okay. Did you call CC2? No. Okay, so just BB1, Ingrid Ford.
Ingrid Ford. Go to podium A. Okay. Board member comment? Board member comment, seeing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Items passed.
No.
Okay. One dissenting vote, Ms. Pham, on all those items. May I have a motion and second on CC1?
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment. Dr. Wanza?
We have one registered speaker, Chris Nelson, for item CC1.
Chris Nelson, go to podium A. Right here. Board member comment on CC1. Okay, so I believe on CC1, Dr. Licata, there's a date error,
Yes, Scrivener's error.
Scrivener's error. Do you want to, where is it?
It's December 24, which is next month, right? We want to,
It says December 2023. It should say December 2022 in the first
yeah.
part of the description.
So can that be fixed in the item?
Do I have to make a motion to?
Yep.
Okay, I move to fix the Scrivener's error for December. It should say December, I'm not looking at the item right here, hold on. On page
1089.
1091, where the second whereas on or about December 7th, 2023, that should say December 7th, 2022.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Hickson, second by Zeman. Public comment. Board member comment. All in favor of CC1 as amended, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no.
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 This is just the amendment and not the item, right?
Is it the
Okay.
amendment or is
Oh,
it
the
the item?
amendment of the item.
Oh,
The amendment.
sorry, just the amendment.
Oh, yes.
Yes. We'll do it again.
Okay, I guess we need to do a roll call. I don't know who said what.
Is
On
this
the
the roll,
amendment.
a roll call on the amendment for the Scrivener's error to change the date? Okay. Mr. Austin?
Yes.
Mrs. Pham?
Yes.
Mr. Fogenholly?
Yes.
Mrs. Hickson?
Yes.
Dr. Holness?
Yes.
Mrs. Leonardi?
Yes.
Mrs. Rupert?
Yes.
Dr. Zeman?
Yes.
Mrs. Alhadeff?
Yes.
The amendment passes unanimously.
Okay, so now we're back to the item as a whole, CC1, as amended. Roll call.
CC1 as amended. Mrs. Pham?
No.
Mr. Fogenholly?
No.
Mrs. Hickson?
Yes.
Dr. Holness?
No.
Mrs. Leonardi?
Yes.
Mrs. Rupert?
Yes.
Dr. Zeman?
Yes.
Mrs. Alhadeff?
Yes.
Mr. Austin?
No.
Motion passes 5-4.
May I have a motion and second on CC2?
So moved.
Moved by Rupert, second by Hickson. Public comment? CC2.
We have one registered speaker. Not sure if the speaker's still here, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Dr. Zeman.
I'm sorry.
CC2.
You're faster than I am, Chair. Thank you. You tell me the title of
It's the proposed 2023-24 organizational chart update added.
Terrific, thank you very much. Thanks for putting that together. I think the question that I had after reviewing that is this person is going to be a direct report to the superintendent. I feel like that's essential for this particular role. To handle these kinds of things will require almost daily interaction with you. And as the CEO equivalent of the organization, I just wanted to applaud you for adding sometimes in an org chart, direct reports can be unwieldy. But thank you for taking on one more because this job is going to be really important for Broward County.
I appreciate that support. I also know that this person will be working directly with every board member as they communicate previous night meetings, potential increases in enrollment, decreases in enrollment, any of those informations that will give an opportunity for them to echo, he or she, echo the information that they've retrieved, and this way give them time as well as freeing me up for it, because this is the way I see it, $200 to $250 million savings over the next 2 to 3 years if we do this right. And as I'm charged with redirecting and working with Deb Jabgowski, working with our everybody, the entire cabinet. So I thank you for your support, and I think it's very important for this organization.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of CC2, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes Item passes with one dissenting vote. Mr. Alston. May I have a motion and second on DD2?
So moved.
Moved by Rupert,
Second.
second by Fogelholly. Public comment? Dr. Wanza?
No registered speakers.
Okay, Ms. Pham, DD2? Mrs. Pham?
Yeah, no, I'm here, I'm looking. I'm just looking at my notes.
Internal audit report, audit of internal
Okay,
funds of select.
I'm just going to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, any other board member comment? Ms. Rupert?
I had a question. When we had that omnibus items that we just voted on, was DD1 part of that?
Yes.
I had a question. Do I need to bring the item back, DD1, to ask the question?
Yes. Okay, hold on, let's just
Yes.
get done with DD2 first. All in favor of DD2, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no. DD2 passes unanimously. Ms. Rupert?
I move that we bring DD1 back to the table. I was on the-
Reconsider?
Second. A motion to reconsider. Second.
Thank you. I did say that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Moved by Rupert, second by Alston. Public comment? Board member comment? Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you. My simple questions, there's two. Were all of the exceptions cured, and were the documents finally provided?
Mr. Jabone?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm Joris Jabone, Chief Auditor. Ms. Rupert, we did get that question, and we did receive a response from Director Smith from the Business Support Center. Not all of them have been done. A lot of progress has been done because there were a lot of findings with certain milestones. So some of the training, we've gotten due dates in the future as to when they're going to get done. But we did get that response from Director Smith. We do have Executive Director Andreu here who may choose to add to what I just stated.
Through the Assistant Superintendent.
Ms. Andrea?
Board Member Rupert, all of the training will be complete by March 22nd, 2024.
Thank you. Actually, my question really wasn't about training. My question was, were all of the exceptions cured, and were all the documents finally provided?
We did get the documents, particularly on the first finding. We did get all those.
Okay, but?
But the only thing that's missing is the training. That's the only piece that's missing that has some forward dates in the future.
Okay, so to be clear, the exceptions, the disbursements, the checking account balance, the purchase cards, the receipting, the pre-numbered ticket inventory, all that was cured?
I believe so. If I can confirm that through another follow-up.
Okay, that would be fine. But additionally, this should never happen. I mean, and I'm saying this because it bothers me. I know when we had subpoenas to give our phones as board members, some board members lost their phones. Some board members erased their phones. Some board members took the SIM card out of their phone. I gave my phone. I was at an FSBA meeting. I overnighted it, came back. It was no big deal. My point being, you're asked for something from an auditor or a state's attorney or whoever it is we serve, you give them what they're asking for. So I'm very sensitive to this. So disbursement documentation for 22 disbursements, approximately $70,000, was not made available to the auditors. Unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. The department's bank account were well above the amount allowable in the school board for more than 2 years. Unacceptable. Required documentation to support purchase card expenditures was not submitted for review or approval. Unacceptable. The auditors also noticed that the receipting procedures necessary to document the audit trail of transactions were completed incorrectly. Unacceptable. It was noted that the department needed to retain an inventory of pre-numbered tickets as required by school board policy. Unacceptable. So I'm very happy to hear from Ms. Andreu, is that right? That has all been cured, and I look for that in written material to the board via the auditor, actually your direct report via the auditor. Yes. I look forward to that, as well as the community at large would look forward to that. So thank you very much. Thank you for bringing this back. Yes? Dr. Licata.
I appreciate this. This is troubling, and if you look around in the newspaper and such, you see on our principals meeting and the regional superintendents were there. I discussed this with some of the high school principals and making sure there's no more allowable messing with internal funds. There's no more allowable fake supplements. And we got to give everyone a heads up to say, if something doesn't look right, you need our help, call us. But otherwise, money goes to where money's supposed to go. And end of discussion. So they're aware of it, and they know it, and we're going to monitor that closely. And I appreciate the leadership of my regional superintendents, because they know that's a high priority, especially Mr. Toomer, Dr. Toomer, who is awesome.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you. Chair, do you know when this audit was completed?
Mr. Bowen?
It was presented to the audit committee at the September meeting.
Thank you. I'll ask again, Chair. Do you know when this audit was completed?
Mr. Bowen?
So the audits are completed when they're presented. So they're completed that week. Now, the as of date is as of June 30th of 2023, of 2022. That's the period that it covers.
Right. But to my colleague, Ms. Rupert's point, there is, and let me ask this in a question format, Chair. When are audits given to the school board?
Mr. Bowen?
So the audits are given to everybody, including the school board and everyone, a week before the meeting that they're presented.
Terrific. And is this the week that it was presented?
Yes, it was presented. It was published a week before it was on there. So we don't hold on to them, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you. And last question: are there any audits, Chair, that you know of that were behind schedule on producing?
Mr. Bowen?
No, the ones that have a defined time frame are the internal funds audits by the Auditor General. And so we caught up to those when we finished our last meeting with Dave Thomas, and now we're in the process of performing the fiscal year 2023, and we're on schedule for those as well.
Okay. My expectation based on that answer is we will not receive audits that are overdue at this point forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions on DD1? All in favor of DD1, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. DD1 passes unanimously. May I have motion and second to pull together DD5 and 0013?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment. Dr. Wanza?
No comments, no registered comments.
Okay. Board member comment, DD5 and 0013. Ms. Rupert?
I'm good. Thank you.
Any other board member comments?
Chair, would you like me to explain this?
No. Board,
I just have a question.
Mr. Alston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on this item, Chief, the additional spending authority of 200,000 who is that 200,000 for?
Thank you, Mr. Alston, through the chair. So the additional accompanying item would not be necessary if the board approves my recommendation that we utilize the Office of the Chief Auditor team, which is on page 23 at the bottom, the option OCA. That is purely within our budget, so there's no additional spend authority needed for the accompanying item, or no additional budget needed either. But the options above that on page 23 do require funding that would need to come from the unassigned fund balance, and options 4A and 4B would require the additional spend authority that is on the accompanying item.
So, Madam Chair, just to follow up, the additional spend authority of 200,000 is to who?
Well, that would be, that would allow us to, assuming that we get the budget, to be able to spend more with that particular vendor, because we have limits to how much we can spend with that vendor, and we are at the maximum if we choose options 4A and 4B.
And the vendor is one firm, or is it multiple firms? I think I'm trying to ask.
It's a spend authority for the entire RFP that includes multiple firms.
And the intent is to use all the firms, or is the intent to use
No,
one firm?
we would use RSM, who's been doing these projects for us, to continue to do so.
Got it. Because the way the item is presented, it says awarded vendors, and I would be led to believe that that would be inclusive of more than just one firm.
Yeah, so we would have the ability to choose a different firm if we so choose, but given the fact that if the board wishes to go with, to continue the behavioral threat assessment testing, it would make sense to use the same firm because there would be startup learning that would need to be done. So we would utilize that spend authority with the firm RSM and not the other firms that are in the RFP.
So the item that's before us, Chief Auditor and Counsel, as listed on the agenda, if this were to be approved, the 200,000 additional spend authority, are we approving this for one firm or multiple firms? I heard your answer. I'm now asking, as presented on the agenda for the board. So Counsel, if you can just help, just so I understand. I get who the previous awarded vendors were, to the Chief Auditor's point. But the additional spend authority, if it was procured, so back to a similar procurement question, right? Is it for one? Is it for all? We can debate the funds later, because that's a different topic. But I'm just wondering, process, who is this for?
Ms. Batista.
So, Mr. Alston, are you asking about 0013?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in that additional spending authority there is a new total amount, and it could be for any of those vendors that were selected in the RFP.
All right. So back to you, Chief. So I thought I read this correctly. Are you making a recommendation? Because that's not what's before us. Your recommendation is that it be for one firm, not all the firms, correct?
No, I will utilize just one firm, but I would recommend that we technically allow the spend authority to increase for the entire RFP and all the firms. But there is only one firm that I would use for this.
All right. I'll save. I just want to lead off with questions. I'll wait till the end. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have a question on DD5. Mr. Jabon, can you explain this requested action? It seems very vague and non-specific.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. So I would like the board to approve one of the suggested strategies that is on page 23. And the one that I would recommend to the board to approve would be the one that would call for the Office of the Chief Auditor to perform the behavioral threat assessment testing. That
Okay.
is,
You should have said that in the requested action. That, because if we just went ahead and approved this, it's not, it would be very unclear.
Agreed.
And you should have made that your requested action. So is there a board member that wants to make a motion to have a more specific requested action? Ms. Rupert?
I gladly make that motion.
Which one?
Are we on 003?
Could take an attempt if you'd like.
The last one? Yes? Part 3? What option is?
Ms. Rupert, that is?
5?
Option OCA?
Yes.
What page are you on? Sorry.
23, the PowerPoint?
Okay, so can you just read what it is so the public can hear it?
It's having the inside folks do the assessment. Is that correct, Mr. Auditor?
Mr. Olson, can you use your microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Chief, is that correct? That is what option OCA is, correct?
option OCA to utilize the Office of the Chief Auditor team to perform behavioral threat assessment
And
testing.
that's the motion Ms. Rupert made, and I'll second the motion if there wasn't a second to it.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Mr. Olson. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously.
Chair?
Mr. Jabone?
With that motion, I would recommend on 0013, it was no longer needed, that when you get to that,
We're already on it. We
Oh.
pulled
Yes.
both at the same time.
so that's not needed, so a no vote is recommended.
Okay. So on 0013. Yeah, we did. We voted. We had them both together. We voted.
No. Did you vote on DD5 or just the amendment motion?
Just the motion. Okay, so now we're going to vote on DD5 only as amended.
DD5?
Yeah, as amended. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. DD5 passes. May I have a motion and second on 0013?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment. And Mr. Jabone, you're asking the board to vote 0013 down.
Correct,
The
Chair.
no vote. All board member
Sorry,
comment?
Madam Chair, or
Mr.
we can just
Alston?
take no action, right? We don't have to consider the item. I know it's been brought before us, right? Why do we have to vote it down,
Yep.
right? Because then why are we voting
Was
it
it
down?
called table indefinitely or something?
Yeah, we don't have to take action against it. Just don't take action.
Let's go.
Right?
Yeah.
Come on, man. We're talking longer than it would have taken to vote it down, man.
You better bring that action and excitement to the game on Friday.
That's right, there you go.
All right. All in favor of 0013, say aye. All opposed, say no. No. Item fails. I have a motion and second on JJ2, JJ4, JJ5, JJ6, JJ8, JJ10, JJ11, JJ12, JJ13, JJ14, 001, 002, 03, 04, 06, 07, 011, 012, 014, 016, 017.
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Hickson. Public comment.
There's a speaker registered for 0017. Not sure if he's still here. Mr. Willie Bailey.
Mr. Bailey, you go to podium A. No. Any other public speakers? All in favor? Board member comment, Mr. Fogelnolling?
Yes, Chair. Could you separate 0017 from that pile, or?
Yes, we'll take out 017.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say no. Items passed unanimously. I have a motion and second on JJ3.
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Fogelnolling. Public comment? Zeman.
Thank you, ma'am. This is an item of interest. So I'd ask us maybe to just take a minute on this one and think a little bit about what happened here. This is James Hunt Elementary School. It's very clear from the item that there were other things that happened since the award. I think as a result of board action, we bought lights separately, and so we didn't need that in the contract. Other reductions from the customer themselves, which reduced it. But when we were done with those two scope changes, there was $100,000 left over. And the $100,000 went to the school, and they got to buy FF&E, which is, a legitimate requirement, but it was not part of the SMART requirement. It was above and beyond that. Right. And what I want to question as a board is, are we okay with that? My view is that's $100,000 that should have come back to the corporation to spend on a higher priority, not to just stay with the project because it just happens to be there. So I'm not sure that this issue is the one we want to jump up and down and vote down and cause trouble with. But as a board, I think we need to think a little bit about what's the limit. How much can we change a construction item and just let the superintendent sign it? How many days can we change a project and just let maybe we'll let our chief facility officer sign it if it's small enough. But bringing issues back to the board, if you want me to know that there's money left over and now I got this issue, it's like, holy cow, we're the board and we're supposed to prioritize the money, but there's money left over and it just stays with the job because I guess that's easy. $100,000 is a lot of people, a lot of money. We don't want to just, spend it just because it happens to be there. So I'm not going to make a motion on this particular item. I just am going to bring this to the board's attention that we need to think a little bit about those limits. I believe the superintendent, through his experience, has earned an ability to not bring items to us. But, Chair, what is the limit on dollar amount of a change order that needs to come before the board?
Dr. Licata?
It's $50,000.
Terrific. And, Chair, is there any reason you think we should see an item of less than $50,000?
Will of the board, Dr. Zeman?
And the will of the board was if it's less, the superintendent can do it on his own?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. And I meant you as a representative of the board, not you personally, Chair, but thank you very much for that. Are there any other limits, Chair, that would disqualify an item from having to come before the board?
Dr. Licata?
I don't believe there are at this time, whether it's a credit or a change, minus or plus, shall we say. No.
Terrific. So if it's a credit back to us, that's less than $50,000. We don't need to see these, I don't think. Right? I mean, if we're giving money back because something happened, the contractor was efficient or something, that's less than $50,000 too. Be nice to know about it, but I think that falls within the less than $50,000 cost to the school board. Thank you very much. I would like to suggest this as some kind of a workshop item, though, which is when monies are freed. Okay. Did you say oh no?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, we definitely need this. We need to think a little bit about our role in a board and how much money that gets freed up comes before us. And so I will suggest that, and we can talk about it at another time. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any other board member comment? All in favor of JJ3, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. May I have a motion and second on JJ7?
Within a word. So move.
Moved by Pokenholy, second by Hickson. Public comment?
We have no registered speakers.
Dang.
Ms. Rupert,
With
JJ7.
one finger. Okay. Okay, got it. Thank you for the response for Bright Horizons. And my question was, why are we having a 565-day delay? So the response was they had a number of delays associated with large change orders. They've been categorized as consultant omission, owner request, unforeseen condition. Each of these added significant delays. The project is currently substantially complete and has been since September 2022. Therefore, the spaces have been in operation, blah, blah. Okay, so why are we here asking for 565 days?
That was a great question. I believe I even asked the same question to Mrs. Chubkowski. So please respond.
If I may, I would like to refer to Shelley Maloney, who's here, Executive Director of Capital Projects.
Good afternoon, Shelley Maloney, Executive Director of Capital Programs. If I may, Mrs. Rupert, to your question, this is work that is analyzed. The delays are analyzed through AECOM's TIA team. So this is just catching up with the information and the recommendation from the team.
Okay, so basically, we've already completed the 565 days. It's just the awareness of being told about
right,
it
and we have to
now.
bring it to the board for approval. Yes, it's already done, yes.
Right, but
yes.
this is weird. Usually it comes in an item, and then it says we need an additional 357 days and 12 weeks. And
Right, so this is basically adjusting the schedule.
so adjusting the schedule till when?
Ashley, would you know?
Yeah.
So the final completion, Mrs. Rupert, is the projected is this month, actually.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, it says it's pending a final completion, so I will be happy to get a memo that
Yes.
says, and invite me back to Bright Horizon, because it's one of my wonderful places to
It
visit.
is a wonderful school.
It
yes.
is. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All in favor of JJ7, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. JJ7 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on JJ9? Moved by Hickson, second by Zeman. Public comment?
We have no registered speakers, Madam Chair.
Dr. Zeman. JJ9, change order number 8, additional funding, Coral Springs High School.
Thank you very much, Chair. A couple questions, Chair. What's the, I'm sorry, we went through the authority. Second question, the Corp approved this on July 12th. Why are we getting this today?
Dr. Licata.
Ms. Chipkowski.
My apologies, I'm going to have to defer again to Shelley Maloney. Unfortunately, this precedes me, and I don't have an answer.
Dr. Zeman, I believe it's just processing time that occurred. It is long, I agree. However, we can provide additional information in the follow-up, just to itemize the length of time.
Thank you so much. Chair, I'm just going to note for the record, that's 119 days to go from one side of the desk to the other side of the desk. During that time, either contractors working at risk, they're not working, they're not rescheduling. That's a long time. That's 4 months to move from Corp to the school board. I will volunteer, and I'll ask my other school board members if they want to as well, but if we ever need to rapidly increase school board meetings so we can have a 30-minute meeting, review some quick things, I'm always available to do that. I don't want to be responsible for slowing these things down, but one step taking 4 months when you have so many steps to get a project done explains why, to Ms. Rupert's questions on the last item, 1,286-day extension on Bright Horizon. Like, I don't even know how to add all that up, 1,286, and go back to the community that I represent and tell them, I'm sorry we had an almost 4-year delay, and I'm sorry each step takes 4 months. It's just, we've got to figure out a way, and anything that's on the school board's side of that, I'm willing to work more and meet more in order to and get things done. But I look forward to Ms. Chipkowski's review of these processes and make sure we don't have 4-month steps in our game plan. Thank you.
All in favor of JJ9, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. And passes unanimously. Mr. Olson, can we take 15 to 18 together, or do they need to be separate?
Me?
That's Miss Pham.
Oh,
I didn't put
sorry,
it-
my eyes, wrong box. This is Pham. Can we take JJ 15 to 18 together?
Yes, that'd be fine.
Okay, may I have a motion and second on JJ 15, 16, 17, and 18? Moved by
Okay, one of the
Hickson,
reasons
second
I
by
flagged this
Rupert.
is
Hold
because it seems like
on, hold on, Ms.
we have
Pham,
a-
1 second.
Sorry? Okay.
Public comment,
We have no registered speakers, Madam Chair.
Ms. Pham.
Yes, one of the reasons I flagged this for comment is because it appears that we get vendors that give us bids, and it ends up being a partial bid because they're not qualified to do the entire job, and then we end up losing a lot of time and having to bring someone else in to do that. And I'm just wondering, what penalties are we having for failing to complete a project, and how are we really, because there's definitely a pattern, how are we vetting these people to know that they are qualified? We had one particular person who couldn't even get permitted and doing items. So how can we let them bid on jobs they don't have any experience doing? It's similar with how we supposed to do both.
I think Ms. Pham's asking, and we've asked this a plethora of times, in our contracts with our vendors, what penalties are put in place for these delays? Dr. Licata?
That is multiple folks, but I want to start with Mrs. Chebkowski, and I know it leans over to Ms. Andreo a little bit, but more importantly, these are a lot of the bubble ups that we're working through right now that are historical, that we can't accept as standard operating procedure, much like these change orders that now I sign every single one of them every week with Mrs. Chebkowski together. So we do it every week, once a week, we sign those change orders. But please answer the question from Ms. Pham.
Sure, thank you for the question, Ms. Pham. There's different reasons or events that might cause delays on the project, and depending on what it is, could or could not affect what the penalties are, right? So we do have some language in our contracts for penalties, but it depends on case by case, basically.
I want to follow up with that. There are some situations where it isn't always the contractor's fault. There is that gray area that are we allowing it, are we not allowing it, simply because of some cost factors, some measurements, whatever the case may be. We want to keep with the standard norm, as we are very short on people that bid on our jobs. We want to make sure that we're not outside the norm, because we need more vendors. We definitely need more folks that want to bid on our work, and that's one of the things we have to keep an eye on. But we also don't want to take a, pardon the expression, a hosing on change orders that really could have been prevented by the original bid work. That really is no excuse. So there's three factors in there that we really want, but that last one is the one that twists me a little bit.
Thank you. Any other board member comment? All in favor of JJ 15, JJ 16, JJ 17, and JJ 18, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. Items pass unanimously. May I have a motion and second on JJ 19?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Hickson, second by Pogenholy. Public comment? Dr. Wanza?
No registered comments, Madam Chair.
Mrs. Hickson?
Thank you. I have a specific comment on 19, but since I like to go over all of the JJ items at one time, I just want to give the information that was very good to see that we recouped $244,720 on 4 different JJ items, so that was positive. But on consultant omissions and consultant error, that total was $205,679.98. And I continue to bring it up because every month, if we're doing $200,000 on omissions and errors, we continue to see why we are ballooning. And I know that I've had this discussion a number of times, but it's frustrating. But I will say thank you for the positive for the other JJ items. My specific question on JJ 19 is about portables, because I had a teacher send me some photographs of a portable that she's teaching students in, and the whiteboard has mold all over it. And the parts of the wood in the portable are being eaten away, whether it's by mold or by termites or whatever. And originally, she wasn't in that portable because the air condition went down. Was told that because it was only one issue, that it didn't rise to the emergency problem. So her portable sat with no air for a while until Dr. Licata made sure that was taken care of when she brought it to our attention. So it was really why I'm asking the questions, and I appreciate I got the answers already, but my question was, how do they determine if a portable is unsatisfactory? I don't know how someone could walk into the portable that teacher is teaching in and not determine that it's unsatisfactory, because just based on the pictures, I determined that it was unsatisfactory. So I understand we're following state rules, but we also have to use our own eyes and our own common sense to say there's no way that students or a teacher should be sitting in a room, or the whiteboard where they're projecting has a streak of mold down the middle of it. So my question also was, why can't we just get them a new portable? Why are they in that portable? And the answer was, it's not the intent of the district to install new portables, but if we have a portable that someone shouldn't be in and we want to get rid of it, either we're putting them in an actual classroom or we're getting them a decent, satisfactory portable. So I don't really have a question here, I guess. I really have more of a statement that this is completely unacceptable. This is one teacher that reached out to me. I can imagine that there are more issues. I would hope not too many more, but I would guess that there are some more, and I think it's really important that we don't just look on the outside, that you're walking in and we know what our students are sitting, and we've said this today a lot, that what it looks like when our students walk into a building to learn really is how they learn, right? It's how they're interested, it's how they feel, they know if they're valued, and there's no way that anyone sits in this lady's classroom and feels as if they're valued. And I just am not okay with that. So I appreciate the answers to the questions. I don't really accept them as a good answer to say, well, the state says they're satisfactory, because I don't accept that. Thank you.
Any other board member comment on JJ19? Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. Two questions, Chair. One, we talked about this before months ago, that the work that is required to demolish portables is the kind of work that a lot of demolition firms can do. This board has been clear about disadvantaged firms, about smalls, women-owned, minority-owned firms, but we haven't shared any of this work with them. I'm curious what effort we put into finding a small women-owned, minority-owned, or local firm to do this work.
Dr. Licata.
Ms. Andrew, what is the first sentence I told you when you accepted this job?
Yes, sir. We have to increase the pool of minority, small, women-owned businesses, and we are working on that, and we are bringing rulemaking forward with that policy that is tentatively scheduled for December 5th.
Terrific. And just as an ancillary point, I had a company, actually two companies in the last month, write to me about trying to become vendors to Broward County schools. And they said, I don't have enough time. The process, both of them, one said 40 hours, one said 60 hours to go through the process to just become registered. We want them to be vendors, right? Like in my world in government service, you want as many people as possible to bid so you can get better prices and better choices. Second question, it's $13,000 per demolition of portable if you do the math. Was that consistent with our independent government cost estimate for what we expected this to cost?
Dr. Licata?
Staff. Ms. Maloney or Mr. Cabuso? We're together.
Yes. Yes. Dr. Zeman, yes, it is consistent with our historical costs, which were provided to us through PPO, physical plant operations.
Terrific. Well, I'm hoping in the future that the great Ms. Andrea will expand the pool, improve the vendor registration process, get more small women-owned and local firms, minority firms to bid. I know that's a lot of work in one sentence, but I think the net result is our estimates of costs seem very high. Like, I don't think it should cost if I had a portable in my backyard and a vendor came over for one and just said $13,000, I'd say, Dan and I will get some hammers, we'll do it ourselves, right? But when you have 200 of them, your price should come down, right? Because you have the tools, you have the equipment, you can do many at a time. So I'm thinking, like with having too few people bid on large construction projects, we also have too high a price on some of the stuff we're doing because we don't have an efficient vendor and acquisition system. So I look forward to learning more about how we're going to do that in the future. Thanks, Chair.
So my comment, Dr. Zeman, is that my understanding is with AREBA, it is going to help to expedite that process for our vendors and make it more, I guess, available that we get more companies to be bidding on our job. Okay. All in favor of JJ19, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. JJ19 passes unanimously. We have a motion and second on 005.
So moved.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment.
We have no registered speakers, Madam Chair.
Dr. Zeman.
Oh, my gosh, we get to finish with some great news, sir and ma'am. We're able to use a contract that is old, and it's so old, the inflationary prices that have gone up on office supplies make this award look like significantly cheaper for millions of dollars worth of stuff. It is one of the advantages of being a government agency, is you can piggyback on any other government agency contract. I want to applaud our acquisition staff for finding this, for using this, and for saving Broward County millions of dollars by doing the extra work that they did to pull this together. So thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to make sure we shared more good news as well.
Okay. All in favor of 005, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. 005 passes unanimously. Ms. Pham, can I bring 008, 9, and 10 together? Ms. Pham? Are you on the line?
Actually, they're different.
Okay.
So,
may I have a motion and second on 008?
So moved. Second.
Okay.
Moved by Hickson, second by Zeman. Public comment.
Madam Chair, we have two registered speakers. For 008, we have Chris Nelson. If he's here, go to podium A, and if Ingrid Ford is here, she may go to podium B, and that is the last of our registered speakers for today.
Okay. I don't see anybody here. Board member comment, Ms. Pham.
sure, thank you. Ma'am, this deals with a vendor that will be providing testing things for our psychologists to administer to our gifted children as well as to our children with disabilities. And there's an issue with it because as part of the contract, it requires that we disclose the name of the student, the date of birth of the student, all kinds of identification information, the name of the parents, the email of the parents, the private email, and it's just not necessary for us to provide that information. That's the first thing. And it's really, a lot of this is protected under HIPAA and FERPA. I know with FERPA, the whole purpose is the protection of the privacy of parents and students under Section 444, the general education provisions. And there's no reason, instead of giving the date of birth, we can't just give the age of the student. There's no reason that we can't give, there can't be a number assigned to each specific test so the student remains anonymous. And there's no reason that this vendor should be receiving the email of the parents. Right now, in today's day and age, we've already been hacked several times, and this specific contract provides that we wouldn't even be notified of a hack for 6 days, and that's another red flag. But most importantly is that we don't want to subject this private information where in the event it does get stolen, where we become liable for it. And the only way we can really give this information out is a two-part test, okay? And the test is they have to be considered school official. This company is not a school official. They're not doing anything for the student. They're providing information to the teachers for the teachers to administer this testing material. And the only thing they are is tallying up the outcome that we give them. They have no other involvement or input of what happens with the student, what direction the student goes in, what treatment or anything the student gets. And they have, the second part of the test is they have to have a legitimate education interest, and they don't. The only interest they have is selling their software, getting paid for the services that they're rendering in reference to that software. So I would definitely speak out against going into this contract, especially in light of today's level of distrust and hate. If you have someone with a Jewish name going through there, we don't know if these other people are vetted on the other end, and we don't know who's doing what. So we don't want to put anybody at risk. Allow our students to remain anonymous. Let's either go in under their state identification number, their student identification number, or in law school, we were each assigned a number specifically when we took the bar exam, and that would have come on the top of the test, and each person has their own unique identification number. So let's keep that information in-house, and let's not share. So for that reason, I am not going to be voting for this. In addition, there's 4 vendors, and the vendor that was selected with any rationale is close to $300,000, and the others are all $100,000 and under. And there's no rationale why we would go and end up for 3 years spending $1,200,000 when the other three vendors, we would come in at $300,000 or $400,000 for 4 years. So I ask that you consider that when voting. Thank you.
Dr. Licata?
Ms. Pham, staff, our Chief Academic Officer, Simone Hollingsworth, will address much of that right now that may ease some of your questions.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Licata and the board. Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Academic Officer. The item that's being brought forward is for scoring protocols with the 5 different companies that provide those. Pearson is the largest. This is for students that are being evaluated or reevaluated for IEPs for their disabilities. Can you hear me? It just went out. Also 504 and or gifted. This is informed. It's with parental consent. So the information that is being provided in regards to birth date and things of that nature have to be done, because when they're doing those evaluations, there are different indicators and determinations that require chronological age and other information to be able to then identify exactly what the needs are of those students. So it's not that we're sharing that. It's gone through privacy and risk management. So this is, again, with the scoring protocols, not in the sharing of the information.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
other board member comment? Seeing none, all in favor of 08, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no.
No.
Item passes with one dissenting vote, Mrs. Pham. We have a motion second on 009. Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment. Is there any public comment cards on 009? Milk, other dairy products, and fruit juices?
Madam Chair, there are no comments.
Thank you. Ms. Pham?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, right now on 009, we currently have unused $2 million, but at the same time, they're assessing that the request is assessing a need of possibly another $5 million. What I would like to do is postpone this, roll it over, table it, and have staff come back when that debt is realized, as opposed to tying up $5 million in anticipation of a debt that may not arise in the future. And we can use that $5 million to redirect it towards teacher wages in the event that we don't need it in the immediate future for 009. Thank you.
Dr. Licata, can staff speak to her comment as far as can the money from milk, other dairy products, and fruit juices used for teachers' wages?
Ms. Andrew.
Madam Chair, I would respectfully request that this be approved. There is a over 13% increase in the number or amount of breakfast and lunch being served on a daily basis, so there is a need for the increase.
And we are not able to move this money over into teacher or any type of salary as the board member requested.
Correct. Okay, thank you. Any other board member comment on 009? All in favor of 009, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Item 009 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on 010?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment?
Madam Chair, there are no registered speakers.
Thank you. Mrs. Pham?
Yeah, the contract originally says the term was for 3 years, 2020 to 2023. And they were additional renewals for $199,000 for 24 and 25. I'm looking, and I don't specifically see the need for the additional spending if the increase is above the original contract amount. What is that going to be for? Unless you're talking about the 199 is for years 24, 25, that would equal 400,000, or is this for above that? I just need clarification.
Dr. Licata?
Staff? Ms. Andrea? Can you repeat the question, Ms. Pham, please?
Sure. Okay. we're looking here for additional renewals are 199 for years 24 and 25. Now they're asking for additional spending. Is that 400,000 to cover those 2 years, or are they looking for 400,000 in addition on top of that 199 for the 24 and 25 years?
Right, the 399,000 is for this year, for one more year.
So for 2024 to 2025?
Correct, for the extra year that is being added to the contract.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All in favor of 0010, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. Item 0010 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on 0013?
So moved.
Second?
Sorry. May I have a motion second on 015?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Zeman, second by Rupert. Public comment?
Madam Chair, there are no registered speakers.
Thank you. Ms. Pham?
Thank you. The executive summary was ambiguous to me since there's no financial impact to the district on page 2. However, page 1 seeks to increase the limit of the contract from $4 million to $6 million. So I just thought that was really misleading and not transparent. Can you please clarify if there's no increase to the contract cost, then why are we increasing the budgeted amount for $2 million?
Ms. Strabowski?
Thank you, Madam. The increase that we are requesting is for the spend per vendor from $4 million to $6 million, but the amount that we have is sufficient to cover that. So we're not asking for an increase in spend for the budget because we have the funding through the ARP.
Thank you for the
Please silence your
clarification.
phone.
You're welcome.
Someone please shut your phone off.
Or at least
Thank you.
pick a better song.
Thank you, Ms. Pham. Any other board member comment? Seeing none, all in favor of 0015, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no. 0015 passes unanimously. We have a motion and second on 0017.
So moved. Second?
Moved by Rupert, second by Hickson. Public comment? from
Madam Chair, we
cards?
have one registered speaker for 0017, Willie Bailey. May proceed to podium A.
Willie Bailey. Willie's not here. I have Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. Kind of to go back to our human rights representative this morning, Nancy Fry, lives in Coconut Creek. I have to give a plug there. Schools currently don't have enough money in their budget to buy paper towels, toilet paper, and soap. There are currently subs available. However, they don't want to work because the pay is too low. And when we go out of pocket there, you've got your teachers, you have your admins, you have your people at the high schools, middle schools, elementary schools buying those products themselves. We need to take a really good look at that. I understand the process and the ability for us to reach out and do with our consultants, and they've done a great job in these last couple of years. I'm not against this contract, but I would be remiss if I didn't say that we need to up the rate of pay for our subs and our regular facilities staff, because what our vendors are able to do is pay their people more. And that's not fair for our own people right here. We have staff with more than 15 years' experience making only a very small amount more than those that are currently being hired. So it's the same from top to bottom. It's the same from our employee groups. It's the same we heard from FOPI today and BTU and our other groups. We need to take care of those we already have, and we need to invest in our own pool of qualified, trained staff that can travel around, especially our facility people. It would cost nowhere near the amount of money that we're paying consultants right now. So.
No clapping.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Didn't expect that.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Any other board member comments on 0017? Mr. Fogelholy?
So, Mr. Superintendent?
You're good.
Could we have an answer to that? Can we look at the prices? Can we look at that?
Dr. Licata?
Absolutely, we can look into that as we move forward with our Executive Director of Operations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member comments? Seeing none, all in favor of 017, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Chief, have we exhausted all the items?
We have to bring.
Madam Chair, we have to go back to item 05.
Yes. 05. I have a motion and second on 05.
Oh, no.
Moved by Fogelholy, second by Hickson. Public comment on 05. Board member comment. I think we have staff has an answer. Dr. Licata?
Yes.
Oh, you okay?
Andre.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, computer software was down to pull this, so we actually had to do it manually. Thank you, technology, but thank you, Dr. Wanza, for getting your staff to pull this. So do we have an answer for that question?
Yes, sir. I believe the question was the the date of separation of employment for the employee. That was the question, Mrs. Rupert?
One of them, yes.
Okay, so for that question, the person resigned on July 23rd, 2023, and the resignation was approved by the board on the September 12th, 2023 school board agenda.
Okay, that's perfect. So I did a little looky-looing of myself here, and I looked back, and I was a little surprised that there were contracts prior to 2016. There was 2011 and 2010 as well that wasn't shared with us. My point about where does the employee sign and acknowledge that they're an employee on any sort of procurement aspect, I don't know. I don't believe it's part of our onboarding, but it needs to be. Because I have seen in my vast years here that some people, even at the chief level, can get hired as a chief and continue in their respected other business at the same time. And I've also seen chiefs that were given consultant agreements while they still work for us. So I think it's an important part. Everybody has their knowledge. And what is important is that we have the proper format and the proper contracts and rules that in policy, whatever we need to do, we need to look at this and make sure this is what we want to do as a board. We want to have contracts with our employees that we're currently having. Do we want to do that? Is that fair? Is it only level and above? And I'm not going into particulars, but I certainly will with you, Mr. Superintendent. Absolutely. And I believe that there was a memo that was sent from legal about every employee was informed that if they currently were a vendor, if they currently were looking at a contract with us. Does that ring a bell, Madam Superintendent? I'm sorry, Madam, I just gave you 2 new jobs. See, that's a good example right there. You could do both. Madam Attorney. General Counsel.
Through the chair. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and may I ask, when was that memo sent?
I do not have perfect recollection. I know it was sometime last year, and that, the ethics rules apply to employees of the district. So under Chapter 112.313, it would be a conflict of interest to do business with your own agency.
Right. That's a problem. Okay, and I appreciate that our attorney sent that letter out. But apparently it needs to be looked at, and I don't know if that's what precipitated the employee to leave, or if that all happened at the same time. I have no idea. But it's an important part of the transparency and accountability that we are trying to rise to the level of. And we have to be able to look bravely into whatever section of this district needs more help, needs more people, needs more encouragement about speaking up, you see something, say something. And our superintendent has absolutely promised 3,000% there will not be, right? There won't be any blowback from that. There will not be. And if there is, you know how to reach me, okay? But going back to this, the process of being an employee, and then you would be working for your a direct person would be, if you're at a school, is a principal, right? So if anybody knew that, the principal should have probably been the first one to see that. So I would suggest, not my wheelhouse, I would suggest, Mr. Superintendent, that a letter go out to remind our principals about this fact for them. It sounds like a big lift for them, but if they can see, if they know their employee can't be a vendor at their school, that's the first check right there.
That memo, that bulletin will go out before the break. We want to make sure that we're operating transparently and making sure that we reiterate the rules from the past and make sure that we not only send it to the school and the principals aware that they can reach out to our executive director, but more importantly, we have internal checks that we look back from 2016 when this originally occurred and are bringing it in 2023. I had black hair and some hair in the back back in 2016, so that's a pretty long time ago. But that was one of the reasons why we brought in that executive director who will assure us that we are communicating first to make sure everyone understands the rules of the game and transparently sending it out.
Right, and I so appreciate that. And then to talk about, looking back, that purchasing agent that we discussed, he messed up from 2016 to 2022. But, like I said, we had a contract 2010, 2011 that he was not responsible for. So when you're looking back, Mr. Superintendent, I would think it would be very important to see the nexus of 2010 and 2011. Because if we're holding somebody accountable, or they left, whatever the reason was, I want to make sure that there is not another person still here, or something else was going on. But we need to actually clean this up. And I know I'm often, very sorry to say this, called negative about things, and that I don't actually bring the positive things forward. I do all the time. Get with Dr. Hepburn. I am on students all the time, programs, everything. But I'm also part of several grand jury reports, and I will do my job the same way I always have. So that's all I have for this item. Thank you.
Any other board member comments? Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to find out from the superintendent, considering that this has happened and this has been in place since 2016 with this particular approved vendor who obviously there's a conflict of interest. How has this led to you looking at other vendors that we have approved to make sure this situation is not existing as well?
That will go out with that memo and bulletin to the schools to see if we have, and we'll do it within our offices here as well as our other satellite regional offices to flesh out anything that might have been in the past. We're also going back through the agreements here and the contracts to see if there is any with current employees, and I'm sure we will utilize Dr. Phillips to go through and see if we can match names with our database of our staff, our entire staff of 34,000, which would be the quickest way to do it, too.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of 05, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Chief, have we exhausted all the items?
Madam Chair, we have exhausted all items on the agenda.
Great. This is the time of the agenda when the school board members will hear from speakers. Each listed speaker will be allowed to speak for 1 minute. We have currently signed up 32 speakers, and I have cards, and these are the people that will all be able to speak. Speakers are reminded to address matters of relevance of public education and demonstrate proper decorum. No heckling, shouting, comments from the audience, or verbal outbursts or any other disruptive behavior shall be permitted. No signs or placards shall be allowed in the board meeting. No derogatory comments using the person's proper name shall be permitted. Persons exiting the board meeting shall do so quietly. Further, at the conclusion of public speakers, the chair will provide an opportunity for the superintendent or its cabinet at his discretion to provide comments regarding any subject matter or issues raised by public speakers. Additionally, the superintendent may have members of his staff speak to an individual public speaker in an effort to address their concerns and provide any follow-up to the public speaker's concerns back to the board. Speakers are reminded that there's no clapping, but you can go like this and encouraged to do so. First up to speak, there's going to go to podium A, Glenn Cook.
I don't see him.
Sandra Nunez.
To
1 minute.
It's only 1 minute instead of 3?
Yes, 1 minute. We have 35 speakers.
Sandra Nunez, teacher from Hollywood Central Elementary. I wanted to talk about the discrepancies going on in Broward County Public School. The district is being ran, and basically the mental health of the students and teachers are declining. The micromanagement of our schedules and ridiculous mandates, data. The extensive amount of testing is surely impacting our teachers and our students. Respectfully, our children are just data lab wraps experiments. They are not allowed to play, color, paint, cut, pace anymore. We cannot use outside resources, be creative in our craft, and God forbid we do whole group instruction. We are being told that snack for kindergarteners and bathrooming should not be part of our schedule. Our professional development is insulting, full of gaslighting, inspirational videos that have nothing to do with teaching, a waste of time. I'd rather sing Heal the World, make it a better place, than be told repeatedly to know my why and know my value. Disgusting. 1.7% raise.
Thank you so much. Anna Fusco, podium A. And at podium B can be Dana Sanders. You'll be next.
Excuse me, Chair. Can I give Anna Fusco my minute?
Dana?
No, I'm Shafisa.
Shafisa? Yes. So 2 minutes for Anna Fusco.
Thank you.
How you doing? Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President. I'm here speaking on behalf of the 13,000 teachers we have, 2,700 ESPs we have, and the over 500 TSPs we have. We're here showing up today because you guys insist that they're not worth getting a pay increase that shows the value to be able to live in Broward County. We're here because they need to come and ask you, continually ask you to do the right thing. But you sit up on that dais all the time, talking the good talk, stroking the good pen, saying, I value educators, I value giving you a salary increase, but your actions don't follow up on it. So I'm not sure what happened in that closed-door session today, but I sure hope when we have negotiations next week that you guys are going to have it come back with, we countered with a 9. I started off really nice with a 7 because we thought that we don't want to gouge. But to watch that every other districts are getting COLA, getting incentives, getting supplements increased, getting the salary increase, and they're all making it happen because they want to keep their teachers, they want to bring teachers in. And then you still allow the board to come back, to give authority to the great negotiations team that you guys have that represents Broward County Public Schools, to be embarrassed and shamed, to come and say we have no authority to bring you anything but a 0. So you want to bring a 0. That shows value. We still have teachers that are working past contract hours, working weekends, working beyond their scope of the work, doing outside their jobs to make sure it happens, taking money out of their pockets to take care of their students. They do all of this and above to make it work, so they want to move our schools. They're being treated by any means necessary to get it done, but you guys aren't coming in saying by any means necessary, we'll find you the money. So I'm going to ask you again. I sure hope when we come to negotiations next week that you guys that are sitting at the dais, whoever sat in closed door, came with a decent salary increase to push that 1.7 to as close as you can to the 9, because they deserve more than 9. They deserve more than 20%, but when I'm realistic, we know that's not affordable. But you have to move the bar, and then we'll come back next year and move the bar again. They deserve it, they've earned it, and you guys need to show value. Stop saying it and show it.
Thank you. Dana Sanders.
definitely can't talk that fast. Dana Sanders. Okay, so look at all of these people. Look at them. I have heard you say time and time again that you value and you respect our educators, but you value and respect them with a 0. That is how much you showed that you respect them. 0% from the district budget. It's so insulting. It's so disappointing. It's disappointing that my son's teachers have to work 2 and 3 jobs just to make ends meet. It's disgusting to look around and know that they don't have the opportunity to really plan effective, engaging, dynamic lessons for our students because they're exhausted after working 2 and 3 jobs. You say that you love and respect and value our teachers, then let them stay here. Let them get a decent wage so that they can live in Broward County and continue teaching our students, our children. You want to become an A district? That's how you do it. You keep highly qualified, effective teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan Herbert. Megan? Yolanda Ellis.
Good afternoon, Yolanda Ellis. I've been teaching for, this is year 26, and I do not earn $60,000 per year. I work 2 jobs, and it's extremely hard for myself and my husband, who recently lost his vision, and he is a kidney transplant patient. So I am praying that each of you all just look around and see all these beautiful educators. Please, I'm begging from my heart to please increase our salary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Katrina Whittaker.
Good evening. My name is Katrina Whittaker, and I've been teaching for 34 years, and I never thought I would have to fight for a salary increase. As you know, everything has gone up but my salary. My homeowner's insurance have gone up. Everything has gone up but the salary. Why should you pay us more? Because the kids are our future. They look up to us. And if we leave, who's going to make an impact on education? We're asking you to please increase our salary so that we can stay here in Broward, so the teachers do not have to retire and come back as a new teacher, because as you know, the new teachers are making about the same as someone who's been teaching for 20 years. Please give us a raise. Thank you. Tell us you value us by showing us. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Maria Podesta.
Hi, Maria Podesta. This is my first time talking to the board. 31 years teaching, and please help me to be a better teacher. I struggle every day with my 52 kids, giving them snacks and giving them support mentally, physically. Never thought I would be, in my 31 years, begging just to make $60,000. You, Superintendent, I'm sorry, you seemed confused when you looked over and you weren't aware that I'm also very close to a first or second or third, fourth, fifth-year teacher. Our salary has not increased. Please, do the right thing. Do the right thing. We are the future. We are helping our children become the future. I'm sorry. I'm just so overwhelmed and upset that we're here again. And I appreciate Anna and all of you for coming out. Thank you. Please care about us. We care about your children. Please help us to be the best teachers ever.
Ms. Podesta, I'm sorry, there was water running and a door that opened, and I thought a toilet was overflowing, but I did hear you and your 31 years, and I thank you for that. I was listening to you.
A great salary increase.
Yeah.
Debbie Layden.
Cough it up.
Hi, Debbie Layden, 23 years, art teacher. I buy my own art supplies. I support all my programs for 23 years. No art budget, very little art budget. And I taught in rooms with mold and mildew. I had respiratory problems. I had breast cancer. I had a mental, emotional breakdown. I love my kids. I love teaching art, public school, children, how wonderful. But, I mean, I just really feel the disrespect is just above and beyond. I have friends that teach in Dade and in Palm Beach. They're like, come over here, come over here. I'm like, no, I mean, my house is here. This is where I am. I feel like I have put my blood, sweat, and tears into, you know, being a teacher here. And if you think that you're getting really crappy substitutes, these are amazing teachers that you're going to leave. You're going to get crappy teachers. I mean, this is just ridiculous. So I am an art teacher. I feel blessed. It is an honor to teach children creativity, but it's at my own cost, my supplies, etc. So
Thank
I
you.
would really appreciate
Thank you so much.
that would not be an insult to me.
Jason Taché.
Hi there. The fact is, not giving us a raise is abuse. We cannot strike. There is no promotion we can aspire for. And at the end of the day, you know we care too much about the kids to quiet quit the way that anyone else across the country would to protest low wages. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jason Taché. I teach 10th grade world history at Piper High School. I'm 22 years old. I just graduated from college this past spring. I live with a roommate, and my parents are still covering a lot of my expenses. Even with that being said, it's not like I'm rolling in cash. After just paying taxes and rent, I am still taking in under $2,000 a month. I cannot imagine supporting a family on this kind of salary. Here's the reality. If you want Broward County Public Schools to turn into Amazon or Uber Eats, where people are working there for a year and then quitting because their salaries are too low, that's fine. But the reality is, I shouldn't have been hired in the first place. I have no teaching degree and no teaching experience. You are seeing people over and over get hired when they shouldn't be.
Quiet.
Get hired when they shouldn't be. And if you want competent, qualified teachers...
Thank you so much, sir. Next speaker. Please yield the podium. Thank you. There needs to be quiet in the boardroom. Terry Lopez Preuss.
Hello, thank you all, and thank you, young man. I tried to give you a standing ovation. A lot of this is really true. I go to the job fairs and I see that people are trying to apply for cafeteria workers or any of the many good jobs that we have in maintenance. They have a degree. Let's make them a teacher. And you know, some people want to be in maintenance. They don't want to be in front of 30 kids and getting beat up. Some people want to be in the cafeteria. But they're getting pulled out because they have a degree to become teachers, because you can't keep them. And guess what? In addition to the fact that you're not giving enough money, other counties are giving more. We, Broward County Schools, we're not that nice. And I've said that before, and somebody said it sounds like, you know, they didn't understand it. The administrators, the upper management, they're not nice to us. We get beat up, we get hit, we give our money, we're here for those kids, we don't want to get beat up, and we want to be able to pay our bills. We are one of your bills.
Thank you so much. Sarah Boston Milboyne.
Hi, I'm Sarah Bosch McGuinn. I'm the debate teacher at Cypress Bay High School. This is my 16th year in education, and I just have to say, I skated into work today on fumes because I couldn't pay any bills. I have bills that are months past due. I have only had off 3 days in 2 months because I work debate. I work every day from 6:45 in the morning till 4:30 in the afternoon. I left today early so I could be here. I'm normally there till past 5 p.m. with my debate kids. And I have to use out of my own pocket to pay for my meals to go on these debate trips. I'm doing everything for my kids, and you can't even give me something so that I can survive. I came here from California to help kids find their voice. So here's me using my voice to tell you to pay us more. The supplement for debate hasn't changed since the 1990s. I get paid less than $1,000 a year to spend 16, 18 hours on the weekend to help our kids for debate. Pay us more.
Thank you. Kenny McChew. Kenny McChew.
Kenny Minshew.
1.7 board, it's pathetic. It's unbelievable. It's unacceptable. As many have said before, counties to the south, counties to the north of us, they're making more. You need to show us the respect that you claim you have for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Srebnick. Sarah?
Good evening. My name is Sarah Srebnick. I am a STEM teacher at Heron Heights Elementary. I've been teaching for 26 years. And I'm curious how you expect to retain quality educators when you refuse to pay them. I'm curious how you expect to attract quality educators when you're paying so much less in the counties directly north and south of us. I'm curious how you justify positions like a new marketing director to, I'm assuming, attract students to the county when you don't pay the teachers teaching them. I'm curious how you expect teachers who day after day are abused by parents, students, and this community to continue on day after day. I'm curious how you can repeatedly tell us how much you appreciate us while continuing to slap us in the face with low wages and poor working conditions. The number of staff who are sick 10 months out of the year with all kinds of ailments and are fine during the summer is staggering. Curious how much longer I'm going to be able to stay in the community that I grew up in as the costs continue to rise while salaries continue to stagnate. I'm curious how many more times I'm going to have to stand here making similar comments in the 23 years.
Thank you so much. Liliana Ruido.
Good afternoon, Liliana Rido, a teacher of 23 years. As you can see, everybody, all the teachers are here, everyone is here in reality, demanding a salary raise. They work hard, they go out of their way every day, they spend money from their own pocket, and then they come here after school, after a long day of work, giving their best to our students to remind you that they deserve better. So, give them a decent salary raise.
Dr. Trudy Germanovich.
As I was called by my students, Dr. J. And what I would like to say today is we demand that you reconvene your closed-door session. You haven't dismissed yet. And give these teachers at least what the neighboring counties are getting. Enough. Give a 70% increase to teachers and retain those who directly are responsible for student outcomes and meeting the grades so that you get your A district. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Carr.
I don't even know where to begin. You know, I've been a teacher for 23 plus years, and thank you all for showing up. I would like to ask why. Why? Why are we having to come here to speak to you to do this? That's, like, I get a little emotional because I just don't understand why we are all here having to do this. We are struggling. We are seeing our educators that have been in the business for 30 or 25 years, they're changing careers. I can name 5 just at my school, Pioneer Middle School, Cooper City, Mary Carr, 23 years teaching. I just want to know why. Okay, it's just not fair. We deserve more. We deserve the 9. Hey, let's go 15. Let's go 15. Let's go 15. What did West Palm get? I think we deserve, don't you?
Thank you. Maria Vasquez.
Thank you for your time.
I came back home to serve my community after teaching in North Carolina for over 15 years. And I took a pay cut of over $8,000, and we complained there that we weren't getting paid enough. I have the most amazing first grade students that have the most amazing projection because they know that their teacher can't hear well, and I can't afford to get hearing aids. I literally qualify for food stamps. That is so degrading when you have a master's degree. It makes no sense. None. I'm so disappointed. So very disappointed in you. And I wish you all good things.
Glenn Cook. Glenn Cook.
Yes, ma'am.
Podium A, please. Right.
To the side, Glenn.
Mr. Cook, please go to podium A right over here.
Kind of switched it up.
I just recently went to my 52nd high school graduation reunion. I gave the principal of the high school, a young man in his 30s, possibly early 40s, a copy of a book, Rules for Rulers Who Do Not Know the Rules. In the book...
Quiet in the boardroom.
In the book, I showed him the national anthem, and he was floored. He is a principal of a school that has 1,100 students that are the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, and he did not know that the national anthem had 4 verses. When I was a Boy Scout, I was taught the first verse is a question, the 4th verse is an answer. As an American, you should know the 4th verse. You should never sing the first verse. So I would invite you to look it up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sherry Mott.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Mott. I would just like to speak for the teachers who never speak up. I work hard. My colleagues work hard. We want to be paid fairly for the work that we do. I don't think it's fair that my daughter's here with me now because I can't afford to send her to aftercare. I don't even think teachers should pay for aftercare. I have dedicated more than 12 years of my life, 7 of those with the district, to being a highly effective teacher, and I'm not paid highly effectively. So for all the teachers who have been here nearing a decade, want to retire from teaching but cannot afford to, I think we need a salary raise, and we need it now.
Thank you. Zachary Lynch.
My name is Zachary Lynch. I'm a PE teacher, been teaching 32 years. I'm a product of Broward County. I went to elementary, middle school, high school here, and I'm just disappointed with our county. You know, my mother was a teacher. She taught 44 years. My father, 30-some years. My sister retired with the school system. My mother, no lie, in 1992 was making $72,000 30 years ago. And then they did away with the steps. I was like maybe 2 years out from getting the big money, and I'm still not making as much as my mother back in the 1990s. And you guys have a chance to be the school members to make a difference for teachers. You know, every year it's just like you got to beg, beg, beg. It's ridiculous. I mean, I got a buddy, he's been teaching 12 years. He can't even afford a house. He got like, $160,000 all he's qualified for. Every house here in Broward County
Thank you, Zachary. Anthony Alfino.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Anthony Alfano. I'm a music teacher at Meadowbrook. I work with Coach Lynch. Just to give you an idea, my wife and I both work 2 jobs just to support ourselves and keep up with the cost of living increase to make sure our children lead a decent lifestyle. I teach. We both teach up to 1.5 to double classes, 40 students, sometimes split with an autism cluster class, as we have one of the largest clusters in the county. I've been told that they don't even count toward our student population numbers, therefore we can't have another special teacher, so we only have 4 specials when we should probably have like 5 to 6. He can vouch that student behaviors are getting even more challenging, and as a music teacher, we have a lot of challenges having those double classes, but in the classroom, it's even harder for our teachers. They have a lot of pressure to bring up the grades, and if you're not going to give them the raises that they need, how do you expect them to do the job that you want them to do? We just don't get it. Thanks.
Thank you. Caitlin Longstreth.
Good afternoon. Caitlin Longstreth from Riverglades Elementary, Equity Liaison, Save Promise Club Champion, No Place for Hate Coordinator, BTU Rep, 20-year educator, and product of Broward County Public Schools. And I would like to know, with all due respect, how do you sleep at night? Because I don't sleep at night. I think about my students. I cannot meet their needs due to the stress placed on our profession. I'm taxed out, mentally, emotionally, and physically. I work well past my contracted hours. I take stipend positions that require more time and work. I work Saturday school, I work summer school, and I do tutoring on the side. I live paycheck to paycheck as a single mother and endure credit card debt to pay for groceries. I, too, make less than $60,000 after 20 years. This has got to be the most honorable profession, yet we're treated as if it's the most dishonorable. If I didn't have the values and morals I have, I would have walked out the door and left many times. However, I'm here for our country's youth to engage, educate, enlighten, and empower our future leaders. Please show us that we matter and we're worth more than zero. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Stacy Rasner.
Hi, Stacy Rasner. I'm the ESC specialist at Fox Trail Elementary. I am not upset. I am angry. I am extremely angry. This is the most insulting thing ever. Everybody in here deserves more money. I have 34 years. I could have gone into any profession. I chose education, 28 years in Broward. I have a caseload of 300 students. I am responsible. I am their legal advocate. When attorneys come, when advocates come, who meets with them? The SLPs that just got their big raise, who do you think is responsible for setting up their meetings, for doing the paperwork, for doing the IEPs, for doing everything and all of the responsibilities, which is extremely lengthy, that ESC specialists have done? I am so offended and so upset about this, especially in my position, that what you think that we are all worth collectively is disgraceful. I could have gone into anything. I made the biggest mistake of my life, and that is so horrible to say, but that is the truth.
Melanie Birkin.
Hi, my name is Melanie Birkin. I'm a school social worker. I've worked for this district since 1999. I currently have 3 schools. I am so busy, it's unbelievable. My salary is pretty much the same as it's been since I started in this district. I work with families, students, staff, mental health needs, and I just believe actions speak louder than words. And I've heard all of you up there talking about how much you value teachers, how we want to pay you so much money, but I haven't seen that. I sit at the negotiations table. I was appalled that my time was wasted from being in my building with students to sit at the negotiations table and be offered nothing from this district. I don't understand how that happens. And then you want to take our insurance and make us pay more for that? I mean, I just don't understand how you can stand up there, talk about wanting to be an A district, and not work on recruiting and retaining staff. Retaining.
Thank you.
I love what I do.
Betty Sabaste.
So a new teacher coming into Broward County makes $51,000 and some change. I've heard 0% so many times over the last 17 and a half years that I only make $2,000 more than that brand new teacher. And additionally, I'm training that teacher without being paid, staying after while they go home because I gave them my lesson plans and helped them. And now you say you have another 0% for us. Additionally, now those teachers are getting a higher raise than I am every year, thanks to our lovely Governor DeSantis. It's not okay. You're used to 0%. It doesn't faze you anymore. You have no real problem with it, and the evidence backs that up. If you cared at all about the teachers and stopped treating us like cattle, you will definitely give us a raise. But the reality is you don't, and I have 17 years of 0% raises to back that up. Additionally, I pay into my
what was your name?
Now 3%. I didn't even give it because I only have a minute.
What is your name, though?
Betty's the best.
Thank you so much, Betty. Heather Brodsky.
Nice little poem. I didn't give it.
Good afternoon. My name is Heather Brodsky, and I'm in the same position as she is. I've worked my heart out for this district, and you guys may say you appreciate us, but you don't. I never felt more abused and disrespected in my entire life. My little daughter said she wanted to be a teacher the other day. Said, honey, no, you don't. They believe in putting more work on us and not paying us. They believe in overflowing our classes, which means more conferences, more reports, more IEPs, more everything you can imagine. And you can only say you respect us, but you can't show us what is wrong with you guys. I am breaking inside with every other teacher. I can quit tomorrow and go tutor all the kids that you're going to fill our classrooms with teachers who are unexperienced for more money than I'm getting paid now. I am tired of it. Do something. Make a stand. Stand up for us. We deserve it.
Raquel Williams. Raquel Williams. Raquel Williams.
Okay. Okay.
Stephanie Manning.
Don't tell us how to run a meeting.
Stephanie Manning. Okay.
Talking in front of the board. Oh, can you hear me? Sorry. This is my first time also talking in front of the board. I feel like we are being looked at as line items on a budget rather than the people who we are. And I'd like you to see me for who I am, so I'm going to give you a little backstory on me. I am an 11-year teacher with my master's degree in elementary education. I make the same as a first-year teacher. I have 2 children. My oldest just started kindergarten in Broward County. I am also a product of Broward County. I help her teacher get supplies for her classroom as well as providing for my own students. I teach theater to 180 students a day at my elementary school. My husband and I both work full-time careers, and people like me are facing housing insecurity because of rising costs that we can't afford because there are no raises. I shouldn't be making the same as a first-year teacher. I should be getting the raise that I am due, and I shouldn't be being forced out of my home because I can't afford to live here anymore. You're going to lose me, and you're going to lose my children as students. Thank you.
Thank you. T. Chandler.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Tracy Chandler. I've been teaching in Broward County Schools for 30 years. And when I came, of course, I was under the illusion that teaching was each one teach one. I've realized after 30 years I'm in an abusive relationship with my employer. The truth is that not only does it break my heart, I have a passion for my kids. Every day I want to call in a sub because of the stress that we're dealing with. It is exhausting. Someone mentioned, thank you, young brother, for speaking about you being a first-year teacher without having the experience. But those of us who have the experience, who have the education, who have done and given tirelessly to Broward County are up at night. They're seeing counselors, they're taking medication in order to give more. You continue to ask us to do more, but give us nothing. But yet, you continue to ask and demand. Enough is enough. We are tired, and it's over.
Thank you. Christopher Horn. Christopher Horn. Donna Ford. Horn. Donna Ford.
Hi, I'm Donna Ford, and I've been a teacher for 24 years. I went to college to be a teacher, but get paid like a babysitter. Unlike a babysitter, I had the responsibility to be a mom, a nurse, a behavior tech, and a policewoman, and a clerical worker. Everything has been raised except for our pay. My niece is 19, trying to become a teacher, and before I would have encouraged her, now I tell her no and do not do it. Find something that makes you happy that will actually pay you, because this makes me happy, but it does not pay me. So you have a lot of people starting to walk out and leave your schools. Then you're going to be in a very big problem when you have no one to teach your children.
Chris Cantor.
Good afternoon, board members. Chris Cantor, Hollywood, Florida, parent of a Broward student. Listen, every time I speak to you, I bring back research, and I'm going to do it again. The biggest factor of student achievement is a highly qualified, experienced teacher in front of that student. Yet we always hear how we want to be an A district. We're going to get there. But how? The raise that is proposed tells every teacher in this room and in this district that they do not deserve more here than they do at any other district in this state. Meanwhile, recidivism is going to happen. We're going to lose these teachers to Palm Beach. It's not a far drive, or to Miami-Dade. So you want to get to an A, prioritize it. Make sure that it's the first thing you put in the budget, not the last thing that you put in the budget. When you tell teachers through your actions that they don't deserve a raise, what you're doing is telling my kid and every other kid in this district that they do not deserve an A school, and that is absolutely not okay.
Thank you. Zachary Lynch. Lisa Quinn.
Good afternoon. My name's Lisa Quinn. I'm a high school teacher, class advisor, and the community liaison at Fort Lauderdale High School. I've been teaching for 29 years. I love my school, colleagues, and especially my students. I'm really not sure how anybody could sit up there in your position and not be an advocate for higher salary. It's no secret that teachers in this county are leaving in droves. I'm one of the oldest people in my department. This profession is dying. Salary is a huge part of that. Why would you not invest in us? How am I supposed to feel valued as I have a master's degree, my ESE certification, and my ESOL certification? Everything you ask me to do for our kids and students, you're not doing for school employees. It's really hypocritical. If you have kids in our schools, don't you want your child's teacher to feel super appreciated? I spend tons of money weekly on my students. How much longer can I do it? Can we do it? Please be a hero today.
Thank you. Raquel Williams. Raquel? Christopher Horn.
There we go. Something like that. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chris Horn, and I'm a proud product of Broward County Public Schools. I've wanted to be a teacher since 3rd grade. I attended UTAP teaching programs in high school, and I'm happy to say this is my 8th year. I love my job. Before I graduated from Florida A&M University with my master's degree, I was hired by Broward County Public Schools. For example of why we deserve a raise, my homeowner's insurance went up $223 a month. That's more than what the referendum money that the voters of Broward County gave us. Superintendent Licata wants us to be an A district, then we need A district money. Somehow, during the pandemic, we were heroes, and now we're zeros. Pay us more and pay us well.
Quiet in the boardroom.
Thank you.
Raquel Williams, last speaker. Raquel Williams, last chance. Okay. Dr. Licata?
Good afternoon, everyone. And I know I will say thank you, and I do mean it from my heart. And I know I've heard so many of you that make a difference say thank you by helping you and giving you the salary and becoming an A district. And we know it happens in your classroom. This board up here has had a closed session, and we're going to continue with that. We do value you, we do hear you, and we do understand you. When I think of a teacher, I think of my father, myself, my brothers, my sisters, my uncles, my aunts. So I do think of that, and I know what you're coming for here, and I appreciate it. We truly do understand. I'm going to ask that when we exit today, that we take your time, enjoy stepping out, being with your folks, that you came here as a group because you do care about children. And you do need to make sure you have a livable wage. It is our role to do everything we can to provide a budget to not only meet the taxpayers who've paid for or voted for the referendum, but more importantly, that have entrusted us to build budgets to provide for our students and every staff member. And we will continue to do that. We will continue to bring the budget talks this year early. We will convene in December to start discussing these items. As you know, teachers are the ones that make the difference in the classroom, and we're going to continue to look at that. I do appreciate it. I know some of you feel that a disrespectful response to me is okay. Well, that's what you have to do. But I do respect teachers because I am one of them, and I come from a family of teachers, as many of the folks that sit up here do. So we appreciate your time. We do hear you. You know, as all of us sat here and listened intently on what you had to say, because we do want to respect your time. And there are some incredibly good stories out there. There are some incredibly great facts that you brought up, and it did not fall on deaf ears. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate your ability to work with our students. And I appreciate those that are giving me the respect that I gave you at this time. So I appreciate it, and thank you. So please, we're going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting as the board chair would like, and I think that's your role, but thank you for being here.
Okay, at this time, do any of my colleagues have anything to bring for student successes or bring forward to the superintendent for consideration?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Brenda Pham.
Okay, one second, Ms. Pham. Mrs. Hickson?
I just wanted to say Happy Veterans Day to all of our veterans in the district. As the wife of a veteran, the mother of a veteran, and the mother-in-law of an active duty Navy service person, I just want to say we are so grateful to the service of our country. November is also National Military Family Month, so to all of you who sit in a role as I do and did as a wife and mother of someone in the military, thank you for the sacrifices that you also give so that your family members can serve our country. So thank you.
Mrs. Pham?
Well, thank you for saying that, Mrs. Hickson. My family is also military. My father was in World War II, and my brother was an Air Force pilot. So thank you for saying that, and God bless our veterans. I just wanted to proudly announce that Manatee Bay Elementary School in Western Florida was selected. Oh, I'm so sorry. Was selected out of a countrywide competition. 200 schools were selected, being the most diverse and welcoming. And Manatee Bay was selected out of Broward County. Only 2 schools in Broward were selected, and we're real proud that they were in this. Oh, I'm sorry. That they were included in that, and they were recognized. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alston?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just three things. The first, actually, for our Chief Facilities Officer, and we can get together offline, I'm sorry, through the Superintendent
Yes,
to
sir.
the Chief Facilities Officer. What was brought to my attention from some officials in the city of Miramar, some lead fuel testing at Perry Airport. So some potential impacts to, I guess it's the microphone.
I'm sorry, I didn't
some-
catch you. Could you say that louder? I'm sorry.
So there is some potential lead fuel testing with some potential impacts near and around Sunshine. Thank you, folks. Elementary. So I'll take it offline. Don't want to mention it here, but it was just brought to my attention from the city. So just putting that just for
Quietly exit
attention.
the boardroom.
Secondly, I am looking forward, Ms. Rupert, to Soul Bowl Part 2, I'll call it. And I purposely said that for a victory again, Board Member Holdness. And of course, I will join you. Hopefully, you're sitting on your, I think I know what side you're going to sit on, Ms. Rupert. So I'd love to also join you as well. Thirdly, would love to invite the public to a virtual town hall. I think it did come up earlier, Board Member Foban-Holy, because I can't talk to you, but I think I heard by phone. There was a lot of interest from the community, so looking forward to having a public conversation on disparities and inequities impacting our children. We have an action-packed panel, a lot of data and conversation, so looking forward to joining Board Member Foban-Holy as we co-host that virtual session. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Zeman?
Thank you very much, Chair. Next week, on the 15th and 16th of November, I'll be speaking at the North American Mayor Summit Against Anti-Semitism. Very proud to do that, very proud to stand up against hate of all kinds, and I'll be facilitating an interfaith panel there. Second is I'd like to make a friendly wager with our superintendent about a football game this Saturday. I'm thinking 50 push-ups. If Miami wins, I'll do those. 50 push-ups if Florida State wins on Saturday. What do you think, Mr. Superintendent?
I believe Miami has far more national championships.
Ooh.
And we are a basketball school, but my son did graduate from Florida State and Florida State Law, but a daughter graduated from Miami, where I graduated from. So we'll wait till the end of basketball season and baseball season and count all the wins, because they're both great. They're both great at that, and they're both great schools at that. So appreciate that. And I'm not going to predict the winner of this weekend's game, but I think Zeman has something in there. Dr. Zeman has something in there about Friday night, because I know he grew up in and attended Dillard Elementary, which always has a link to the Dillard High. So I think we got a good dynamic right here.
What side is he sitting on?
I want to see. I want to hear.
End zone.
I know, right? What side? Pick a side.
End zone.
Ms. Rupert?
Well, and speaking of the Soul Bowl and the future game, I would like to apologize to the Dillard family. No, let me. This is a for real apology. For real. To the Dillard community, as well as the Blanche Ely community, for changing the the tradition of having it on a Saturday, and everybody planned on that. I know that there was a lot of bad feelings about that. So as the leader for Blanche Ely High School, I apologize for both sides. And Dillard, it was a great game. I'm looking forward to another game where the Tigers win again on Friday, and I look forward to the camaraderie of my colleagues as well. So thank you so much.
Ms. Rupert, I think it begs the question that we discussed this. Dr. Toomer, would you like to take over, because we did talk about maybe changing the schedule for both teams, because the FHSAA requires us to have the results in before the normal Saturday last game. But I think we've spoken, and Patty Brown is working through it to schedule the bye week at the last week, if that's possible, so we can go back to the tradition.
Things that Dr. Licata, basically everything you just said. Yeah, we want to be amenable to the community. We know how much this game means to both schools. So if we can move it back to a Saturday by having the last game be a bye and do the game before, have the game before the last week of the season, that's exactly what we like to try and do.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Fogan-Hawley?
Thank you very much, Chair, and I know everybody's rushing, so just want to give a shout out to South Broward Bulldogs and MacArthur, both in the playoffs. It's exciting. Soccer season starts today, but I know we have games all over the district. So even if your team did not make the playoffs, if they're not in there, go out, support a team.
Yes.
The energy is exciting.
Miramar is.
Miramar's in there, okay. Dr. Wanza, always. But go support our teams. Go support our kids. It's always a fun environment to do it. I love it. Community events. Want to give a shout out. Hollandale High School celebrated 50 years this year. And the amount of history and the amount of legacy, we got to give a proclamation and present them with that this weekend. School has such pride, such history, so we love celebrating our Chargers. 100 years of Liberia, Hollywood. There's just so much going on in our community, so just wanted to give a shout out to them. We had a great health fair at Pembroke Park. It's a busy district. So just want to say congratulations, but yeah, go District 1.
Mr. Alston?
Thank you. You are working hard, sir. But separately, I was going to add Ms. Rupert, and I'm not overstepping you, but I know this conversation came up, I guess, a year ago. Now that the time has passed, just on location.
Yes.
So I just want to bring back location of Soul Bowl again. Clearly the two schools, it makes sense. Someone thinks or thought it makes sense. I think it clearly should be, if we can consider maybe some other larger facilities that could host those sites. So I just want to put that back on the table again. I think before we looked at a facility that's on commercial near power line. That did not come up this time. I don't know why. We also looked at another facility, I think, in Boca, and also another facility in central Broward in the Davie area. So I think we need a larger facility. So just want to put that back out again, just for consideration. Thank you.
The scheduled order of business for this regular school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting.
All right. Thank you. Good night, everyone.